everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
He gathered with Kaguya and Dabi after covering his part of the area. The population of the planet was not big. Each family had huge lands under them that they used as they saw fit. Most families also had children who were just like small Kaguya. This proved that they weren't born to be cruel but were molded into being cruel. It was a cultural problem, not biological. Kaguya, I found someone in the palace, he said and brought her father in front of her. The man was shocked to see her. Kaguya? I thought you were dead. You mean you wish, right? No, I didn't die. I instead lived happily there, albeit for a short time. I also grew much stronger, she emotionlessly said. What are you doing with these attackers? This man just killed the clan head. He started. I know, that was exactly why we came here, she stated. What? Why? He confusedly asked. The look of arrogance was still on his face. Because I hate whatever Otsutsuki stands for and I will make sure it gets destroyed. I still haven't forgotten that day, I still remember their faces and I won't ever forgive you for that. You are a monster, she said while walking closer to him. Haha, yes, kill me then. That will only make me proud of what I made you into. You wouldn't have survived if I had not taught you how to be ruthless. Bam. Alexander punched him in the face, saying, taught her by killing her mother and brother? Man, you are a psychopath n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Call me whatever you want, only the strong survive, like what you are doing now, he retorted. He's really trying to play with our minds. It seems he is experienced in messing with empathic people. No, the difference between you and me is that I only kill people like you, while you kill whatever moves. Kaguya at least grew up to be nice and retained her sanity, which puts her leagues above you, he argued. Alexander looked back at Kaguya who seemed conflicted. She was thinking that if she killed her father, wouldn't it make her the same as her father? You don't have to do it, Kaguya. You are trying to start a new life and this shouldn't be the first thing you do for it. He tried to calm her down. She then nodded. Alexander quickly read the man's sins. The list was long and he had an 85% sin percentage, a category 4. This meant he would rot in hell for forever. Not wanting to drag it and make Kaguya feel bad, he simply disintegrated him into ashes. Okay, that leaves us with the next objective. I will leave someone to manage this planet for the time we will be gone. Let's go, he decided. Again taking out his anywhere door he set his destination to the main planet of the Otsutsuki clan. It was a huge planet revolving around a supergiant red star. They arrived while being invisible. It looked nothing special. The whole planet was covered with various landscapes and there was just one city on the whole planet and it was made of castles only. The style and level of technology looked old but he had no doubt that it was made to be that way. After all, a civilization with the sole purpose of destroying other worlds must have come across a technologically advanced civilization. This place is so beautiful, no normal person can imagine the demons living inside it, Dabi muttered. Yeah, you are right. Let's go now. Apparently, only the main royal family lives here with lots of guards. Alexander told them. Do you know what he looks like? Dabi asked. No, in memories I only saw this place. The branch clan head had never seen the face of the patriarch. He denied it. Kaguya spoke then. No one has. The people that are not royalty cannot meet them for anything, other than them coming out on their own. All the taxes are collected by their servants. Kaguya, tell me, are they also inbreds? Alexander asked. Kaguya looked surprised. How did you know? Haha, that's a reoccurring pattern among royalties who are freakish about their blood purity. Well, let's lay siege then. Alexander said and activated his god's eye. He was still not very knowledgeable about these eyes. But one thing he had found was that it could eat anything and also repel anything. It was like a pathway through which he could absorb anything, use it, or throw it. He was going to use the repulsion power and make all the buildings vanish like they were standing around a nuclear blast and got disintegrated due to its harsh wind. Let's call this godly push, he muttered. Boom. The whole castle city got blasted by his power like a sand castle in a nuclear explosion. Soon, many figures came out of the rubble and flew into the sky. There were about 5,000 Otsutsuki members. Wait. A voice came from behind the crowd. Finally, a man in golden robes came forward. He had bigger horns on his head than any other. But Alexander exclaimed seeing him. Wait, Kaguya, he's the same guy whose statue you got in your fire dimension. But, we were told that the statue belonged to the god of our clan. We all worshipped it, she clarified. Alexander raised an eyebrow hearing that. Oh, so we are also dealing with a wannabe god here. Hey you, what is your name? Alexander's brash questioning irked many of them. But the man in the golden robe stayed calm. I am Kaushiki Otsutsuki, the god of the Otsutsuki clan. Who are you? And you are one of us. Alexander's first thought after hearing the name was Kawasaki Bikes. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, this is Dabi and that is Kaguya. We are here to kill you, Alexander answered plainly. His words clearly left everyone speechless. But then Kawashiki did what all villains with God complex do. Ha 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 ha, it has been thousands of years since the last time I fought anyone or someone challenged me. Rejoice mortal, I will kill you with my own holy hands. Scratch. Alexander uninterestingly scratched his beard. Beep beep. He took out his mobile phone and saw the text message from Olivia. It was an image of little Yellow in his new dress. He was playing with unicorns. "Ah, look, he's so cute," he muttered. It piqued the interest of Dabi and Kaguya. They came closer to him and looked at the picture. "Ah, boss, she sent you a video too," Dabi pointed out. "Damn it, I'm getting old." Alexander cursed and clicked on the video. The video played and Yellow was sitting on the back of a unicorn. But something started happening and Alexander didn't like it. Olivia's voice came from behind the camera. "Yellow, say mama." Yellow looked too focused. Alexander nervously held the phone. "Don't do it, Yellow," he muttered. "Mama," Yellow cutely said. Alexander's eyes furrowed. "God damn it, I was so close on winning. He had nearly called me dad." "No, boss. I'm sure he said damn it instead of dad," Dabi pointed out. "Goddamn, let a man have some dignity, Dabi," Alexander sadly protested. Kaguya was confused and just looked at the cute weird-looking child. On the other hand, Kaushiki was getting angry for being ignored. His army decided to attack then. But Alexander didn't let them. He just pointed his arm at them without even looking. Then suddenly a blue energy beam came out of his arm. Boom. All the guards standing on the left of Kaushiki vanished into ashes in a matter of blinking their eyes. Alexander finally put his phone down and looked back at them. "Sinners, you all are sinners. Your guards are the most ferocious and strongest of your species. You have all collectively harvested thousands of chakra fruits and killed trillions. Death is the only way." Again a blue energy beam came and pulverized the guards standing on his right. Now only Kaushiki was left. Alexander checked his sins. Kaushiki Otsutsuki, Category 5. Murder, 12,354,698,789. Indirect murder, 958,854,746,872. Enslaved female for his harem, 121,546, only 5 alive. Sin percentage, 96%. So many sins, he disappointingly shook his head. He walked up to Kaushiki and put his arm on his head. The punishment was going to be soul erasal according to his category. "I don't know what time torture to give you, so I will give you physical one." Alexander scooped out his eye with his finger and used his god's eye to absorb it. Kaushiki instantly dropped to his knees in pain. "No, no, please no, don't kill me, don't hurt me. I am not the real Kaushiki, it was my grandfather. He established the clan millions of years ago but he died a few thousands of years ago. Please don't kill me, I am just trying to be like him." Alexander was honestly surprised by this revelation. But it made sense now why the royal family never met any outsider. It was because he was not the real guy. Just like any other monarchy, there comes an incompetent one. Your grandfather may be dead but your crimes are still yours. For this, you will die, even more painfully now, he declared. He then put him in time torture of pain as he was clearly not accustomed to it. At the same time, Alexander took away all his second and third eyes and also started taking away his body's chakra making him go frail slowly. Alexander completely squeezed the life out of him while he lived his nightmares in his mind and physical body at the same time. Once done, he sighed and looked around. "I will restore this place." He used magic and rebuilt the whole castle city. "Kaguya, you will run your clan from now on, not as its ruler but as overseer. I have not killed all the members of your clan. Many who have not embraced the barbaric lifestyle are still alive. But remember, no chakra fruit harvesting. If you ever do that, I will take away all the abilities from your clan and you all will turn into normal humans." Kaguya was surprised that he wasn't going to rule on his own. "Why not you? Why are you letting me be the overseer?" "Because you have seen the best of both worlds, you have seen love and hate. You should know better than anyone that the path of love is much better and happier. You need to build a new culture now, a culture based on love and goodness. The humans of Earth treated you as a god because of your immense power. Maybe you can truly act like an angel and help civilizations in need, instead of harvesting them like animals," he explained to her. But Alexander continued, "And you will not be alone in this mission of yours." He took out the projector orb and summoned Hagoromo and Hamura. "You two must have seen everything. I want you two to accompany your mother. But we don't have much time left. We will soon vanish and be one with the universe's natural energy," Hagoromo argued. "Not anymore," Alexander said. He used his power to create a body for the two brothers that would show them in their prime. Then he used his eye power to absorb the two brothers' souls and put them inside their bodies. He had understood that his eyes could act as a pathway to many things. He could even teleport to dimensions on a whim now. Hagoromo and Hamura's souls were still in the physical world so he couldn't use the reanimation jutsu and had to do this. Soon, the two woke up in their bodies. They were shocked and happy. "How? You brought us back to life. Technically, you were still alive, just as a soul. I just gave you a vessel. Now, I hope you will help your mother in building a better society. I am also granting you all the ability to detect bad seeds in the clan who wants to cause chaos. This way you will know who is against you," he revealed. Then he walked up to them and put his hands on the two brothers' faces. "Your mother alone won't be enough to deal with many threats. This is why I am unlocking your powers to the highest limit. The real Otsutsuki clan head was strong enough to destroy planets. You two will be able to destroy and create. Then Alexander walked up to Kaguya and also did the same, but he instead implanted all kinds of fighting memories into her head and also piqued her Rindsharingan's power. You have huge potential, but your inexperience in martial arts held you back. Not anymore, Kaguya. You will be the mother of your pack, and to protect your children, you need strength. I am also giving you the ability to erase a fellow Otsutsuki member's powers as long as they have done wrong. He explained to her. These gifts were too much for her. This was the most someone had ever done to her in so many years. Her eyes became teary and just hugged Alexander. Thank you, Lord Sage, thank you. Alexander patted her head with a smile. Haha, I am everyone's grandpa, no shame in calling me that. Be good from now on, girl. As long as you don't lose your way, you will have my blessing. There might also come a time when I will pass away to a higher realm. I want you to keep an eye on Earth too and help them if the need arises. She nodded her head. Although she was shocked that Alexander would leave the world someday, I will honor every word of yours. Good. Now, I should go back to Earth and deal with all the problems there. I will see you before leaving this realm. He told her. He walked back and took out his anywhere door. Behind, he saw Kaguya tightly hugging her two sons. The joy of physically hugging them was as clear as a day on her face. With a smile, Alexander crossed the door and returned to Earth. When Alexander was gone, Ragnarok was the ruler and safekeeper, though he was just having fun by drinking in his office. But he had just received a report from Shisui that there was a secret organization whose agenda was unknown but believed to be sinister. The organization was called Kara. Who the hell is this now? Ragnarok tiredly complained and went outside to an open field. He cast an Oxio charm on the whole Kara organization. Pop. One by one, many people started to appear out of nowhere. One of them especially looked like an Otsutsuki but with a weird horn on the head. Bwahahaha, you must be the one that came here with Kaguya. I thought you were dead. Ragnarok laughed. All the people looked around themselves in shock. They had no idea how they appeared there. Ishiki looked at Ragnarok with contempt. This was not his plan at all. He was just going to wait and watch things unfold for the right moment. How did you find us? Ishiki asked. I just thought about it and found you here. Now, are you good or a bad boy? Ragnarok asked. But Ishiki just attacked him. It was the wrong decision. Ragnarok broke his bones and utterly defeated him before burning him with his dragon fire. He then looked at all the members of the organization. You are all under arrest, he said. Out of nowhere heavy handcuffs appeared on their hands. That's what you get for spoiling my free time. He muttered and called guards to throw them in prison. He went back to the Hokage office but found Alexander already sitting there. Ha ha ha, you're back. I presume it was successful? Ragnarok asked. Yes, very successful. The world's purity had reached 89%. We will be leaving this place soon. He told him. I was enjoying it, but it was also starting to get boring, Ragnarok remarked. So, what now? He asked. Now, we attend Obito's marriage and put in some contingency plans before leaving. But I don't know how long it will take as I have already dealt with all the major villains. Now we just need to keep on doing good work. Ragnarok planned. Knock knock. The door opened and Obito entered in a suit. Old man, let's go, it's my big day today. I was going to come anyway, you didn't have to come here to get me, Alexander said and got up cheerfully. Well, I owe my and Rin's life to you, so, you are the most important person for me today. Obito cheekily replied. Alexander went and put his arm around his shoulder. You owe your life to no one, kid. Your life is your own, and Rin's now. They went to the marriage ceremony. He let the tailed beasts roam freely as they had no threats now. They were running around and eating stuff. Ji-chan, I want ice cream, Komei came to him and asked. Haha, my little Komei wants ice cream, then ice cream is what he gets. He happily went to the food stalls and made a new stall with an automatic ice cream dispenser. Here, eat as much as you want. Also tell your sibling to start preparing to leave, he instructed and left. Alexander had already made them understand what he does and they all were very eager to help him. He had given them an option. They could choose whether they wanted to be with Hago Romo or with him and they unanimously chose him. It was normal as they had spent more time with him than Hago Romo. Alex, did you see the video I sent? Olivia came to him to put salt on his wounds. Yeah, but I'm sure he will start calling me dad soon too. You just wait, he displeasingly comforted himself. Soon the ceremony started and they busied themselves. For the next few years, Alexander would just have to simply keep on working to keep the world progressing. 5 years later. In the past 5 years, many things had happened. For starters, Jiraiya was successful in wooing Tsunade to marry him. Both had come to the realization that they both were good for each other in their age group. Kakashi and Shisui were still lone wolves. But Itachi on the other hand had married Izumi after many years of dating and now they had a little kid. He was really fast with his life. He was also the new Uchiha clan head. Other than this, 19 years old Naruto was now dating the Hyuga princess nowadays. The girl had come out of her shy cocoon. Alexander had also stepped down from the position of Hokage and the new Hokage was Obito Uchiha. Naruto was also next in line after Obito. The Senju and Uzumaki clan were not on the brink of extinction anymore. Hashirama and Tobirama really worked very hard. World peace was achieved. Alexander had also left behind many contingency plans. It was a simple yet effective plan. If the world started a major war again, then all ninjas will lose their ability to manipulate chakra. There will be no shinobi then. He also strengthened the sage locations so they won't be harmed by people. The increase in technology and ease of travel made the whole world interconnected and truly one. There was no nationality now as everyone was dispersed around the globe. But there was still some racism, though it was on a path of downfall. Slowly in the 5 years the world really progressed and so did its purity. Above Hokage Mountain, half of Konoha was gathered there. My time has come, everyone. I must ascend to the other realms now, he announced. Everyone looked at him sadly. Don't be sad, just be happy that I was here and the mess was solved without bloodshed. Itaki, Obito, Shisui, and Suzuki, you four have been great students and were able to master your powers so fast. I am sure you will look after the world. Naruto, your will to never give up is commendable and your heart is pure. I wish you luck and blessings for your future with Hinata-chan, he said, making Naruto and Hinata blush. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, may you three always be friends and keep on helping the world. He blessed. Then he looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Haha, you two are the weird ones. But, you are good people. Tsunade, I hope my teaching will help you advance the medical science around the world and Jiraiya may all your future books go hit, he laughingly said. Then he talked to Brian, his friend for so many years and worlds, even though I feel bad to leave you behind, I still want to wish you a good life. Look after this world, my friend. Brian quickly hugged him, thank you for everything, old man. After saying a few more goodbyes, Alexander looked at all the people, everyone, I will be watching you, I may be like your kind grandfather, but remember, I can also get angry. So, be good and keep on striving for better. Kagaya, you too. You have already done a good job with your people, now you just need to keep on going. Okay, it's time for me to go, take care, everyone. He waved his hand and white light fell from the sky over him. Everyone was waving back at him with some of them having tears in their eyes. We love you old man, many of them shouted. Zip. After Alexander left, many things happened around the world. A few people thought they had nothing to fear now but Obito and many more people from other villages immediately thwarted their plans. They didn't let the world destabilize. After 10 more years, Obito quit his position and let Naruto become the 7th Hokage and bring his own reforms that put more emphasis on technology. Just 25 years after Alexander left, the world had already started to look like modern Earth but with a few things better and purity level remaining at 85 to 90%. On the other hand, the Otsutsuki clan had now developed into space peacekeeping corps who traveled the universe and helped the civilizations facing natural disasters or those that were getting attacked by other species. Kagaya lived a happy life with her sons and still remembered all the favors Alexander had given her. Zoom. The white light disappeared and Alexander found himself standing in a jungle. But when he looked behind he saw a tall wall going around in a circular path. He had already sensed 2 kids standing beside the wall when he was coming to the ground, but they ran away seeing the light. He was confused about where he was. But then he heard a noise coming from the bushes. Who is it? Come out, he ordered. But no one came out. So he walked forward to it. Come out, I won't hurt you. Demon. Suddenly a blonde/orange-haired little girl jumped out of the bushes with a knife and stabbed Alexander. But the knife just got bent. Straight face. What are you doing, little one? I'm no demon, I am just a wandering grandpa, Alexander clarified. But the girl still showed a scared and contorted face like he was going to eat her any moment. Hey. Just then a white-haired boy jumped out of the bushes and also tried to stab him. Alexander was taken aback due to how similar the boy looked to his younger self. The two were probably 10 or 11 years old and were wearing some kind of white night suit. No need to stab me, I am not here to harm you. What are your names? He politely asked. Unlike the girl, the boy acted calmly. Who are you? Did you come from beyond the wall? Yes, you can say that. Can you tell me where I am? He asked. Hearing that he came from beyond, the boy carefully answered, I am Norman and that is Emma. This place is an orphanage called Gracefield House. Oh, but these walls seem to differ. This feels more like jail. Alexander replied. Pop. Boss, where are we? Dobby appeared. It spooked the little kids. Easy, kids, nothing to fear, this one is Dobby. I didn't introduce myself, I am Alexander Maxim Universe, you can call me Grandpa. For those who still haven't realized which world this is, it is called Promised Neverland. Emma and Norman looked at each other's faces, seemingly asking each other what they should do now. Pop. Asterisk pop. Pop. Pop asterisk. Ji-chan, we're hungry. One by one, the tailed beasts appeared. This shocked the kids a lot. Alexander had to do something now. All right, kids. I am not a normal man, I am a god. You will see weird things happening around me but they will never hurt you. These small ones are chakra beings. Potatoes, introduce yourselves. Hehe. I am Lucky 7 Kome. Shikaku here. Kurema. One by one the tailed beasts jumped and told their names as if introducing their superhero name. God? That is just a being constructed to control the masses, there is no god. Norman argued. Haha, I used to think the same when I was like you. Oh, how wrong I was. Son, you can think whatever you want but can a normal human do the things I just did? You ask yourself, observe me, and decide. Now, come, let's eat something. These little fellas love ramen, you should try some too. He invited them. He waved his hand and a nice carpet and a bonfire appeared. The tailed beasts quickly took their seats. Okay, today we are eating your favorite, miso ramen with fish cake, boiled eggs, and lots of meat. Yai, ramen, 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 the beasts started chanting. Emma and Norman were extremely confused, but they simply took seats alongside the beasts and each received a bowl of ramen. They looked at it intently for a while, but then the aroma reached their noses. Emma was the first to and quickly started eating. If he was bad he would have already eaten us, she told Norman. Norman nodded and also started eating. Will you all be staying with me or going back in? Alexander asked the beasts. Only Kome, Shikaku, and Karema wanted to stay and the rest wanted to return to Fahame and play with countless beings there or just sleep. They really liked living in Fahame as it was filled with various kinds of soothing energies. After a while of eating and talking, all the remaining tailed beasts left, leaving Alexander to do his job. Alexander decided to ask the kids about the world, but then he noticed something. Son, why are there numbers tattooed on your neck? I don't think orphanages are supposed to do that, he asked. Norman puts his hand on his neck. This is the number to identify us. Strange. Can you tell me about this world? He asked. We don't know anything. We have never been out of this place. We only get adopted when the time comes. Norman answered. Alexander sensed the hesitation in his voice. Why though? If this is an orphanage you should be allowed to see the world outside. We can never go out. We are just food for them. Emma blurted. Norman tried to hold her mouth as he suspected Alexander might be like their caretaker, Isabella, only putting on a good face. What's the point of hiding? I don't think he is bad. Look at him, Emma pointed to Alexander's face. Alexander, Dobby, and the three beasts gave a big smile to them. Then Alexander asked them, what do you mean by food for them? Who? Norman sighed and started explaining, taking a leap of faith, we don't know. They look like monsters, they are certainly not humans. We have been able to figure out the pattern of how kids are chosen to be taken away. We go through tests to judge our IQ here and all those with the lowest marks are the first to be sent away. Emma started with a crying face. They tell us that someone wants to adopt us. But in reality, they harvest us for food. We saw it with our own eyes, Connie's body. She was killed by those demons. Alexander went closer to them and caressed their heads. Don't cry. I will correct everything now. I will destroy all these demons, I promise. Alexander looked around himself. He was already sure that whichever world he was in, it was not a normal Earth. These kids were being harvested like it was a slaughterhouse. Dobby, call Ragnarok out too. I'm sure he will also like burning these demons, Alexander said. Dobby nodded and went to Fahame. What were you two doing here at such late? He softly asked. We were looking for a way to run away. We have been planning for a while now, but crossing this wall seems impossible. Norman responded. Well, if you want to see what's beyond this place, I'll show you, he told them. He held them close to himself and flew into the air. It spooked the two children a lot, but they held themselves. He brought them above the wall and finally looked at what was beyond. Well, even if you were to somehow climb, there was still this ravine, he said while looking down. Norman and Emma were shaken, realizing that even if they had claimed it, they wouldn't have been able to cross to the other side. Running away was impossible. Poof. Where are the demons? I'll burn them all, bring them to me. Ragnarok appeared all ready to fight. Easy there, Raggy. We will go where these children are staying. They surely have a warden there who is colluding with the demons. Let's start the purge after learning what we are dealing with, he decided. I hate this phase of your work. Okay, I will wait. Shikaku, come, let's play chess. He decided and sat down. Alexander let him be and looked at the two kids. So, will you take me to your orphanage? The two nodded. No man who could fly be normal. And this one had said he was a god. Even the intellectual Norman was starting to believe a little, and a small glimmer of hope appeared in his mind. But then Norman remembered something. Oh no, we've been out too long. We were supposed to return. She will know we're here. It's all right, nothing to worry about. What can she even do? He said and again brought them down from the wall. Ragnarok was going to wait there while Dobby came with him. Come, sit on my shoulders. Your little feet won't be able to match our speed, he jokingly said and put them on his shoulders. Which way? He asked. That, Emma pointed in a direction. Okay, now enjoy it, he said and started running very fast. Emma and Norman held him tight. Emma was even enjoying it as she threw her arms in the air. Soon they came out of the jungle to the open field. In the distance, a big wooden house was standing tall. Let's walk now. Here, grab my fingers, he offered his hand. The two were visibly scared at the moment, but holding his hand comforted them. Alexander also used his power to ease their minds. They started walking to the building. Soon they saw many shouts coming, calling for Emma and Norman. It seems they are trying to find you. How many other kids know about all this fake orphanage? Alexander asked. Only me, Emma and Ray, Norman answered, keeping a plain face. Maa? A small boy came running and hugged her. We were lost in the jungle, Phil, don't worry now. Emma ruffled his hair. Yes, don't cry, child. Here, try this candy. It's sweet and sour. Alexander handed him a handful of small candies. Phil confusedly looked at him and took them. Who are you? I am Grandpa, just call me that. Alexander warmly said, releasing his godly aura to give everyone a nice feeling about him. Thank you, Grandpa, Phil smiled widely. Alexander then raised his head and looked at the only adult around. The kind-looking woman, but a monster in hiding. The woman was also looking at him, scared and confused. Not wanting to make the children worried, Alexander made the woman fall unconscious. Mama. The kids worriedly ran up to her. Ah, step aside, little ones, I will pick her up. He offered. Norman, show me her room, I will take her there, he said. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Norman understood his intention and led the way. Alexander picked her up and reassured the children. Don't worry kids, I am a doctor, I will take care of her. Meanwhile, Uncle Dobby here will give you lots of tasty treats. Follow him to the dining area. Dobby, being the most loved creature, attracted the attention of the kids and led them into the hall. The only ones left behind were Emma and Ray. Ray went to Emma and asked in whispers, what is going on? Who are these two? Gods, they are gods, Ray. We are saved now, she excitedly said. What are you saying? Did you fall on your head or something? Ray angrily asked. Believe me, Ray. Just come with me and see for yourself. Emma dragged him inside the private room. Alexander brought the woman in and put her on a chair. Then he waved his hand and a few metal rods came and tied her hand and feet. Knock knock. Norman, it's me, Emma. Norman opened the door and let the two come in. Ray was shocked seeing the scene in front of him. More shocked by seeing the bent metal rods. What is her name? Alexander asked. Isabella, Norman answered. Okay, I will look into her mind first and get all the information. It is much better than verbally asking, he decided. He probed into her mind and saw her whole life. But he soon found himself unable to hate the woman. She turned out to be just like one of the kids in the orphanage. She just chose to become the caretaker rather than getting eaten. To survive she even had to kill off her maternal instincts, which were still in there, albeit hidden. He also learned a few things about the world. The world was divided into two. 1,000 years ago, humans and demons used to live without borders and constant fighting. Then Julius Rattray of the Rattray clan, the major power of humans, gave a proposal to the leader of demons, called him. The promise was signed and a few years later the demons were given a few humans, whom they kept alive inside numerous premium and factory farms for future human trafficking and meat farming. The orphanage he was in was one of the premium ones. The factory farms were farms that mass-produced cheap orphan meat of poor quality. Orphans who were being kept in these factory farms were being kept alive in a vegetative state through machines, like monitors, to keep their organs functioning and give them oxygen, thus the machines were vital in keeping the orphans alive. The children in these farms didn't learn languages, have names, have free will, and could not think of escaping because they were kept in a comatose state their whole lives. There were supposed to be hundreds of them. It was really sickening for Alexander. Beyond this, not much was known about the inner society of demons. Isabella was only responsible for taking care of the children and making sure they grow happily. Okay, let's wake her up, he said after coming out of her mind. He looked at the dark-haired boy from the corner of the eye, who was supposed to be her son. Isabella woke up with a big jump. She instantly tried to stand up but couldn't under the restraints. Resistance is futile, look where you are sitting, he reminded her. She realized what had transpired and looked at her locked hands and feet. Who are you? A god for ones like these little ones and a monster for the sinners like demons. What you want me to become entirely depends on your choice of the next words. Tell me, is there a way through which you can make demons come here? He asked. She was going to say no but he stopped. Don't lie to me. I can detect lies. Yes, I have a system built here to contact the outside world. She confessed. Good, I want you to do it. Ask for a demon to come here. I don't care what you tell him. He ordered her. Free me first, she demanded. Alexander waved his hand and the metal rods unwrapped around her. She, Emma, and Ray, who had not seen him do this earlier, were shocked. Do it, he nudged her. She eventually used her communication device and called for help. Good, now I want you to be honest about Ray with everyone, Isabella, Alexander said, this time sounding a bit softer. Her eyes widened hearing this. She was even more shocked thinking how this man knew about her secret. Ray already knew that Isabella was his mother from a long time ago, but he was shocked about how he knew that. But considering he said he was going to read her mind, Ray quickly found the reason. Alexander still looked at Isabella. He was going a bit easier on the woman. He could understand that even if she had fought the demons to protect the children, she would have just been killed and replaced. The farm would keep on working like it always has been. She gulped her saliva and looked at Ray. I am Ray's mother. What? Emma and Norman exclaimed at the same time. How is this possible? I thought we were all orphans here, and why would you do this to Ray if he was your son? Emma asked in disbelief. Because if I didn't act then they would have noticed and taken him away from here. I tried to save him, she confessed. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Alexander decided to step in for her. She is not lying, Emma. Come, I will show you, only then will you believe it. Emma quickly took his offer and walked to him. Alexander touched her forehead with his index finger and she instantly got flooded with images of Isabella's early life, from the orphan days to the present. By the end of it, she had a small tear in the corner of her eyes. She looked Isabella with a sad face. You were just like us? An orphan. Isabella sadly nodded. I still am. Ray didn't know about the past of his mother, so he and Norman were startled by this new bit of information, but it all made sense to them now. They always thought about how a human can be as heartless as Isabella. It turned out, she wasn't heartless, she was just as scared as they were. She was trapped as they were. Ding ding. The doorbell sounded. Isabella twitched, realizing who it probably was. They have arrived. Quick, you should hide. If they saw you they would kill everyone here. No need to worry, it won't be us dying, Alexander replied and walked out. There he saw Dobby handling the two demons like dolls. He had the two held by their necks. Bring them to the dining hall. Let's reveal everything to the kids so they can understand what condition they are in, he announced. He looked at Isabella. You will tell them everything honestly. If you do this, I promise to provide you a safe passage to human land with your son. Isabella quickly made a decision and firmly nodded. Good, follow me. Alexander went to the noisy dinner hall where various dishes were spread on the table and the children were having fun eating them. Okay, little ones, I want your attention here. Listen to you mama carefully, he announced. Then Isabella went on to tell the truth about the reality of the farm. Then Alexander showed them the deformed demons. The children were horrified by this, but Dobby and Alexander helped them with Kome and Karema cheering them on. You don't have to fear anymore as I am here now. Just sit tight and wait, I will solve everything, he assured them. I knew something was fishy about this place. Phil stood up and spoke. Alexander was surprised as the boy was just 4 years old and still had doubts about the place. Then he remembered that all the kids there were supposed to have a very high IQ. Yes, little one, your doubts were right. You all will stay here while I go out and solve the problems, okay, he said and dragged the two demons with him. He also looked into their memories. He learned that there were in total 5 premium farms and hundreds of factory farms. He learned that the demons were a totally new species of mindless creatures at the beginning. But after they started eating humans, they started growing intelligent. After a long time of eating them, they finally developed their own societies and their own food chains. If they stop eating human meat now they will start degrading and become mindless beasts. They had chosen to eat children because they were easy to control and their young minds were a better source of minerals to them. While most of the demon population ate children from the factory farms, the elite and rich ate those from premium farms because the kids from there were smarter and lived a healthy life which according to them made them tastier. Alexander was in a dilemma of judgment. Should labeling the demons as sinners be the right thing to do? Weren't humans also sinners for doing the same with their cattle? The demons saw humans as their food and saw nothing wrong with eating them, just like humans saw some animals. No, they are sinners because what they are doing now is not a necessity anymore. They are doing this to enjoy their meals, they even torture their food sometimes. There may be good demons too, but there were a hell of a lot more bad ones. Including humans, this Ratri clan, who sold children and now controls the whole child trade. Alexander took out his phone and called Ragnarok. Raggy, round up all the demons in the world securely. I will start judging them. All right, boss. Ragnarok got to work. Dobby, you take care of the human side of the world. This Ratri clan is the one that is responsible for catching if anyone from these farms runs away, he ordered. Okay, boss. Dobby vanished from the spot. Alexander also released 100,000 T-800 droids under the command of 100 seraphs that will secure all the premium and factory farms and save the children. After issuing the orders, Alexander spent some time with the kids. He gave them many gifts and candies. When all the demons were gathered, Alexander mercilessly killed those who liked hunting people as a sport. He killed the whole royalty of the demons and also many more high-ranking personnel. On the other hand, the Ratri clan's few members were also put to death for shaking hands with the demons for money. But by far the most important discovery was Ragnarok's. He found a female demon who looked exactly like humans. Her name was Mujika. She was born special and her blood had the power to act as a permanent substitute for human flesh. However, the demon royal family, the 5 regents' heads, and the Ratri family saw that as a threat to the farm systems, their money supply, their control over the demon world, and the promise they made, so the royals and 5 regents devoured the cursed blood demons, those demons who drank Mujika's blood and became human-like permanently. They never ate human meat, until only Mujika remained. Alexander instantly ordered anyone related to this greedy activity to death. The world's children's farm problem could have been solved if they had used Mujika for help, but they chose money. Alexander took over the whole world in a matter of hours. He asked Mujika to give him some blood so he could replicate it using the Hufflepuff cup. After creating gallons upon gallons, he stopped and gave it to every remaining good demon in the world. This changed all the demons to look like humans and have the intelligence of humans. There was no need for the promise now, and that led to Alexander finding the so-called god of demons, called him. He lived in a different dimension where the time ran differently. He looked small and had a childlike appearance. But his sadistic tendencies were also clear. Alexander gave him the time torture of going through the life experience of every orphan child. Then he killed him too by erasing his soul as he was a category 5. There was also a dragon-like being that Alexander caught so Ragnarok could deal with it later. After that, he only focused on making the whole world one and uprooting the whole farming thing. There were still a few demons left who had not drunk the blood, so they were also caught and made to drink it. He lived in that world for 3 years and helped all the orphans settle down, no matter from which farm. Though he had to help the children from factory farm a lot as they were kept in a zombie state till now. The kids from Gracefield still treated each other like family, and Isabella was trying to redeem herself by genuinely helping them in any way possible. Kids from the premium farms were all intelligent kids, so they all had scholarships from big schools. After making sure that the world didn't have a difference between humans and demons, he checked the sin rating, which was already at 94%. This meant his job was done. In fact, he had overachieved it. He had only reduced the sin percentage but not the mentality of the people. There were still a few differences between humans and demons turned humans. But he left that to the next generation. Ha ha ha, okay then, goodbye. As a god, I cannot stay here for the rest of my life because there are many worlds out there with people like you who are in trouble and need help. He waved them goodbye. Sorry for not believing you were a god, Norman apologized. Haha, it's alright, kid. The existence of a god in a world like this would feel unrealistic to many. I wish you all a happy and successful future. Goodbye, little ones. He waved his hands. All the kids shouted goodbyes for him as he vanished in the white light. Alexander was very worried about the world and knew that someday some demon will try to ruin everything. That was why he left 100,000 T-800 reinforced with magic. They will keep things clean if anything goes bad. But the situation for their use never came. 30 years later, Norman became the first president of the world government with all other kids from his time in an orphanage as his ministers and other big position holders, working to make the world a better place. Mujika turned into a leader of demons turned humans and worked to erase the gap in society. From there, they genuinely changed the world for everybody. As for the demons, no biological demons were remaining. There were only a few humans left who committed various heinous crimes from time to time. A society could never be perfected, there would always be a few bad seeds. Alexander's eyes adapted to the light after coming out of the white light. He looked around and found himself standing on top of some Himalayan mountain. I appreciate the beauty of this place but where the hell am I? He talked to himself and checked his phone for messages. The current message said he was just a god and nothing else. Pop. Dobby appeared and looked around. Wait, is that a tsunami? Alexander laughed. Haha, are you drunk? We are on top of a mountain how see? God damn it, it really is a tsunami. What is this place? Alexander and Dobby flew into the air and saw the whole mountain except its tip getting swallowed in water. Boss, look, a ship, Dobby pointed out. Alexander looked at the ship and was hit with a realization. I think we are in the movie 2012. A very bad yet commercially successful movie. But why are we here right now? The world is already destroyed. Maybe you are supposed to be like some kind of new Jesus to them. Dobby thoughtfully said. No thanks, I am not interested in getting crucified. Jesus had it enough. Instead, I'd like to take a direct approach. Alexander decided. But instead of Dobby's, another voice appeared near his ear. Did you miss me, brother? Alexander twitched a little by the sudden surprise. Damn it, you did it again. Can't you arrive normally? Says the man who uses a pink door to travel dimensions. Jesus joked. Alexander laughed and gave him a hug. How are you, brother? Very fine, coming straight from heaven. Father has been celebrating his small win over that Zolruk for the past 5 years. It's a never-ending party and we will probably run out of virgins up there soon. Jesus worriedly said. He's always over the top no matter what he does. So, what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Alexander asked. Nothing, just came to check up on you. My last job ended too soon when they crucified me when I was just 3 years old. It was a world of orcs and all they thought about was war. When I preached peace, they crucified me. Jesus revealed. Damn, your job is hard. Alexander sympathized with him. Let's go now, and mess with these humans. Jesus excitedly said and flew towards the ship. Alexander and Dobby also went with the flow. They flew towards the opening hatches of the ships. It was a useless dramatic scene at which point the movie ended, but now they were here. All the people on the ship were in shock and in disbelief. There were 3 figures flying in the air in front of them. One of them was literally Jesus and even looked like that. Alexander just looked old with his long white beard and hair. People mistook him for Jesus' father, the real God. Dobby looked like some kind of buffed Greek god with ginger hair and beard. Instantly more than half of the people fell to their knees and started praying. What was I even expecting? Jesus sighed. What were you expecting? That they would invite you to a party? Alexander jabbed back at him. Well, I did want some nice food and a drink, Jesus stated. Alexander decided to handle the messy situation in his own way. Humans, what happened to this planet is the result of your own greed. Constant harm to Earth with your destructive weapons, destruction of the ocean with your toxic waste. Your senseless wars on which God is greater when in reality there is just one God with different names and iterations. I have come to meddle in earthly matters today, but I will make sure you don't forget this experience. You will have 200 years to get your things together before all this comes again. He used his time stone powers and started reversing the time of the whole planet but leaving out people's memories. This way, when everything went back to normal, they still had all the memories. He then only reversed the time of the ecology of the Earth and made it better as it was 200 years ago. So, Jesus, what are we going to do now? He asked, looking at him. I want a pizza, it's been a long time since I ate one, Jesus demanded. Nov, L, B / JNN. Pizza it is. The 3 flew to Italy to find good pizzas. Meanwhile, the world was realizing the crazy thing that just happened. Initially, they thought it was just a dream, but then they asked each other and it spread on social media. It turned out that everyone had experienced it. Even the people who had died very gruesome deaths and were not even on the ship also had the words of Alexander in their heads. Now it was all up to humans whether they take the warning seriously or not. Though Alexander honestly didn't have much hope. Alexander spent a good amount of time with his brother. They even went to Disney World after their pizza trip. They just had normal human fun. After that, Jesus returned to his job and he returned to his. He was again thrown into a new world. Alexander opened his eyes and looked around. He was in a jail cell it seemed, and from the movement, he could say it was a ship. What weird past do I have now? He asked himself. He looked around to make sure no one was seeing him. He took out the phone from his pocket and checked it. The moment he opened the message, memories covered his mind and he started to see them. Memory starts. It was an ancient world where spirits and humans were both present. But the spirits were a danger to mortal humans. To protect themselves they took refuge over the shells of the mighty lion turtles who were master of one of the forces of nature, air, earth, fire, and water. Whenever people would have to venture into the wilds to collect food, the lion turtles would bestow upon the hunters the ability to control their own element. Because the distance between each turtle was big, the different communities never met each other. This, eventually, made the majority of the cities lose contact and knowledge of each other's existence, and developed unique cultures with time. But then came a young man named Wan. He misused the power of the lion turtle for selfish desire and for it he got banished into the spirit wilds. He traveled to many places and on one of his journeys, Wan mistakenly severed the link connecting Rava and Vado, the two oldest known spirits representing light and darkness. In the process he released chaos into the world. Vado was freed and caused chaos and this needed to be stopped. Hence the light spirit, Rava, and Wan began their journey to master elements. Soon the time of the battle between the two spirits every 10,000 started coming closer. For this, Rava and Wan bonded together permanently, making Wan the first avatar. Wan then went on to defeat and lock away Vado in an elemental barrier in the hollow of the Tree of Time. He also ordered the spirits to return to their world and then separated the two realms by sealing the spirit portals located at the north and south poles. As the world now had a new protector, the Avatar, the lion turtles collectively decided that their task as protectors of mankind was done and that they would no longer grant any more bending powers. At the same time, another legend became famous throughout the world. The legend of the spirit god. During the days of the spirit wilds, an old man used to traverse the lands, helping and befriending spirits and humans alike. He was always accompanied by 2 of his subordinates and 9 of his spirit beasts. After the spirits were locked away, the old man also disappeared as if unhappy with what transpired. In the meantime, humanity deboarded the lion turtles. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Many villages and factions were formed as a result. They begin to come into contact with each other. The different peoples begin to wage war against each other, forcing Wan to intervene in order to maintain peace. His efforts, however, were of little success. Violent conflicts continue until his death and beyond. After the death of Wan as the Avatar, the cycle continued and the will of Avatar passed on. Then came Salah, and after that Zeto of Fire Nation who strengthened his own country more. Then came Yangchen. Yangchen was the air nomad Avatar from the Western Air Temple, succeeding Avatar Zeto. After mastering all the elements in her youth, she was eager to make a difference in the world, despite her inexperience. She left the Air Temple at a young age and looked to help people. But her inexperience was obvious in her brash methods of helping people. She never backed down from a conflict which in turn created more problems. Then she came to a small village in the Earth Kingdom called Udeo. Seeing the poor village and its poverty-stricken population, she tried to help. But that instead started the fight among the villagers to receive her aid first. She then beat the villagers up which incited the village against her. She could not understand why people were behaving like this, even though she was just trying to help them. This is human nature. No matter what you do, there will always be a selfish desire to want things for themselves first. Most are like this, but there always come a few exceptions. Alexander appeared in his old man's attire in the village. He was still wearing the same attire as in Naruto world. Yangchen saw Alexander and felt the vibe of a wise man. She greeted him with a bow and asked, "Then how can people like these be helped? You give the hungry man a fish, he will eat it and ask again. If you teach a hungry man to catch fish, he will never go hungry. Just like that, this village is poor because they don't know how to make money. Teach them trade and other crafts that they can sell, this way they will never go poor. You still have a lot to learn, young Avatar," he explained. After that, Yangchen learned many things under Alexander and eventually evolved to be a great Avatar. Due to her devotion, no threats of the war occurred for an entire generation after her death. In death, she was revered as a holy individual, and people in the Earth Kingdom even began to pray to her for protection. After that encounter, a legend of a mysterious old man who guides avatars started to spread around the world. People believed it was the old spirit god who had appeared again. Every avatar that came after Yangchen was taught and helped by the old man at some point. One avatar, Kyoshi, was even adopted by the old man. Kyoshi was born to 2 criminals, Jisa, a renegade air nomad nun, and Hark, a thief from an impoverished family of Earth Kingdom actors. When Kyoshi was 5 or 6, however, her parents decided to leave her in the care of a villager at Yakoya Port, an impoverished community of farmers and fishers located in the southwestern Earth Kingdom. When her parents had departed, the villager immediately reneged on the deal, casting Kyoshi out onto the streets. As they were mostly poor themselves, the people of Yakoya had little sympathy for her and would have left her to die of hunger. Homeless and reduced to starvation, Kyoshi survived by eating garbage, making her even more of an outcast among the Yokoyans. But when she was near death due to starvation, the spirit god appeared and adopted the girl. Come with Grandpa little one, you don't need to ever go hungry again, I will also teach you bending, he offered her. He taught her a great many things and made her a great avatar. She was one of the strongest avatars to ever live. Her earthbending was so strong that if she tried using it would go out of control and disrupt the Earth's tectonic plates. For this reason, she used her fans to control earthbending powers. She also rarely used earthbending because of it being too strong. But still, her work couldn't stop the already existing problems of Earth Kingdom, which led to a lot of social unrest. But then suddenly the avatar disappeared. After that came the avatar from the Fire Nation named Roku. He too received help from the Spirit God at one point. He was the first one to write down a brief known history of Spirit God and the experiences of previous avatars with the Spirit God. It was he who popularized the Spirit God, leading to a new temple of worship for the immortal being who teaches the avatar. After the unfortunate death of Avatar Roku, the new avatar was born in the Southern Air Temple. But due to a tragic incident, shortly before the beginning of the 100-Year War, Avatar Aang was frozen in an iceberg for 100 years. Only to later find out that during his absence, the Fire Nation had waged war upon the other nations and managed to completely wipe out the pacifistic air nomads. In those 100 years, because there was no avatar, no sightings of the Spirit God happened either. Although Alexander still did many things away from people's eyes, Alexander just waited for the next avatar to come while he spent most of his time watching the world and roaming the spirit realm. But when he heard the news of a young bald boy going around with multiple bending powers, Alexander headed to him. But he found out that Avatar was being hunted by the Fire Kingdom and particularly Prince Zuko. Alexander went ahead to confront them as a traveler, only to find a banished kid trying to prove himself to his worthless father. He also met a good wise man named Iroh with whom he shared drinks. But the prince didn't like that and tried to put them in prison, which Dobby and Alexander voluntarily accepted, as otherwise, they would have ended up destroying the ship. Alexander had a plan that he was going to make a good man out of Zuko and make him the better Fire Lord in the future. Memory ends. Only if I had control over my body in the past, I could have solved this whole mess even before it began. He loudly thought while sitting in his prison cell. Well, let's get to work then, yawn. Alexander looked around to see if there was anyone else in the jail cell. Dobby, they caught you too. Alexander saw his giant friend in the cell across from him. He was tied with lots of chains. I don't know, boss. Never thought I would see a being like you chained up like this, Dobby jokingly replied. You know it, Dobby. We did it voluntarily. Besides, I have no control over the memory. They are like ultra-realistic movies for me. Most of the time they are absurd, but I can only accept them. Though the good thing is I have a close relationship with all avatars and was able to help so many people. Now that we are physically here, our work starts. Oh, look, someone's coming, Alexander babbled. Soon an old man came to Alexander and opened the cell's gate with keys. Forgive me, my friend. My nephew has very bad control over his anger. Haha, it's all fine, Iroh. Young men tend to be full of themselves. He's a cocoon right now, someday he will become a butterfly, Alexander said jokingly. Iroh laughed, ha ha ha, I just imagine Zuko as a giant butterfly. He then freed Dobby. Let's go, my friends, let's play pie show over some warm tea. I could use some tea, Dobby agreed. Alexander then put his hand in his pocket and took out a very nicely packed bag. I got some exotic tea, Iroh. Let's drink this, you will love it. Oh, new tea? I have never seen this before, Iroh exclaimed. You won't know unless you try it, Alexander said. Soon the three sat on the deck of the ship, drinking and playing pie show, much to the annoyance of Zuko. Where are we headed to, Iroh? Alexander asked. We are going to the icy northern water tribe. My nephew here wants to catch the avatar there, Iroh answered. Dobby scoffed. Since when did people start catching avatar? Isn't he meant to be the key to the balance of the world? My nephew has a strange obsession over catching him after he was banished. He needs to catch Avatar in order to return home, Iroh explained. Zuko quickly came to Iroh angrily. Uncle, don't reveal everything to strangers. Oh, they aren't strangers, nephew. We drank tea together and that makes us friends, Iroh heartily replied. Zuko ignored Iroh and looked at Alexander. When will you leave my ship? We are overusing our resources on you too. Haha, you don't need to worry about me, kid. I will catch some fish. About where I want to go. I will board in Northern Water Tribe. Always wanted to see their icy city, Alexander said. Zuko realizing that Alexander won't leave his ship, he went to his room in a foul mood. Your nephew has too much rage in him, Dobby spoke. Yes, but he wasn't always like this. He used to be a good kid when he was small, but since his mother disappeared he changed, Iroh revealed. Well, bad experiences sometimes make good men too. He just needs support. Anyway, I will go and catch some fish, Alexander said and went to the edge of the ship with Dobby. What's the plan, boss? Dobby asked. Well, this world is fairly simple. Fire Nation is the big bully and Avatar is supposed to be the protagonist of the story. We will just make this whole process less violent, Alexander answered. Dobby nodded. Yes, but if Iroh had taken his rightful place as the Fire Lord, things would have never gotten like this. The man has a beautiful mind and heart. Haha, don't turn on me now, Dobby. I told you I will find a beautiful elf wife for you later. Don't improvise and settle with Iroh, he joked. Heh, I'm fine, boss. You should worry about the old lizard first. Dobby replied. Beep beep. Alexander took out his phone and checked the message. Blue Fang wants to take Haku out for a field trip. He's stronger than anyone on this planet, I think it will be fine. He typed the message and told him the necessary things he'd need to bring with him. People mostly had nothing to do in Fahame. Michael trained with Douglas. Douglas was also slowly reaching the power level of an archangel. Hats was helping Olivia with everyday things. He was really tamed by her. Oh, I caught something. It's time to eat, he said and pulled out the fish. But that was just for the show. Alexander had stopped hunting animals for meat as he had meat trees in Fahame. But he couldn't tell everyone about it. So he puts on a show before releasing the animal and showing the meat from Fahame. Sigh, another world, another war. This is always the story. Dobby sighed. This just goes on to show you that even if you cross dimensions and go to different universes, the nature of humans remains the same. Let's not be emo now, we will be making this world a better place soon. He cheered the big elf and went to cook the fish. He set up a small fire on the deck and started cooking. Soon he was joined by Iroh and a few more men who started singing and dancing. Nov, L, B /JNN. So, tell me about your family, Iroh. You haven't talked about them. Alexander asked. Iroh's face turned sad. This war sadly also consumed my only son years ago. Alexander lightly patted his shoulder. I can feel your pain. But as long as he is not forgotten, he is alive inside you. Who knows, maybe someday you will get to see him again in the spirit world. Iroh smiled. That's the plan, in the long term. But I did venture into the spirit realm once. It is not an easy place to be for a mortal. While they were eating, a guest appeared on the ship. It was General Zhao, who wanted to take the ship and men away from Zuko to use them in the assault on the northern water capital. Iroh worriedly looked at Alexander. This may be a bit problematic. You should eat, I will join you later. Alexander, on the other hand, had a different plan. He was already near the shores of the northern water tribe, so he decided to leave now. The moment he was left alone, he flew away with Dobby. The whole land was covered in icy sheets. He even saw small penguins. This world is quite small, boss, Dobby deduced. Yeah, I feel that too. I guess the whole planet is small, Alexander hypothesized. After flying for a while, they reached the northern water capital. The whole city was carved out of the ice and had many waterways. It was certainly beautiful but also chilling for normal people. Pop. Hey, Alex, wanna drink with me? Ragnarok appeared out of Fahame. He was wearing red and golden clothes that made him look like some royalty. Haha, I don't have time, but you should tag along with me. I'm pretty sure you can pass as an extremely strong firebender. Alexander said. Huh? What the hell is that? Ragnarok asked. The ability to create fire. There is a whole country in the world where a lot of people are able to do that. Alexander explained. Haha, then I will become its king. Point me in its direction, Alex, Ragnarok brashly claimed. No, we are not here to make you king this time. Sure, you can show yourself maybe as a fire-bending god, but not the king, as I already have a candidate in mind. He clarified. Arg, alright then. I guess it will be fun. Ragnarok muttered and started drinking from the bottle. Alexander went in to see where Avatar was and see his progress. Him, Ragnarok, and Dobby's height, features, and address made them stand out a lot and gain the attention of the guards. The guards came to question them, but by the time they could say anything, the war drums started sounding around the city, signifying an attack. I guess we will be going to this war first and making sure no innocent loss of life occurs, he decided. They flew to the outer gates of the capital where the Fire Navy had gathered with their machines and men. A battle had already started among them. From the air, Alexander looked at a large number of ships in the distance. He just waved his hand once horizontally towards the ships. Boom. The next moment, all the ships got split in two, with loud explosions. On the land, the Fire Navy was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Nobody knew what happened. But that moment was enough for the Water Tribe to charge ahead and take the upper hand. While all that was happening in the capital, Zuko had infiltrated and abducted the Avatar whose soul was in the spirit world. In the spirit world, Avatar was trying to find the location of the Moon Spirit and Ocean Spirit so he could find a way to stop the Fire Navy. While searching for these two spirits, he was visited by the previous Avatar Roku's spirit. Roku, I need to find the Ocean and the Moon Spirit. The Northern Water Tribe is under attack, Aang said worriedly. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. The Moon and Ocean are ancient spirits. They crossed over from the spirit realm to the mortal realm very near the beginning. There is one spirit I know of, old enough to remember. Roku said. Aang quickly asked who it was. The spirit's name is Koh, but he is very dangerous. They call him the Face Stealer. When you speak to him, you must be very careful to show no emotions at all. Not the slightest expression or he will steal your face. Roku explained to him. However, he continued, but there is another way, Aang. Do you remember what I told you about the spirit god? He is like a father to many spirits, good or bad. He is near you, you just have to find him. He can teach you everything and also help you save the Water Tribe. But I don't have time to find him, I need to quickly get the power to save the people, Aang argued. Then you must take the risk of meeting Koh, but keep my words in your mind. No expression, Roku warned him and dissolved into the water. Aang firmly looked around and made his way towards Koh. Koh was born to the Mother of Faces thousands of years before the 100-Year War. Over time, he increasingly interacted with the human world and started to carry out punishments against perceived wrongdoers as well as answer questions to those mortals brave enough to face him. The latter behavior resulted in some discontent among more ancient spirits, who believed that Koh set a bad example by allowing any human to approach him. After looking for a while, Aang finally reached the cave. "You can do this, Aang," he encouraged himself and put on a plain face before entering. "Hello? Anyone here? I am looking for a spirit named Koh." He spoke even though he did not see anyone around. Just then he sensed something behind him. Then suddenly a clownish face appeared in front of him. It had the body of a centipede. "Welcome." Koh tried to get a reaction from Aang, but Aang stayed strong. Instead, Koh received a plain thank you from Aang. "My old friend, the Avatar. It's been a long time," Koh said in a creepy hoarse tone. Aang innocently asked, "You know me? How could I forget you? One of your previous incarnations tried to slay me. Maybe 800 or 900 years ago." Koh said in a vengeful voice while changing to his multiple faces one after another to spook Aang to give him an expression. "I didn't know that. Why did he, or I tried to kill you?" Aang asked. Koh started speaking like he was enjoying it. "Oh, it was something about stealing the face of someone you loved." Koh changed his face to a woman whose face he stole and looked at Aang deeply. Then suddenly he moved close to his face and turned his face into a baboon's, trying to give Aang a jump scare. But his tactics didn't work. He continued speaking, "Of course, that is all behind us. Why should I hold a grudge against you for something in the past life? After all, you're a different person now. You've come to me with a new face." He got very close to Aang's ears. "It's been a long time since I've added a child's face to my collection. But again, I wouldn't try to do that either. I still remember the harsh lesson the spirit god gave me for stealing Avatar Kuruk's wife's face. He even made me give the face back." Koh sounded sad for a bit. "But he's a very nice being. He gave me 1,000 unique faces that he made just for me. They are my special occasion collection." We are getting off topic, so, how may I help you?" Avatar took a short breath and spoke, "I need to find the moon and the ocean." Koh started making circles around Aang creepily with his centipede body. Their names are Tui and La Push and Pull, and that has been the nature of their relationship for all time. Aang requested Koh to tell him about their location so he could save the water tribe. Koh mockingly looked at Aang. "Oh, you think you need their help? Actually, it's quite the other way around." Bam. He gave Aang another jump scare just for the heck of it. But Aang didn't show any expressions. "Someone is going to kill them? Of course, Spirit God is close by and might save them, who knows," Koh said. "What do you mean?" Aang asked. Aang asked Koh how he could find them and protect them. In return, he received clues from Koh that he had already met them. After a few seconds, Aang connected the dots and suddenly the image of the koi fish back in the capital appeared in his mind. "The koi fish!" he exclaimed. Avatar's face became excited and Koh quickly turned around to look at his face. However, Aang had changed it back to normal. Unknown to Aang that Koh had seen him, but he was just letting him go. He didn't want to receive the spirit realm's infamous fist of love again. "I must go now," Aang plainly said. "We'll meet again," Koh replied and receded into darkness. Aang exited the cave and asked Roku for help to return to the physical world. Soon his soul was back in the physical realm, but he couldn't find his body where it was the last time. Then his soul flew in the air on its own and returned to the body captured by Zuko. Soon his friends, Sokka and Katara, also reached him and they were on their way back to the capital's spirit oasis where the two spirits resided. Back in the capital, Ragnarok decided he wanted to join the fight and jumped down and started using fire. His attire and power shocked many as he was using fire and attacking the army of the Fire Nation. His fire was also immensely potent and destroyed whatever came in his path. From the air, Alexander and Dobby were making sure that no innocent died in the war. Whenever necessary he will throw his powers. The water tribe was winning quite easily. But then suddenly, it seemed the moon got covered in blood, spreading an ominous red light all around the place. Alexander then noticed all the water benders losing their water bending powers. Quickly all the Fire Nation soldiers launched an attack on defenseless retreating water tribesmen. "God damn it, what have they done now? Ragnarok and Dobby, you two stop this army. I will look for the reason behind this. I sense an imbalance in the forces of nature," he seriously said and flew away. General Zhao had caught the moon spirit that had taken the physical body of a fish, along with the ocean spirit in a piece of cloth, and planned to kill it to make his name famous. But Aang came in time and told him not to kill the moon spirit as it would ensue chaos around the world for everyone. But Zhao was still defiant. Then Iroh came and angrily shouted, "He is right, Zhao. The Fire Nation needs the moon too. We all depend on that balance." He then took an even harsher tone and got ready to fight. "Whatever you do to that spirit, I'll unleash tenfold. Let it go now." Zhao, finding himself cornered, kneeled and put the moon spirit back into the pound. But then his face twisted in anger and rage. He lifted his hand and sent a fire blast at the moon spirit. The moon spirit died on the spot and the moon in the sky lost its light. Everything went dark at that moment and the faces of Aang and Iroh turned horrified. Iroh jumped to fight the guards of Zoho while he tried to escape, but a loud noise came from the sky. Boom! A fiery human figure fell close to them as if it was a comet, but dust covered everything and nobody could see the person. However, soon they heard calm yet anger-filled words that would scare even the most seasoned fighters of all. What have you done? Alexander walked to General Zhao and lifted him from his neck. That spirit was even older than all your ancestors' ages combined. Killing it doesn't make you great, it makes you the stupidest man alive. I will hand you over to the spirits to be judged for the crimes. Alexander then walked up to the fish pond and picked the dead body of the moon spirit. It was a white fish with a black dot on its head. Combined with its partner, the ocean spirit both creates a yin-yang sign. He quickly reversed the time of the body of the moon spirit and soon it started flapping. He smiled warmly and put it back in the water to reunite with its partner. In that instant, the moon's color also returned to normal. Alexander also put everlasting magic barriers on their bodies now so that they cannot ever be harmed. Whoever attacks them in any way, the attack will get reversed and hit the attacker. He put his hand in the water and patted their small heads. The two fishes showed their pleasure by rubbing their heads on his hands. Haha, you will not have to worry anymore about someone attacking. I have put a shield around you. His words were only loud enough for the spirits to hear. But then suddenly the two dots on the fishes started to shine and from them came out to a slightly humanoid figure. One blue and white. They were the size of small-tailed beasts. They quickly came up to him and gave him a small hug. Haha, you didn't have to do that. Now, what will your punishment be for this perpetrator? The two spirits looked at fear-stricken Zhao and then Alexander. Alexander quickly understood what they wanted to do. I agree with this punishment. Alexander looked back at Zhao. The spirits have decided to imprison you in the Fog of Lost Souls. Of course, most people there didn't know about the meaning behind Fog of Lost Souls. It was a boundless prison for humans located within the spirit world. It was inhabited by a sentient fog spirit that can infect the minds of individuals, effectively driving them insane by imprisoning them in their own darkest memories. It acted somewhat like his own time torture. No, you don't come closer. I am General Zhao, you will have the whole Fire Nation against you if you touch me, Zhao shouted. Like I care about that, Alexander scoffed. Bam. Ragnarok landed behind Zhao and fire swatted on the back of Zhao's head, sending him flying towards the moon spirit. Zhao quickly got held by the moon spirit as they disappeared back to their body after giving a slight bow to Alexander. Kome, Shikaku, and Karema walked up to the fish pond and looked at the shining fishes. All three had come with Ragnarok. Shikaku then tried to catch the fish but got hit by Karema on the back of his head. Bam. You dumb trash panda, those are pure ancient spirits. Don't hurt them. Pray to them and just pay respects. Karema said. Oh, Shikaku exclaimed and pressed his palms together. Oh ancient spirit, bless me so Ji-chan never runs out of ramen, he loudly prayed. Then Kome innocently prayed, beautiful spirit, I am lucky 7 Kome, give me the power to always help my Ji-chan. The two then looked at Karema. Hey, aren't you going to pray? Karema scoffed. Ha, I've already done it, I don't need to loudly say it for all to hear. Shikaku and Kome complained. Hey, not fair, you heard our requests. Tell us yours. They soon got into a small argument and moved to the side. Everyone was confused by the beasts but they took them for some spirit too. Iroh walked to Alexander in shock. I didn't know you were a firebender and also have such an understanding of the spiritual world. Alexander scratched his long white beard. Haha, you never asked, my friend. Ah, meet Ragnarok? He's my good friend, also the most powerful firebender I have ever seen in the world. Iroh looked at Ragnarok's regal attire. Such fine silk, where did you buy it, my friend? I made it myself, Ragnarok replied. He couldn't say it was from Fihaim. Iroh's face became like he was struck with enlightenment. Oh, so you are a silk tradesman. Indeed a very profitable business. I will buy some silk from you for my nephew, he likes such shiny things. Ragnarok scratched his head and just nodded. Alexander decided to stop any more misunderstandings from happening. So, what are you going to do now, Iroh? I'm sure the Fire Nation will soon declare you a traitor, he asked. No, they won't. Zuko got up from the ground. He was unconscious all this time. If I catch the Avatar and bring him to father, he will let us stay, Zuko said. Alexander looked at the little bald kid and then Zuko. No, Sedum. I mean Aang will be staying here. You, on the other hand, need to open your eyes and look at the reality of the world. Look around you, what the Fire Nation has done to the world. Then judge who is in the right, the Avatar or the Fire Nation. Zuko angrily replied, you know nothing. And who are you to speak to me like that? You are also a firebender, a citizen of Fire Nation, you also come under me. I don't think so, Alexander replied. I will teach you manners then. Zuko ran up to fight him. Ragnarok walked up to Iroh. Ah, he shouldn't have done that. Wanna bet on who wins? Iroh caressed his beard. I don't want to but I will put a gold coin on my nephew. Family should always have each other's back. Haha, okay then, Ragnarok laughed. Zuko kicked towards Alexander while using firebending. All his attacks were with fire. But Alexander wasn't using anything and was just moving around and dodging the fire. He jumped and rolled around slowly decreasing the distance between them. You put too much rage and little thought behind your moves. HAA. Zuko turned his body and threw a side kick. But Alexander simply rolled towards his side, just beside his face. Boom. He threw a normal uppercut at his jaw, throwing Zuko 10 feet off the ground. Then just as Zuko was about to fall he lightly kicked his body, throwing him towards the feet of Iroh. Just brute strength will not get you far, kid. You still have a lot to learn. Alexander said. Zuko was still down on the ground and accepted his defeat. Just one single move it took the old man to defeat him, and he didn't even use fire bending. Iroh helped Zuko get up slowly. But then Zuko asked something to Alexander, "Who are you? You are clearly very strong and yet no one has ever mentioned you in Fire Country." Alexander laughingly replied, "Ha ha ha, I'm just a wandering old man, child. Don't fret about it. You should worry about training yourself for now, otherwise forget Avatar, you can't even catch that monkey." Just then the monkey started making angry noises at Alexander. "Haha, okay, Momo, not monkey." Zuko embarrassingly stayed silent. Iroh came to Alexander and shook hands with him. "Well, I guess we will be parting ways now, my friend. I really liked that tea you gave me." Alexander patted Iroh's shoulders. "I have a feeling that we will meet again, Iroh. Nov. L. B / JNN. I hope so, take care." Iroh helped Zuko up and walked away. "See you later, my silk tradesman friend. Here, I lost the bet." Iroh tossed the gold coin to Ragnarok and left. "How did you do that? How did you bring the moon spirit back to life?" "I felt it was dead," Aang quickly asked him when he came out of his stupor. He was too shocked and devastated seeing moon spirit die. "Haha, so you are the new avatar. I think you already know how I did that because you know who I am," Alexander cryptically said while softly smiling at him. "He is nearby you just have to find him." Aang remembered the words of Roku, spirit god. Aang excitedly exclaimed. "Haha, yes, Aang, I am, but all the previous avatars called me grandpa. You can too," Alexander warmly replied. "Roku was right about you. Will you teach me now?" Aang excitedly asked. "Yes, Aang, I will. But we will be traveling a lot in the meantime," he replied. "Ah yes, meet these three, Kome, Shikaku, and Karema. Those are Ragnarok and Dobby," he introduced. "Whoa, I learned about you all from my master. But where are the other 6 spirit beasts?" Aang asked. "They are resting in their realm. You will see them someday eventually. Now, I think we have some work to do," he reminded Aang. "Yes, we still need to defeat the Fire Navy," he worriedly exclaimed. "Actually, no, you don't. I have already defeated all of them." Dobby spoke. "Whoa, you are so powerful. Then I should go and talk to the tribe chief. I need to tell them that they should go to the Southern Water Tribe and help them rebuild," Aang said. Alexander nodded. "Yes, you should. Let's go together." They went to the main palace of the Northern Tribe. There he met Arnook, the tribal chief. "Did they carve this whole city out of a glacier? Nice, looks beautiful, but there is a lack of gold," Ragnarok exclaimed. "Thank you, Avatar Aang, for helping us. Without you we may not have survived this war." Arnook bowed to him. "Oh, it was not me who defeated them. It was Grandpa here," Aang said. "Cough haha, a good joke, Aang. How can my old bones fight hundreds of soldiers?" Alexander refuted, confusing Aang. Alexander meanwhile spoke to him in his mind. "Child, being the Avatar does not mean you are only supposed to be powerful in strength. It also means that you must be powerful in mind too. You need to learn diplomacy too. I am but an ordinary man. I am also not after fame as people already worship me around the world. It is you who has to shoulder the responsibility that comes with being an Avatar. Take his gratitude. I came to this place for you so you indirectly saved this place. Also, now you will have very good relations with the Water Tribe." Aang nodded continuously at his words. "It is my duty as the Avatar to bring peace, no need to thank me," he said to the chief. "But I do have a request. I want you to send help to the Southern Water Tribe and help them rebuild," Aang requested. Arnook instantly agreed. "Yes, we will do that. They are our sister clan and we should be helping each other. Do not worry, Avatar Aang. Then we should be on our way. I need to continue my journey and learn other bending," Aang said respectfully. Alexander and Aang came out of the palace, leaving behind Sokka who was in lovestruck with Princess Yu. Katara looked at him. "You know, once we defeat the Fire Nation we can come back here." Sokka ran up to Yu and hugged her. But she, on the other hand, quickly kissed him. They were too embarrassed to look at each other's faces after that. But Sokka looked back while running away. "I will be back. UN/O/vel/B/jn.c//om." After that only Yu and her father were left in the hall with a lot of awkward silence. "He's a good kid," Arnook said and left, making Yu blush. Although she already had an arranged betrothal, she didn't love that man. But now that Sokka had received acknowledgement from her father, she wasn't worried. Aang was handed over some training scrolls to learn water bending. "We are sorry, this is all we can do. You will have to find a good master if you really want to master water bending." Aang looked at Alexander and smiled. "I already have the best teacher possible. Okay, bye now." Alexander and his party were also going to sit on the back of Appa for now. Once they were in the air, Aang came up to him and asked, "So, what are you going to teach me? Will you teach me fire bending? Or earthbending?" "Haha, easy now, child. I am here to merely help you on your path, but you must choose your own paths first. If I do it for you then are you even a free soul?" Alexander asked. "So I have to do whatever I want to do and you will help me whenever I am stuck?" Aang asked. "Yes, something like that," Alexander replied. "But what will you do while I do my things?" Aang asked. "What I have been doing all this time, help people and maybe help some more people," Alexander replied as he wasn't even sure what he would do. Maybe spend some time with Olivia as he should have. Marvel, alternate universe. Saitama's adventures had gotten boring since he beat Galactus to smithereens. He mistakenly even destroyed his whole solar system-sized ship. After that, he went to a few more planets and just did his normal hero for the fun stuff. Killing bad guys was always a bit satisfying. At last, he was now searching for the Celestials who were supposed to be immensely powerful if all of them were fought together. He was in his ship made by Tony and just munching on some dried alien seaweed that he bought from a sale on a planet. It didn't taste exactly like Earth's, but it was still satisfying to his taste buds. Ah, this is boring. I wonder how the old man is doing. Maybe I should go and meet him when I am done here. His spaceship was currently going through a space jump, but then suddenly a white light appeared in front of the ship and it got transported somewhere. Welcome, student of the Wandering God. I have been watching you, a majestic voice came. Who is it now? I dropped my seaweed because of you, Saitama asked as he got out of his ship. He found himself in a white space but he could breathe there. Then a golden giant man with 3 heads appeared. I am the living tribunal. I safeguard the multiverse, the total sum of all universes, from an imbalance of mystical forces. I can show you an opponent that you should defeat or else he will destroy half of the life in the universe very soon. The living tribunal said. Saitama got a bit excited knowing that there was someone this powerful. But he also saw that the man in front of him was also strong. I will do it if you spar with me. I want to see how strong you are, Saitama asked. I am not stronger than you, Saitama. Not physically, but I do have a variety of abilities that can be used to trap you in a dimension where nothing exists. The living tribunal replied. Saitama thought for a bit. Then give it your best shot. Saitama quickly got into his punching position. Medium series, serious punch. He punched towards the living tribunal. The living tribunal sent a yellow beam from his eyes, but the beam was deflected with his punch's wave and the punch made contact with his body. The living tribunal was thrown very far away. Whoa, you are very strong, Saitama praised. The living tribunal shook its heads in denial. No, it was my beam that slowed your punch. If you had hit me directly, then I would have died. Now, I have kept my end of the bargain. I am sending you to the Earth where this being is minutes away from doing the deed. Wait, what? Saitama couldn't speak further as he was pulled into a portal. Earth. All the Avengers and Wakandan forces were fighting Thanos' forces near Wakanda. Thankfully for them, Thor had arrived but Thanos was still beating them very badly. No one was able to do anything. They were hopelessly trying to stop him from snapping his finger. Boom. A huge thunderstorm appeared in the sky and it looked like a tornado was forming. Thor, what are you doing? Rocket shouted. I am not doing anything, Thor shouted back. Then with a red thunder, a bald man in a yellow jumpsuit was thrown towards the Wakanda city. Wait, is that the same bald guy? Dr. Banner asked. It seems so, don't get distracted, Cap is still fighting Thanos. Let's just hope he comes to help us, Natasha said on the comms. Saitama's adventures continue. Ah, crap, I need to save them, Saitama remembered. In his hand was a big bag filled with cabbage but he still ran to the battlefield. He jumped from his location to the forest where the fight was going on. But he fell too hard on the ground and everyone around him fell down due to the shock wave. Oh, sorry. Where is the bad guy? He asked. Although Thor was beaten by Saitama back then he wasn't salty about it. Mighty bald warrior, you have come at the right time. That blue man is the enemy. The gauntlet in his hand is the power with which he can wipe the universe. Thanos who had fallen down stood up, towering Saitama who still had a polybag in his hand. Ah, he's tall, Saitama exclaimed. Heh, I won, Thanos smirked and proceeded to snap his finger. Don't let him snap his finger, Natasha shouted. Saitama reacted in a tenth of a second and broke Thanos' thumb. But he used too much strength and Thanos' thumb got ripped off from his hand along with a piece of his gauntlet. Time Stone also came with it. Ah, I used too much strength, Saitama exclaimed with a purple bleeding thumb in his hand. Ay. Thanos groaned in pain. Bwahaha, how will he snap his finger now? Thor started laughing. Thanos then angrily tried to punch Saitama but Saitama was much faster and better than Thanos. He punched Thanos' head with a good enough strength. It instantly fractured his skull and turned his brain into liquid. Thanos' body was thrown a fair distance away. Everyone was shocked by how easily Saitama defeated Thanos, whom they all were trying to beat all this time. Even Thor was finding it hard to beat Thanos. All of them except Thor knew that Odin was already defeated by the bald man. Saitama picked the time stone in his hand and checked it, then proceeded to lightly lick it. Ah, this doesn't taste like candy, my time is wasted. Wait, there is more on that gauntlet. He went ahead and took all the stones out of the gauntlet. I should take these to old man, these are absolutely not safe here if anyone can use them to destroy the universe. Ignoring him, many of the Avengers went close to Thanos' dead body to make sure it was dead. Ah, I'm bored, Saitama sighed. But Natasha came to him seductively, then maybe I can help you. Saitama scratched his bald head. No, I am busy. He plainly refused and left for the city to cook his cabbage and have a nice dinner. Ah, what a monk, even ignoring Nat, Hawkeye commented. Back to Alexander in his universe. Oi, flying monkey, give me my crayon back, Kome shouted and flew after Momo. They all had entered the Earth country and were headed to the city of Omashu whose ruler was Aang's friend. He wanted to learn earthbending from him. Grandpa, look, I can easily do water bending now, Aang shouted while he practiced in the water. Alexander nodded at him then used his powers to create a humongous water dragon. Try to replicate that. Aang looked at the dragon with excitement and worship. He went ahead to practice making the dragon. On the other hand, Katara was also training but her speed was slow as compared to Aang's. Karema, come, I'll get you washed up in the river, Alexander said. Suddenly all the hair on Karema's body stood up and he jumped back. No, I hate water. What's there to worry about? You haven't bathed in a month and licking yourself doesn't make you clean, he argued and picked Karema in his arms, even though he was protesting. Wahaha, this will be fun, Ragnarok laughed while laying down on a recliner on the side with a beer in his hand and having a sunbath. Alexander was about to pour water on Karema but he suddenly grew bigger to his normal size. He was mountain-sized Karema now. This was the first time others were seeing his full size, so Aang and Katara were spooked and Sokka was screaming like a girl. Haha, you think your big size is a problem for me? Alexander chuckled. He used his magic and turned Karema small. But now because Karema was already in his full body he wouldn't be able to get bigger, and if he tried to get smaller he would become the size of a frog. Nuji-chan. Karema complained, but Alexander still washed him neatly with special shampoo. Soon his orange fur was shining. Then he blew air on him and dried him up. Good, look how good you smell. Your grandma gave me this conditioner to use on you. Sniff sniff. Kome came and sniffed Karema. Yes? He smells like roses. Ha ha ha, Rossi Karema. Shikaka started laughing. Okay, next is Shikaka and Kome, Alexander said, making Shikaka stop laughing abruptly. Yai, I love bathing, Kome cheered. He was always the opposite of everyone else. Shikaka tried to run away but Karema caught him and brought him to Alexander. No, Ji-chan, I am made of sand, I will melt if you clean me with water, Shikaka shouted. Stop making excuses, Shikaka. We both know the truth. Alexander refuted. Eventually, Shikaka also started smelling like roses. Then there was Kome, but he was having fun bathing alone. He was singing songs and playing in the water, so Alexander let him be. Grandpa, can you help me with water bending? Katara came to him and asked embarrassingly. Absolutely, child. What is the problem? He asked. I can't seem to be able to manipulate more than a certain amount of water, she said. Then you need to increase your body's strength. Your bending powers are somewhat reciprocal to your body. You are still young and have space for growth. You also need to start meditation to have better control over your mind. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If you do this you will be able to use even the sub-branches of water bending. Sub-branches? She confusedly asked. Yes, normally it is known that there are 4 types of bending, but even those 4 types have sub-branches. For example, water bending has ice bending, healing with which water benders can channel chi through their water abilities and heal injuries, plant bending that allows users to manipulate any type of plant life with water in it, and the dreaded blood bending, the ability to control the liquid in a person's body to manipulate them physically. He explained. Can I learn all these? She asked. Absolutely, you have already learned the ice bending. Healing is very complex and takes time, but I can help you with plant bending, he said and patted her head. Then suddenly Sokka came running to him. What about me? Can you teach me something? Sure. What do you want to learn? He inquired. Teach me to throw my boomerang so fast that it can split trees in half, Sokka requested. It is possible but will require a lot of practice. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Sokka strongly nodded his head. Okay then, you need to practice your chi first. Go to Dobby, he will teach you that. Sokka happily went to Dobby in hopes to learn something new. But the chi training required meditation, which was not his cup of tea. But he tried. He was very easily distracted, so Dobby stood behind him and every time he moved Dobby swatted at the back of his head. Kid, I won't go easy on you. My students are always supposed to be the best, Dobby said, making Sokka scared. Meanwhile, Aang was finding it hard to make a water dragon. This is so hard to do. Alexander went to help him. Aang, don't be so hasty. Keep your mind at peace and focus. Don't just think about doing it, try to feel it, try to imagine the result. Don't be like water in the ocean that is violent and always moving, be like a freshwater pond, clear and calm, that's the best state of mind you can have, he advised. Aang heeded to his advice and took a long breath before trying again. He slowly built the water dragon, albeit a bit smaller than Alexander's. Whoa, I did it, he cheered. Boom asterisk. He lost his focus and all the water fell back down on him. Hey, look, Katara suddenly shouted and pointed to the sky behind the mountains. A lot of smoke was rising from there. Oh no, it is Omashu, Aang worriedly exclaimed. Must be the Fire Nation, Katara added. Then pack your bags and let's go there. If they are in need of help then it is the duty of the Avatar to help them, Alexander decided. Zuko was in deep thoughts now. Since the day he was beaten by Alexander he had lost his will to fight anymore. He had seriously started thinking about the things Fire Kingdom has done all these years. He had traveled to many villages now and had seen their misery. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If he was inside the Fire Kingdom, then he would have never learned about the atrocities committed by his country. But he was lucky enough to be outside and look at the world for what it was. All his life, just like the other kids, he was led to believe that Fire Nation was good and they were fighting not because of bad ambitions but for peace. They were told that Fire Nation wants to bring prosperity across the world and for this they needed to rule over it. He now knew what a lie it was. Don't be sad, Zuko, when life gives you lemons, you make a lemon tea. Life is all about improvising, adapting to different situations, and eventually overcoming them. You received a good beating from my old friend there and that is a fact. Now, you can be sad about it and cry or work harder and get stronger, Iroh advised him. This was exactly why he accompanied him after all. But uncle, how am I supposed to catch the avatar if I only focus on my training? Zuko asked. You don't have to. Suddenly a feminine voice came. Iroh and Zuko looked and found it was Azula. Why have you come here? Oh, that's so rude, Zuzu. I came here all the way to give you father's message. He wants you to return. He thinks people are plotting against him and that he can only trust his family. Azula informed them while rolling her eyes as if tired of all this. Father, want me back. Zuko muttered. No matter what he was still hungry for parental acknowledgement. I will be waiting on my ship. Come soon, Azula said went back, hiding a wicked smile. We are going home, it is unbelievable. After 3 long years, Zuko muttered with a secret excitement. But Iroh didn't buy it. This is very unlike my brother. He would never send a letter like this. I have never known him to regret anything. Zuko was quick to refute him. Did you listen to Azula? Fathers realized how important family is to him. He cares about me. Iroh still didn't buy it. I care about you? And if Oze wants you back, well, I think it may not be for the reasons you imagine. Zuko being a young hot-blooded teenager, whose mother had gone missing and hungry for parental love. He strongly denied whatever Iroh said to him, refusing to see who truly loves him. You don't know how my father feels about me. You don't know anything. Zuko shouted. Iroh took a softer tone and added, Zuko, I only meant that in our family, things are not always what they seem. Not wanting to realize the hard truth, Zuko lashed out, I think you are exactly what you seem. A lazy, mistrustful, and shallow old man who has always been jealous of his brother. Clap clap clap. Good family drama is what I always like. Go on, continue. I haven't finished my popcorn yet. A flying cat appeared in their room. Zuko took a fighting stance while Iroh didn't. What are you? Oh, I am the one and only, your friendly neighborhood chaos god. Hats introduced himself. You can call me Lord Hats, he added. Are you a spirit? Iroh asked. Hats thought for a second. I guess you can say that. Have you come to guide us? Great spirit. Iroh politely asked. Ah, you are such a positive man. No, I am here to enjoy what is going to happen soon. Bye-bye. Hats turned invisible. I feel that this cat was a bad omen and tried to warn us, Iroh mumbled while scratching his beard. The next day, they went to board the ship but as expected by Iroh, they weren't being taken back as the family members of Fire Lord but as prisoners. The captain of the ship had mistakenly called them prisoners instead of Prince and General Iroh. So they fought and ran away. Their whole way they could honestly hear a laughing sound always near them, as if mocking them. Alexander, Dobby, Ragnarok, and the Avatar team came across the city of Omashu. Omashu was the second largest city in the Earth Kingdom and the capital of one of its states, surpassed in size and importance only by Ba Sing Se. The gates of the bustling metropolis were normally guarded by an army of earthbenders. The city was also well known for its famous delivery system powered by a combination of both earthbending and gravity. The tall mountain peak on which Omashu was founded was located in the southwestern Earth Kingdom. It rises high out of a deep chasm and was created by earthbenders several centuries prior. The only way to reach the gates of Omashu is across a long narrow bridge of stone that spans the sheer gorge. Yes, we were right. The city is taken over by the Fire Nation. I must save Bumi, Aang exclaimed as soon as the city came into view. But how should we enter? There is only one entrance to the city. Katara reminded him. Well, it is Avatar's duty to help the people but I can't overlook this illegal occupation either. So, I will give you a small hand. Come with me, we will be going through the main gates. Just make sure you don't say anything no matter what, he instructed them. They nodded their heads seriously. They all walked to the city's main doors and knocked on it. Alexander had put an invisibility charm on all of them. Soon the doors opened for someone to come out and inspect. They all normally walked in, shocking the Avatar team. Once a good distance away from the gates, Aang asked, how did you do that? They didn't even look at us. Haha, just one of the perks of being an old knowledgeable man. Alexander laughed it off. So, where do we find this friend Bumi of yours? He asked further. I don't know, they must have captured him, Aang sadly answered. Okay, your Avatar team will go and find Bumi and I will help the people here. Kome, you are the most responsible of all, you will accompany them, Alexander instructed. Yes, Lucky 7 Kome is always on duty, let's go. Kome flew ahead, making others run after him. So, what are we going to do, boss? Dobby asked. Well, the Fire Nation must have appointed a new governor here. Let's just go and meet them, he proposed. Haha, okay they agreed. Omashu was renamed as New Oze after it was conquered and a man named Yukino was appointed as the Fire Nation governor. He was the only person to ever become a governor in the Fire Nation. He and his family were standing on the balcony and looking down at the city, but then they heard a voice out of nowhere. Hey, can you give the city to me? Ragnarok appeared in front of the balcony with his feet on fire making it look like it was making him fly. Yukino looked at Ragnarok in shock. But because Ragnarok's attire matched with that of a fire national, Yukino politely asked, who are you? And how are you flying? Ha ha ha, I am the mighty fire dragon, the strongest of all. But he was interrupted. Muhaha, I am the mighty sand beast, Shikaku, Shikaku added. Ragnarok facepalmed himself, that is why Kome is the smartest. Guards. Yukino's wife shouted. No, there won't be any guards coming here. Dobby came from behind them, cornering them between Ragnarok and Dobby. Then Alexander came. Listen, I mean no harm to you or your family. Just stay calm and do as I say. That child will also not have to cry then. What do you want from us? Money? We got money for. Why you? Yukino fearfully stuttered. Sigh. No, what I want is freedom. He waved his hand and chairs appeared behind the family. Sit down and tell me your names one by one. I am Yukino, the governor appointed by Fire Lord himself. He was interrupted by Ragnarok. That's enough, next. His wife introduced herself. I am Mitch, this one is my daughter Mai and my son Tom. Why multiple Tom? Alexander thought. Good, I am with the Avatar. That should be enough to tell you why I am here. He introduced himself. Yukino and his wife nodded sharply. Yukino looked at his wife. I guess we will be going home. Michi, yes, you are here illegally occupying another kingdom. This is oppression and I do not agree with it. Stay nice and I will send you back to the Fire Nation safely. Try to fight, and I will send you to jail, Alexander told the small family. But then the eldest daughter of Yukino threw some knives at him. All of them touched his body and made a clanking sound like they hit metal, then they fell down, leaving behind an awkward silence. I will ignore that this happened, but if you want your father, brother, and mother to not go to jail and live in conditions, then refrain from doing this again, he warned her. He then went ahead and escorted the small family to a windowless room to lock them in. But someone else was waiting for them there. Hi. An earthbender attacked the family. Alexander immediately jumped in front of the family and stopped the stone spear attack. Who might you be? Alexander asked. I am Young, captain of Omashu army. The man replied. You might want to stop this. They have already surrendered and the city is free. I am with Avatar, he has gone to save King Bumi, he revealed. The Avatar? Young asked in shock. Yes, I want you to go and burn the flags of Fire Nation and release all the prisoners. Tell everyone that it was Avatar who freed them all, Alexander ordered him. There weren't many soldiers in the city as it had already been conquered and they weren't expecting any attack to come soon. So, after making Yukino announce that they have surrendered to the Earth Nation, it was a smooth victory. Where is Aang? He asked himself and went out to see, only to find a fight going on between a firebender girl and Aang. She was throwing blue flames at him. You all keep an eye on them, I will be back in a bit, he said as he went to Aang. Behind him, Shikaku and Karema were busy playing with the small toddler of Yukino. Hey, do you have some drinks? Ragnarok asked Yukino. Yes, we have many. Yukino cowardly said, in front of his wife and daughter. Grow a spine, man. You are in front of your family. I am not going to kill you anyway. Ragnarok scolded him. Yukino took a sigh of relief and brought a bottle of sake. Alexander appeared on the construction site where they were fighting. What is going on here? He asked Kome, who was watching the fight from the side. Oh, Ji-chan, she just attacked us out of nowhere. But I let Aang and Katara fight because they need to grow, Kome explained. Alexander proudly patted Kome and asked, do you know her name? Kome made a noise like he was concentrating. It had Z in it. Zilla? Godzilla? Yes, Godzilla. Alexander saw the confident face of Kome but couldn't bring himself to believe him. He looked at the violent girl and just turned the floor in ice. She tripped and fell. The next moment she found everything except her head covered in ice. He walked up to her. Who are you, girl? Release me right now, or I swear to God I will kill you. She seethed in rage. I asked for your name, not about your weird fetish, Alexander scoffed. I am Angela, Crown Princess of the Fire Nation. Who are you? She shouted. Alexander looked back at Kome who was embarrassingly rubbing his helmet-shaped head. It wasn't Godzilla. I am the Avatar's teacher. Are you Zuko's sister? He asked further. Hearing his name seemed to have made her even angrier. She truly looked psychotic at that moment as she raged and twisted her head. What a crazy girl. Must have family issues, he thought. He decided to look into her sins. Angela, age 14, category 3. Murder 13. Indirect murder, 23. Attempted murder, 4. Her family. Mental state, psychotic. Self-harm, 59. Sin percentage, 55%. Sigh, she is broken. I guess she needs some counseling. Angela, you will be getting medical rehabilitation. Until then, you will be staying around me, he announced. The next moment she was freed from the ice cage. But the moment she would try to do anything extreme like attacking someone, her hands would go numb and get paralyzed. What did you do to me? She asked loudly. I am helping you, Alexander replied. No, release me now, she screamed. Bam. Kome lightly slapped her on the face. Hey, you shout too much. My ears are hurting n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No, Kome, don't hit her. She is mentally ill, he reprimanded. What? Then. Lucky 7 Kome, the world's best nurse is at your service, Kome cheerfully said. Haha, sure, you take care of her, boy. Alexander laughed. He looked towards Aang who had gone to his friend Bumi who was in a cage. But the old man didn't need anybody's help and came out on his own. Oh ho, Aang, how did you get here? Bumi asked cheerfully. Alexander came up to them. You are clearly immensely powerful and could have stopped the invasion. Then why didn't you? Oh, a new friend, I am Bumi. And to your question, being neutral is the way of an earthbender. I could have easily defeated them. But what after that? They would have sent more forces and I would have won again. But then a time will come when I cannot win, and in this entire process, so many people would have died. So, sometimes it is okay to admit defeat and wait for a chance for victory. Bumi shared his wisdom. Alexander smiled and nodded, spoken like a wise man. Yes, you saved many people by surrendering. But there's no need to do that now. Oh, how so? Bumi asked. But Aang answered his question. Bumi, he is my master in 4 elements. Aang went closer to his ear and whispered, he is the spirit god. Bumi delightfully laughed, then this is the greatest moment of my life. Meeting the god I pray to is the greatest blessing. Alexander didn't tell him not to worship him. If people get hope for a better future and strength to face hardships by praying to him, then that was a good thing. Also, in his experience, whenever he told people not to worship him, they would worship more. Like those CUNT chanters. The pleasure is all mine, and you can call me Alex, Bumi. I have already liberated your city. I will leave behind one of my seraphs who will protect you all if the Fire Nation attacks. He proposed. Thank you for protecting us all, Spyri. Lord Alex. I will forever remember this. Bumi tried to bow, though Alexander stopped him. A man of your standing doesn't look good bowing. Also, it is bad for your back, Alexander joked. Ha ha ha, yes, my back has been having some problems. Let's go, I will organize a feast for you, Bumi invited. Alexander nodded. Why just me? Let's arrange a feast for the whole city. Food is on me. Release me now. Everyone was interrupted by the screams of Angela. Kome, who was just beside her, looked at her with confidence. Oh no, she's having an episode again. Tickle treatment starts. Kome had multiple feathers in his arms and started tickling Angela here and there while telling her she is a good girl. Alexander was in reality giving her medicine to bring her sanity back, but that would take some time. He was letting Kome do this because she was indeed a category 3 sinner and deserved some punishment. Using time torture on her would have also worsened her mental state. Wahaha. No. Haha. I hate you. Stoop. She cursed and laughed at the same time. Let's go, Bumi, Aang, let Kome handle her, Alexander said and took them with him. They later went to the dining hall, but to everyone's surprise, the Fire Nation governor and his family were also there. Don't be surprised, I wasn't going to kill them. The man didn't kill the people of the city. At least that separates him a little apart from the Fire Lord, and he has a little son. He told Bumi. That is the best decision. I wouldn't have killed them either, Bumi agreed. Hey, Bumi, will you teach me earthbending? Aang asked. But Bumi looked confused. You have Lord Alex with you, why would you need me? Then Aang explained to him that he needed to naturally make his choice and the spirit god was only there to help him when he was stuck. Still, Bumi declined to it as he was very old now and would not be able to take out time for him because he needed to help his city to get back on its feet. And if he ignored the city for him, then he would be ignoring his duty as the king. Still, Bumi told him about a girl in Jailing who is rumored to be the best earthbender of the generation and he should seek her. Meanwhile, Alexander had to go to the side because Amy had asked him that she wanted to come outside and travel with him because she was bored. He let her come out and then brought her to the dining hall. Everyone, meet my granddaughter, Amy. Immediately, Sokka came up to introduce himself in his foolish ways, trying to impress her. In return, he won an irritated look from Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok. Amy was like a piece of their heart for them. Sokka suddenly felt chills on his body. Why did it suddenly get cold here? Katara, did you do something? Alexander helped Omashu get a lot better. Meanwhile, he had sent Aang with his team, Amy, Kome, and Angela to find the earthbender girl in Jailing. Amy was just enjoying the beauty of the natural world along the way. She had explored Fahame many times, so this new change was very much welcomed. So, can you also do bending like Grandpa? Aang excitedly asked Amy. She nodded. Yes, he has taught me everything. Then can you teach me? He asked. Amy was much older than Aang and was like an older sister. Sure, what do you want to learn? Amy asked. Can you teach me how to turn invisible like Grandpa? He asked. I can tell you how it is happening. You see, we are able to see each other because the light reflects when it touches us. So, theoretically, if you could make your body so that no light gets reflected from your body, you will be virtually invisible. But you will not be able to do it how I or Grandpa do because our technique is special to our biology. What we do is not called bending but wizardry or simply magic. And magic has no limitations while bending does. She explained. Can I learn magic? Aang asked. This only Grandpa can answer. You need a certain type of biological features to do it, but I don't know how to check it yet, she honestly answered. Look, there is a village down there, Sokka shouted, disturbing their discussions. They brought Appa down to visit it. Oh, look, they are celebrating avatars, Katara exclaimed. Back in Omashu, Alexander was done with Omashu City. He had brought the city back on its feet and now with impenetrable defense. All right, boys, let's head out. We've still got a lot more places to help. Bumi, take care and keep on taking those medicines. Alexander instructed everyone. Hehe, yes Lord Alex, I will. Thank you for your help, say my hello to Aang. Bumi waved his hand enthusiastically. With that, he, Dobby, and Ragnarok soared to the sky. Boss, you should ask Olivia to come too, Dobby advised. I will, right now she is doting over her son and daughter-in-law. Once they go back on their adventures she will have nothing to do. She is also taking care of Natasha as she is pregnant, Alexander planned. Ha ha ha, I am happy that I do not have to worry about such things. I am free, Ragnarok laughed. Haha, look who's talking, the dragon in the heat, Alexander joked. Shikaku then suddenly spoke, yes, very much heat. I am feeling very hot too, oh, this climate. All of them started to laugh at his naiveness. But Shikaku, your nature is sand. How can you feel hot? Alexander asked. Ji-chan, I can control sand doesn't mean I like heat. I also enjoy a nice ice cream every once in a while. Shikaku stated as a matter of fact. Haha, okay. Well, we are close to the Si Wang Desert. But we won't be going there. Aang has gone to some village called Chin. We are going there. Alexander informed them. How does one name a village Chin? Do they have big chins or small chins? Kurama wondered. Alexander laughed and flew to the village at full speed. In a matter of seconds, they reached the village. It seems a festival is going on there. Look, it's a bonfire, Ragnarok pointed out. Haha, no, it looks like they are burning the statues of Aang and the previous two avatars. Alexander corrected. They made themselves invisible and landed near the crowd. But Alexander noticed Aang standing on top of his own statue and confronting the people about why they were burning his statue. I suggest you leave, you are not welcome here, Avatar, a man from the crowd shouted. Why not? Aang helps people. Katara argued. It's true, I'm on your side, Aang added. But the man who was probably the village leader didn't accept their words. I find that hard to swallow, considering what you did to us in your past life. It was Avatar Kyoshi, she murdered our glorious Chin the Great. You think I murdered someone? Aang said with self-doubt. All the people started booing, so he came forward and said, give me a chance to clear my name. The only way to prove your innocence is to stand trial, the village leader said. To which Aang agreed. You will have to follow all our rules, that includes paying bail, the leader added. Then by the laws of Earth Kingdom Aang has the right to have counsel to represent him. Alexander came down from the sky, making the villagers' jaws drop. Where are Amy and Kome? Alexander asked. Oh, they went to the Kyoshi Island to sightsee, Katara answered. Alexander nodded and looked at the man. Can you tell me again why you are accusing Aang? The leader came forward. In his past life, Avatar Kyoshi murdered our glorious Chin the Great. Alexander nodded. Okay, I want you to say that again, but this time very slow. The leader came forward. In his past life, Avatar Kyoshi murder. Stop right there. Did you say past life? How do you know that this avatar is the same avatar of the past? Alexander asked. Because they reincarnate, the man replied. Everyone reincarnates, but can you prove that Aang is the same as Avatar Kyoshi? He asked. The man was confused and speechless now. His own game was reversed. It was Avatar who was supposed to prove his innocence. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I am not the one on trial, it is the Avatar, he rebuked. But to put someone on trial you need to catch the right culprit. Prove that Aang is Kyoshi and prove that what you are saying about Chin is right. He countered. But he didn't receive any counter-argument. What is your name? Alexander asked the man. Tong, I am the village leader, Tong answered. Did you know what Chin was truly like? He asked. They all denied to this. So, Alexander made a holographic magical show. Chin was an earthbending warlord and he aimed to overthrow the 46th Earth King and launched a largely successful conquest of the Earth Kingdom. He was an extremely stubborn and proud man. Chin fell to his death when he refused to back down as Avatar Kyoshi separated her village from the mainland and formed Kyoshi Island. But you might not believe me, so I will summon the soul of Chin, for him to speak for himself. He announced. He used his resurrection stone and summoned Chin. Soon a transparent ghostly figure of a 5 feet tall man appeared. PFF, this is Emperor Chin? Chin the Conqueror? Bwahaha, he is even shorter than Napoleon. Ragnarok laughed loudly. Many others there were stopping themselves from laughing too. Tell the truth about the atrocities you committed in your days, Alexander ordered. Chin was bound to the stone for as long as his soul was here, so he answered quickly. Even the voice of Chin didn't feel very manly. I killed and pillaged my way through all the surrounding villages and conquered them. My focus was to eventually reach the capital and take over it. But I reached the village of the Avatar and challenged her. She was the fiercest foe I had ever fought and she beat me to the fight very easily. After she separated her village from the mainland, I fell from the cliff and died in the lava. So you are telling me that you provoked Avatar Kyoshi and that is why you died? Alexander asked further. Chin's ghost nodded. Yes, I wanted to take her land and she defended it. Alexander looked at Tong. Happy now? This is the soul of Chin. You can also ask something if you want. You are not the real Chin. This is an illusion, a trick. Tong shouted. It angered Chin. Silence, how dare you question my honor? I may be dead, but I still take pride in my past life. If you are the next generation of my homeland, then I am disappointed. Alexander let Chin back as he was getting agitated. He looked at scared Tong on the ground. See, it's all proven now. If you still insist on your senseless drama, I will inform the Earth King about your activities of acting as the king here, not following the laws of Earth Nation. He threatened. From today, if I hear about any stupid thing happening here, I will return and let Chin punish you all. He warned. Alexander then looked back at Aang. Let's go to Kyoshi Island and get Amy. Then we will head to jailing. Alexander used his powers and they were back in the air. Sokka and Katara were very scared of flying like that. Aang, on the other hand, was experienced. Grandpa, did you know Avatar Kyoshi? Aang asked. Yes, I did. I had actually adopted her and taught her everything. What a good child she was. Alexander muttered emotionally. Then couldn't you have saved her from dying? I mean, you must have a way to do that. Aang asked. Alexander let out a sad sigh. I could, but I didn't. Aang, the power of Avatar in your body doesn't come because of special biology. It is because of Rava, the spirit of light and peace. She is one of the oldest known spirits, having existed over 10,000 lifetimes before the appearance of the first humans. When the first Avatar, an elderly Wan, laid dying on a war-torn battlefield, apologizing to Rava for failing to bring peace. Rava reassured him that all would not end in vain, as they would remain together for all of Wan's lifetimes and would never give up. As Wan exhaled his last breath, her spirit, accompanied by Wan's, exited his body in the form of golden light and reincarnated as the next Avatar. So, every new Avatar's soul would get combined with them, and when they die and reincarnate again, the previous Avatar's soul also accompanied them. This is the case with you and Kyoshi too. There is no known way to defuse two spirits, and even if I did, then the next Avatar would have never been born. I might have ended up killing the soul of all the previous Avatars and Rava. Kyoshi was a strong woman. She knew what she was meant to do and also died while doing it, making me vow to her that I won't save her when she will be on deathbed. I didn't save her, but I did show her the heaven where I live. So, she lived a happy old life before dying. It was very painful for me to see her, my child, die like that. It is never easy for a parent. Alexander explained in depth, though his face had turned sad by the end of it. Aang nodded at that and stayed silent. He didn't know what to tell him. He had himself lost his whole tribe. They eventually came to Kyoshi Island, where Alexander went to the huge monument of Kyoshi first and prayed for a while. He knew that Kyoshi's spirit was in Spirit Realm and was recallable by Aang if he ever needs to. But it was also true that he couldn't give her a physical body. This was much different from what he had done for Hago Romo and Hamura, because along with living in the Spirit Realm, she also resided in Aang and was a part of him. Bwahaha, stop. No more. Okay, I will not shout. No good, you are still shouting. Tickle punishment, Kome replied. Alexander heard the noises and went towards it. Soon the view of Kome teaching his patient a lesson and Amy brushing Appa came into view. What are my kids doing? He cheerfully said. Oh, Ji-chan, this Mina tried to burn people here, Kome complained. Alexander looked at Angela. It seems I will need to increase the dosage. Well, don't worry, I will never give up on my patients. Keep up the good work, Kome. Alexander then went to Amy. Haha, grooming Appa, ha. I have never seen an animal like this before. And he's also so cute, she said and dived on the soft fur in Appa's back. Hehe, good thing you are enjoying this. We need to head to Jailing now. Aang's new earthbending teacher is there, he informed her. The current village was a small island and people lived fairly well there, so after he left lots of supplies for the people, he and everyone else sat on Appa's back and flew to their next destination. So, any idea what this new teacher of yours looks like? Alexander asked Aang. I don't know. I had this vision in which I saw something. It was a flying boar and a girl in a white dress. Aang said. Well, that is something. We will surely find her in no time, Alexander assured him. He then went to Dobby. I want you to go on your own mission and start preparing the world for a sudden change of power. I want it to be as smooth as possible, he said. Dobby nodded. Yes, I knew something like this would be needed. In all our journeys we did not meet one family that had a mix of races. The world is really divided by people sticking to their territories. Fire Nation is the first to start their globalization, but even that in a wrong way. Yeah, that is why. You take Shikaku and Karema with you to keep you company. Use all resources necessary, he instructed. Dobby nodded and vanished from the place in an instant. Whoa, where did he disappear? Sokka exclaimed. Magic, Alexander replied. After a while, they finally reached the large town. They left Appa with Kome and Angela near a jungle and went inside the city. Looking at the bustling market, Sokka cheered and jumped around. Oh, after so long I am finally seeing a city big enough. So much good stuff everywhere, I wanna buy everything. Grandpa, I am going to tour the city. See you later. Amy interjected and headed away. Oh, it is my duty to not let Lady Amy go alone. I will protect you at all costs, Sokka said and tried to follow her, but he soon noticed he couldn't move. Ragnarok had grabbed him by the collar. Kid, Dobby has transferred your training to me. Get ready to go through hell. Sokka slumped in his hand. Not again. Okay, let's look for your new teacher now, Katara said and led the way, ignoring Sokka's misery. Amy was going around the town and looking at various things. She was also buying a few. She liked the old-styled setting of the world. No pointless machines or cars. Ah, there seems to be a park on the other side, she thought when she came upon a wall. She jumped across it and immediately found a girl sitting all alone. Who are you? A thief, the girl exclaimed and got into a fighting stance. Oh, no, I am no thief. I thought this was a park, so I just came to see a few trees and flowers, Amy explained. The girl realized that no malice was intended towards her. Oh, then I can show you around. I am Toph, by the way. I am Amy. Follow me, I will show you the best flowers, or at least the ones I think are the best by their smell, Toph said and started walking. She brought Amy to a small garden field. This is supposed to be where our best flowers are n/o/vel/b/c/om. They are beautiful, their color is amazing, Amy exclaimed. Well, I never know what color it is, Toph said. Amy just then looked at her face and realized a problem. You can't see. Yup, born blind, Toph replied. Amy then suddenly remembered when she used to be blind and scared. Then how are you able to walk so precisely? That is because of my earthbending. I see through my feet. I can sense my surroundings with vibrations happening on Earth. Toph explained. That is amazing. Well, I used to be blind when I was small too, but I didn't have any kind of bending to help. It was just darkness and fear. Amy shared her thoughts. Toph was interested now. You said you used to be blind? How did you get your vision back? Yeah, I was an orphan back then. My parents had died due to war. Then Grandpa adopted me and gave me my vision back with his mystical medicine. I still remember the day I saw for the first time. The first face belonged to Grandpa. He may look old to others, but to me, he had the most handsome and kindest face in the world. Amy spoke at length, reminiscing about her past. Toph could sense Amy's feelings through her change of tone. Then she asked, "Can your grandpa also give me eyes?" Amy nodded. Yes, he can surely do that. He is especially kind to all children. Why don't we go out and meet him? He is around the town. Toph quickly agreed. Okay, let's go. I also have to participate in an earthbending tournament. Will you be all right? Amy worriedly asked. Hihi, I am very strong, Amy, Toph chuckled gleefully. Alexander and his party had come to the Earth Rumble Stadium as it was said that all-powerful earthbenders will be there. They soon realized that it was a brutal fighting ground. Alex, why don't you participate in it? I will bet on you, Ragnarok nudged Alexander. But that would be cheating. We already know I will win, Alexander said. Oh, come on, Alex. Besides, these guys are all criminals and run an extortion racket. Ragnarok tried to convince him. Well, in that case, I will take the reward and donate it. Alexander decided and filled his name in the tournament. Ragnarok then quickly went to the betting station and put 1,000 gold coins on Alexander winning with 0 injuries. Haha, this dragon will be rich, he laughed, even though he already had billions of gold coins in his cave home in Drachium. Alexander's number to fight was 3. So the first 2 went on stage, who were called the Boulder and the Big Bad Hippo. Hippo was knocked out of the platform. Then the announcer started to call him, and now the next fighter is a new one. But don't be disappointed, he looks pretty old and most likely has years of practice in his martial arts. The name of the next fighter is Senior Citizen. Alexander facepalmed himself on the side. He had told them to call him Senior Alex. In the stands, Ragnarok and others were having a big laugh out of this. Alexander then walked to the center stage. Boulder looked at him with a smirk. Old fogey, you should have stayed home. Now, who will pay for your injuries? Sigh youth, more talking and less work. Your name is Boulder, so you need to be removed like one. Alexander said and just patted his staff's end on the ground. The next moment a block of pillars started rising from below Boulder. The pillar went for a few tens of feet. Don't try. You cannot control that stone. Your only way out is to jump or surrender. Seeing that Boulder wasn't surrendering, Alexander just broke the stone tower and it fell like a tree. When it touched the ground, the top where Boulder stood was already out of the stage. After that many more fighters came and got defeated by him easily. Then in the end, to his surprise, a little girl came to fight in a dramatic entrance. He instantly realized that she was blind. Hello there, child, Alexander greeted. Ha, get ready to lose, beardy man, Toph taunted him confidently. Haha, then attack, Alexander laughed, but also wondered how she saw he had a long beard. The next moment Toph started throwing rocks and trying to push the grounds under his feet to throw him off the stage. Alexander, meanwhile, was just checking how she was able to judge where to attack. When he doubted she was sensing the vibrations on the ground, he flew an inch from the ground. As he expected, the girls were confused and looked to her left and right. Alexander then threw 2 rocks to his opposite side. Toph thought it was him and attacked, but unknown to her, Alexander had come within hand's reach to her. He lightly patted her shoulder. I can fly, child. That is why you can't sense me. Toph was surprised by the sudden breach of personal space. She quickly attacked him. Alexander couldn't bring himself to really hurt her and defeat her. Their power level was so out of comparison. You win, little one, I quit, he said and walked out of the arena. When he reached the stands, Ragnarok was glaring daggers at him. How did the most powerful being in the world lose to a little girl? Ragnarok angrily asked. No, Raggy, she is just a little girl. Using my powers to bully her would be bad, Alexander argued. Whatever, I lost so much money today. You will have to pay it back, I'm telling you, Ragnarok said. All right, you and your gold fetish. Where are Aang and others, and why is Sokka crying? He asked. Oh, that poor boy put all his money on you too. Aang and Katara went to find the girl you just fought with. They think that she is the girl Aang saw in his vision, Ragnarok answered. Then let's follow them too. Oh, you're here too, Amy. Alexander noticed Amy coming to him. Grandpa, I want you to heal someone. She is blind and very nice, Amy requested. Haha, I think I already know who you are talking about. Let's go. Alexander looked for Aang and they eventually ended up outside a big compound. Ah, I was here a while ago, Grandpa, let's go in, Amy spoke. They jumped the fence and reached a small garden. Aang and the blind girl were there in a stalemate. Toph, they are friends. Amy quickly jumped to her side. Amy? And why did you bring this old man here? Toph asked. Remember I told you about my grandpa, he is the one. And Aang is the avatar. He wants to learn earthbending from you. Amy explained everything. But Amy, my parents won't let me out of here. They don't know that I am such a good earthbender. Toph said. Well, let's think about that later. Don't you want your eyes back now? Amy asked. Toph faced Amy with hope. Really? Can you? Haha, of course, child. I can heal your eyes as easily as lifting my hand. Alexander affirmed. How long will it take? Toph asked. Amy walked closer to her and put her hand on her shoulder in assurance. Don't worry, Toph. It just takes a few minutes. Alexander checked her eyes to find the problem. It was a birth defect. So he made the same potion he made for little Amy back then. Here, drink this. He handed her a glass. Go ahead, Toph, drink it. Amy encouraged her. Toph took a long breath and drank it in one go. Whoa, I thought medicines were supposed to be bitter. This is so tasty. Ha ha ha, my medicines are never bitter. Now, keep your eyes closed and open them after a few minutes. He instructed her. After 5 minutes passed, Alexander told her to open it. Try to slowly open your eyes. You may feel a bit of irritation in them, but don't worry, they will be adapting to the light. Toph slowly opened her eyes, then blinked them in close succession. The first thing she saw was the bald head of Aang. Why is there an arrow on your head? Aang scratched his head. These are tattoos all airbenders get when they successfully learn airbending. Wait, you can see. Toph hadn't realized it till now. I can see. She looked around at the various flowers, trees, and fishes in the pond. All these colors were new to her. The sensation was overwhelming that she teared up. This is so much better than just sensing the surrounding. The world is so beautiful, she exclaimed. Amy cheered and hugged her. See, I told you my grandpa can heal you. Yes, the world is beautiful, but you will have to learn the names of colors and other things like that. Now, what about teaching Aang earthbending? Alexander asked. Toph for the first time turned around and looked at Alexander. Oh, you don't look that old. Ha ha ha, I guess my wife's recommended face wash is doing wonders. He laughed. Aang quickly went close to her and told who Alexander was and that he was thousands of years old. No wonder you could treat my blindness. You must be very strong. Okay, I will teach Aang, but I don't know how to get my family to agree. She doubtfully said. Leave that to me, child. You just have fun. He said and went towards her house. Toph then pointed at Sokka. Oh, he looks exactly what I imagined a pervert to look like. Hey, that is so rude. I am handsome and ladies are crazy over me. Sokka refuted. Whatever, Mr. Weird Hairstyle, Amy, let's go out. I want to see the whole town. She grabbed Amy and dragged her along. Hey, don't ignore me. I am handsome. Sokka ran behind them. Alexander changed his attire to a more regal and the Earth Kingdom themed. He took out a family seal that he had received from the first king of Earth Kingdom. It was a golden cloud and represented him as a close friend of the royal family in the Earth Kingdom. He went to the Bufong family officially. Just showing them his seal made all of them fully serious in welcoming him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What can we do for you, Lord Universe? Lao Bufong, the father of Toph asked. I have seen a great talent of earthbending in your daughter. I want her to come with me to Ba Sing Esi and teach her earthbending so one day she could become a general of the Earth Kingdom. Alexander said, making the two parents shocked because the last they knew their daughter was blind. I think you have mistaken our daughter for someone else, Lord Universe. Lao Bufong said. No, I am absolutely correct. Why don't you ask her to come and question her yourself? She will tell you how great she is. Alexander advised. Later that day, Toph came back to her house and was bombarded with questions from her father. So, she just brought them to the garden and proceeded to show them her earthbending. Alexander also challenged her and she showed him her prowess. That old man even cured my eyes. I can see just like anyone else now, she added. Both her parents were dumbfounded. I want to go out, father. I can learn so many things in the capital. Not to mention I will be friends with Avatar. Imagine the opportunities one can generate for our family. You were worried about me all this time because I was blind, but now I am not and I even have the power to keep myself safe. I want to see the world outside, father, she pleaded. Yes, Earth King Ki will also be very pleased to see her, Alexander said, buttering up the deal even more. The mention of the Earth King piqued Lao Bufong's interest. Will my daughter meet the king? Yes, she will, Alexander affirmed. With that, Toph was free to come along with Alexander and the rest. They didn't waste any time and went back to Appa. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. When they arrived they saw Kome making Ajala sing songs along with him. Sing with me, sick girl. Ji-chan is the best. He let me have some rest. Helping him is my life's quest. La 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 a. La 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 a. Ji-chan gives me tasty food. So I won't ever be rude. Lucky 7 Kome will always be good. Hey, are you stupid? You are not Lucky 7 Kome. Use your own name, he angrily told Ajala, who was copycatting his song, to not get tickled by him. Boy. Appa also made noises from beside them, trying to mimic the songs. Just then Alexander came. Ha ha ha, what is my small potato doing? Ji-chan. Kome flew into his arms and snuggled. So, how was your work today? He asked. Oh, this Mina tried to run 300 times but I caught her and gave tickle treatment. She is doing good now, Kome briefed. Ragnarok walked up to Angela in wonder. How the hell were you able to attempt escape 300 times when we were gone just for a few hours? Haha, it's okay. She is getting better. Get on Appa, everyone. We are leaving for BA Sing Se, he announced. Sing? Do people sing there? Kome asked with a confused voice. Not everyone, but you can surely find many people there who will sing along, my sweet Kome, Alexander replied and handed Kome to Amy. Zuko and Iroh had been traveling all this time. They were headed to BA Sing Se too. They wanted to start a new life there. Uncle, I thought a lot about what you said. It helped me realize something. We no longer have anything to gain by traveling together. I need to find my own way, Zuko said and started to leave. Wait. Iroh stopped him and gave him his ostrich horse. Zuko didn't even say anything and just left. Poof. Hats appeared again. Man. Who should I follow now? Well, I guess I will stick with you, old man. At least you are not emo and you pass the vibe check. Iroh was not surprised by the magical cat anymore. In an optimistic way, he just considered Hats his guardian spirit for now. My friend? He asked Hats. Hats nodded with a wide smile. Sure. Alexander was calmly relaxing on the back of Appa. He was thinking about going to Fahim and spending some time with Olivia soon. But then he noticed a very poor village down. He realized that he has been neglecting his duty to uplift the world. He shouldn't just accompany the Avatar. He should help the world. You all head to BA Sing Se. I will catch up with you all soon. I am going to go and help the people down there, Alexander announced. Good luck. I'm gonna stay here and enjoy drinks. Ragnarok waved his hand lazily. Okay, Kome, you are the boss, Alexander said and jumped down. After reaching the ground, he took out the cheap mobile and spawned a buffalo car. He then proceeded to rip the roof out and upgrade the suspension to go off-road. Alexander also brought Yellow out with him for some quality time. He didn't want to neglect his family anymore. Now it looks like a good adventure car. Zuko traveled the Earth Kingdom all alone, in search of a desire to do something. He was lost and had no idea what to do since he was named a fugitive by Fire Nation. All the past 3 years he had been chasing the Avatar, but now even if he caught the Avatar there was no profit for him. He always wondered why his father hated him so much when all he had done was ask a question in the war meeting 3 years ago. He was too young, but still, his father challenged him to an Agni Kai and burned his face. He couldn't understand how a father could be this cruel to his own son. But putting all such thoughts behind his head, he kept on going. He was soon nearby a village called Plains Village. It was a sandy and poor place. Zuko had been going hungry till now and was looking for food. On his way he found a man cooking some meat near a river. The thought of stealing it for himself crossed his mind. But then he noticed the man's pregnant wife. He knew that they were most likely the refugees, trying to get to BA Sing Se as it was the safest place in the Earth Kingdom. This mass migration again was caused by his own home country. Beep beep. Zuko looked back and noticed a big black monster coming towards him at a very high speed. He immediately jumped down from his horse and took out his sword to face it. What is this thing? He asked himself. The next moment Alexander stopped his car beside him. Oh, so it's you. Why are you traveling alone? Where is my friend, Iroh? We parted ways. What is this thing you are riding? Zuko asked. Oh, this is complicated machinery called a car. It runs on fuel. Why don't you jump in? I'll drive you to your next location. I am headed to the nearby town, Alexander offered. Alexander noticed the desire in Zuko's eyes, but he was not entering. His petty arrogance was stopping him from socializing. Oh come on, don't be shy, get in. He then secretly ordered the ostrich horse to run away. See, now you don't even have the horse. Look, more people. I should help them. Alexander got out of the car and walked to the husband and wife near the riverside. Greetings, travelers, Alexander greeted them. The man looked at him suspiciously. Yes. Oh, don't be afraid of me, children. I am just a passerby. I saw you two here with no means of traveling. Your wife here is pregnant and it is bad to make her walk in such heat. Come, I will give you a lift in my cart, he offered. The husband and wife looked at each other and nodded. Alexander's aura was always filled with positivity, so normal people easily trusted him. Thank you, kind mister. Alexander helped them pack up and get in the car. Inside, Yellow was sitting in the driver's seat. Alexander picked him up and then put him on his lap. Beep beep. Yellow had some kind of revenge to settle with the car horn and was pressing it continuously. Alexander just made the horn sound only audible by Yellow. Okay, let's go then. Where are you two going? He asked the couple. BA Sing Se, we want to take refuge there after our village was burned by the Fire Nation's army. The man answered. Alexander saw the guilt appearing on Zuko's face. Haha, what a coincidence, I am going to BA Sing Se too. If you are lucky, you will be able to meet the Avatar as well. He revealed. Not just for the couple but Zuko too. Now Alexander was sure that Zuko would stick with him. Okay, it's time for some music then, Alexander cheerfully stated and switched on the music played. I am a Barbie. Damn it, not this again. I hate Barbies. He cursed and put on some orchestra music. Such a fascinating machine, this level of technology is even beyond the Fire Nation, Zuko exclaimed. He quietly drove and others marveled at the changing scenery so fast while Yalo was still busy with the horn. After half an hour of the journey, Alexander reached the plains village. He was bewildered by seeing the tattered state of the village. Not even a single building was in good condition. There was less to no crowd on the streets and shops were closed too. A few people that he saw looked malnourished and depressed. Sigh, this is a harsh place to live, Alexander sighed. Okay, we will be staying here for today. I need to help people here before we move on, he announced. Alexander looked at the couple. Don't worry, you two. I am an earthbender from a big family in Basing Se. You don't need to worry about anything. But you are a fire. Zuko tried to speak but Alexander put a lollipop in his mouth out of nowhere. Haha, don't be a party pooper, he said and got off. He parked the car on the side and put an invisible shield around it, leaving the couple in with the air conditioner on. Yalo still did not leave the horn. He walked to the nearest shop with Zuko. Why are you so hellbent on helping people? Zuko annoyingly asked. Everyone has their own way of finding inner peace. To me, helping others is peace. I love it when I am the reason behind someone's smile and I try to preserve it. You should try helping people too, Zuko. It gives a very different feeling. You will feel proud of yourself, Alexander advised. Arg, you and Uncle are exactly the same. No wonder you became friends, Zuko retorted distastefully. Ah, Iroh. He is a good man. Too bad what happened to his son. Maybe he sees you as his son, Zuko. Maybe he sees the shadow of Lu Ten in you and wants you to become a great man. During the war, Iroh was a mighty general. The best of the best. Do you really think that your father could have become the Fire Lord if Iroh was serious about taking that position? Iroh at that time controlled the whole military of Fire Kingdom, yet he chose not to pursue power. A man willingly didn't succumb to the taste of power and chose to live a simple life. I have nothing but respect for such a man. You should talk to your uncle about his life sometimes. After all, he was indeed a powerful general. You may just learn something useful. Alexander's lecture put Zuko in deep thoughts about everything, so he returned to the car and sat down with closed eyes. Alexander meanwhile talked to a shop owner in the village. Hey there, what can you sell me? I mean food. The depressed-looking shopkeeper spoke. Nothing for a hot meal. I can sell bags of grains, he answered. What happened to this place? Why is it in such a bad condition? I am sure there would have been no village here if it was like this from the start, Alexander asked. You are right, it was not always like this. A few years ago, this village used to be filled with activity. But then the drought hit our lands. All the wells dried up. People also stopped passing through the village as the crowd decreased due to the war. Everyone wants to go to Basing Se, but those who have their whole life attached to this place can't leave so easily, the shopkeeper explained. I am a powerful official from Basing Se, I can help you. I can even make it rain, but that will bring long-term benefits. What you need now is relief. I will leave behind full granaries in each home, he proposed. Oh, I am sorry for not treating you with respect, sir. I don't know you were an official from the capital. The man whimpered. Don't be scared. You have done nothing wrong. Alexander tried to ease him. Sir, even if you leave behind the food, it will only get taken by Commander Gao and his men. They have been harassing this place for a while, the shopkeeper answered while looking around to make sure no one was listening to him. Don't worry about them. I will deal with this Gao, Alexander assured him and returned to the car. But there he saw it being surrounded by a few kids. Hey, don't go near it, he warned. But ignoring him, they went ahead and touched it. They got slightly electrocuted from the safety mechanism. I told you not to touch it, Alexander said. All of the kids ran away except for one. Hey, what's your name, kid? I am Lee. What is this box? Lee amusingly asked, pointing at the car. This is called a car, you travel in it. Want to sit in? Alexander offered. Really? Yes. So, Alexander gave him a lift to his home, which was not very far away. His family owned a pig farm for a living. They reached a small out-of-shape house. Come, I will introduce you to my father. His father was called Gansu. Alexander could see the tiredness clearly on his face. He looked at the house and waved his hand. All the out-of-shape and broken parts got fixed. They were already made of stones and bricks, so he could just say it was earthbending. Gansu gratefully looked at Alexander and bowed a little. Thank you, sir. This would have taken me days if I had done it normally. Just then they saw a crowd of people riding towards them. Oh, it's Gao and his goons, Gansu exclaimed. When they stopped, Gao mockingly informed Gansu that his elder son, who had gone to fight for the Earth Kingdom, had been captured by enemies. He tried to make them feel uneasy by saying he would die. Alexander stepped forward then. Are you the officially appointed troops commander in this village? Gao looked at Alexander in confusion, not being able to recognize that they were from here. Yes, who the hell are you? Alexander just took out an Earth Kingdom seal and showed it to them. Does this refresh your memory? Gao didn't know who Alexander was, but the seal said that he was from the capital and an official. Oh, forgive me, sir. Too late, you have broken nearly every law you were meant to uphold. You are being fired and will be sent to jail, he declared. Beep beep asterisk beep. Bam. Suddenly the car somehow started and ran over Gao and his men. Yalo had learned to start the car by watching Alexander. Ha ha ha, my boy is also giving justice, it seems. Alexander laughed and put Gao and his men in chains. Then he called out 5T800 to keep the village safe and help it flourish. Do not worry, I will look for your son when I reach the capital. I will send him back to you when I find him, he he assured Ganso. He put Gao and his men in a box and shrunk it to put it in his pocket. He would throw them in the prison of any city he finds. Please, stay for the night. We have food just ready. Ganso invited Alexander. He looked at the sky and it was about to turn dark. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Well, I guess I will take you up on that offer. But there are 3 people with me, he added. Zuko, go and help them set things up, Alexander told him. Surprisingly, Zuko didn't argue and went ahead to help. It seemed he was also trying to change himself. Alexander picked up Yellow and told the couple traveling with him to come and rest in the house. Sigh, I wonder where Dobby is. That night, Zuko came up to him and asked something. How were you able to do earthbending? I saw you firebend before. Sigh, you aren't going to leave me on this, are you? Well, I am the spirit god, that should answer your questions on who I am and why I helped the Avatar, he revealed. Zuko stayed silent. A dumbfounded and shocked expression was clear on his face. He knew it was true, as only the Avatar should be able to control more than one element, and it was said in the book named History of Avatar written by Avatar Roku that every Avatar meets the spirit god once in their life. Iroh had just been roaming around with no destination. He was trying to find a town or something from where he could go on to Ba Sing Se. Oh, Iroh, what are you doing here? Dobby appeared on the back of a horse-pulled cart. Shikaku and Karema were sitting in the back and sleeping. Ah, my big friend Dobby. It is a surprise to see you here. I was heading to the capital. Iroh replied. Tag along, it's better to have some company on long roads. Dobby offered. Iroh took out a teapot from his bag as he sat beside Dobby and said with a smile, add some tea and the journey becomes much more pleasant. Haha, indeed. Dobby laughed and continued his journey while chilling with old man Iroh, who sang many songs all the way. Alexander continued his journey from there to the next village. Most of the Earth Kingdom looked desolate and poor. It seemed that the king in the capital wasn't doing his job correctly. All the farmlands he saw in his way were empty, and even those that had something growing in were drying up. The people looked sick and malnourished. The children's eyes looked hopeless. Even birds didn't appear in the sky during the day due to the heat. It was truly hell living there. Usually, these villages relied on the travelers, but now, no one traveled thanks to the Fire Nation's attacks. He saw many small villages and left lots of food everywhere he went. He also made rainfall in many villages who were hit by drought. After traveling for a day, they appeared in a ghost town. What happened here? Zuko wondered loudly. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. People most probably migrated to the capital for refuge. Alexander guessed. Look, there is a horse carriage there, Zuko pointed. Let's check it. Maybe they need our help. Alexander decided and went out. Behind him, Zuko followed. The closer they went, they started hearing a song in an old man's voice. It's a long, long way to Ba Sing Se, but the girls in the city, they look so pretty, and they kiss so sweet that you've really got to meet. The girls from Ba Sing Se? Ha ha ha, I never knew you were a man of such taste. Iroh, Alexander laughed seeing Iroh singing while slowly dancing by the campfire. Dobby, Shikaku, and Karema were also there. Oh, Alex, and Zuko too? Well, my days have been surprising. Come, the tea is warm. Dobby here gave me his special tea leaves. Iroh invited him. Pop. Give me some too. Hats appeared. Alexander didn't know that Hats was out in the open. When did you come out? Since the day these two have been on the run. I must say, I have started enjoying tea more than my catnip now. Hats said. Ha ha ha, yes, tea is better than drugs, or maybe it is a better drug. Alexander laughed. Alexander then noticed a brown teddy bear just beside Hats. I never knew you liked playing with teddy bears. Oh, this is not my teddy bear. This is my friend, his name is. Hats stopped speaking as the teddy bear moved. Arg. Goddamn, last night was the best. That shit you brought to smoke took me to a different dimension. The teddy bear cursed. You are in a different dimension. Hats told him. Ah, yeah, I remember. Those chicks were crazy. We had to run away, the teddy bear said. Alexander was looking at the teddy bear with an ominous hunch. What's your name? Oh, I'm Ted. Who are you? Some kind of guru? Sorry, not interested in your religion. I only follow weed and booties. Ted brashly stated. Alexander now remembered the crude, foul-mouthed, alcoholic teddy bear from the movie called Ted. Hats, send him back. He will be a bad influence on everyone here. Alexander ordered. Already on it, I don't even know why I hung out with him. Hats muttered and made a portal and threw Ted in it. No, Ice-T. Ted shouted, but he still disappeared. Okay, now to the tea, and how is your work going on, Dobby? Alexander asked. It is going okay. I have started lots of food kitchens around the world. I simply bought many farm fields and gave people work there after upgrading the field to give a high yield. Now, people are also earning and eating to their heart's content. The water tribe is small, so I didn't have to do much, but Earth Nation is huge. So, I am traveling to Ba Sing Se to make the king bring new reforms. Dobby briefed. Yeah, I also want to meet the king. How incompetent do you have to be to not know the situation of your own country? Alexander commented. Well, I have heard rumors that the Earth King does not run the country. Instead, it is the Daily is the secretive and elite police force of Ba Sing Se who works to capture, interrogate, and imprison political dissidents. The organization was founded by Avatar Kyoshi, but it has degraded a lot and now has too much power. Iroh revealed. This would explain why this country is so mismanaged, Alexander thought. Back on Appa. Have you ever wondered why the Fire Nation wants to catch you? Sokka asked Aang. Aang wasn't sure. I don't know. When I woke up from the ice my whole tribe was gone due to the war and since then they are after me. I think I know but why not just ask the Fire Princess? Amy proposed. They all looked at Azula. I'm not saying anything. Azula huffed. Kome quickly brought out his tickle feathers. Are you sure? Azula's face instantly started sweating. She then started speaking. It is not a very hard thing to guess. My father wants to rule the world and the Avatar exists to keep peace around the world. So, he knows that one day he will have to fight you. It is just a matter of when. So, he wants to deal with you. But you all are obviously too dumb to realize that. So you are accepting that what your father is doing is wrong? Amy asked. I never said that, Azula said and looked away but Amy could see the frustration on her face. She had started to question. Oh, look, a tower in the desert, Kome shouted excitedly. They all looked at it amusingly. For all they could see around them there was only desert and just out of nowhere there was a big stone tower. It looked like it came out from the ground. Weird, let's go and check it out, Ragnarok suggested. Oh yes, I like adventures, let's go and slay some beasts, Sokka tried to boast to impress Amy. But he was just making a fool out of himself. Soon, they all went inside except Toph as she was not interested in exploring. They entered the building and found it to be huge. It went deep too underground. This looks like a library, Ragnarok remarked. Suddenly a heavy voice came. Indeed, this is my library. People call this place Wan Shi Tong's library. And I am Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things, and you are obviously humans, which, by the way, are no longer permitted in my study. But because you have come with Lord Ragnarok, I will allow you to have any knowledge here as long as you add to the knowledge. They all looked at the origin of the voice and it was a huge owl. Wan Shi Tong was an ancient, wise, and powerful spirit who collected information for his spirit library. He was the most knowledgeable being among humans and spirits, never missing an opportunity to learn new facts or boast about his vast intelligence. Although his regular shape was that of a huge black and white barn owl, when angered he could assume much more frightening, stronger forms. So, he was more of a shape-shifting spirit. Bwahaha, in that case, here take my special whiskey. Ragnarok handed the big. Thank you, Lord Ragnarok, though you didn't have to give me anything, songs of your mightiness are still famous in the spirit world. Wan Shi Tong said. Ha ha ha, thanks. Well, you all contribute something too. Ragnarok told everyone behind him. Then came Katara's donations, an authentic water-bending scroll. Then came Aang and Sokka's turn, which were a wanted poster of himself and a knot. Wan Shi Tong was less impressed with it, though nonetheless accepted the offerings. What about you? The owl asked Azula. Azula was flustered and didn't know what she could give. But an unlikely savior appeared. Kome flew in front of Azula. I will give you the lyrics of one of my songs. Fair enough. The owl said and accepted it. You may look at my library now, he said and started to leave. What about Kome and Amy's contribution? Katara asked. Wan Shi Tong turned around. Children of the Great Spirit God are always welcome to my library. The vast amount of knowledge he has given me is unquantifiable. I will always be indebted to him. Enjoy your stay, and don't break anything, lest you might find me not so pleasing. He warned them and left as he came. Ragnarok went ahead and looked for the section with knowledge about all the drinks and other smoking stuff. In the end, he came to a section with a lot of bottles and books beside them. To his shock, they were all recipes of different drinks. Haha, I will show that old boy who the best brewer is. Amy went to find books on different kinds of plants and paintings. Her passion for painting was still pretty much alive and painted every once in a while. She had advanced her paintings to not just give a feeling of smell and aura, but it could also emit sound now. For example, her painting of a jungle now also gave the ambient sound of a jungle. There was now a recreational room in Fihame with her paintings. Kome went to find books on songs with Azula following him. I will now have an edge on my brothers. While Sokka, Katara, and Aang went to find out how to defeat the Fire Nation. They eventually found a piece of paper that said that the firebenders lose power on the Day of the Black Sun. The Day of Black Sun was a recurring celestial event during which the sun was entirely blocked out by the moon, rendering all firebenders powerless. The three later found the planetary calendar room and looked for when the next Day of the Black Sun would happen. It was nothing but a total solar eclipse. We need to tell this to everyone. This could stop the war, Katara exclaimed. Yes, we should also tell Grandpa. He must have an idea on what to do, Sokka added. But we should tell this to the Earth King too. They are currently the most threatened by the Fire Nation. Aang said. Achoo. Ah, those guys must be talking badly behind my back, Alexander muttered. He had to use expansion magic to expand the inside of the car for all of them to fit in it. They were currently traversing through the Si Wong Desert. Hats was currently rolling a joint for himself. What are you doing? Alexander asked. Oh, today is the weed day, boss. You can't stop me. In fact, you all should take a puff too, Hats argued. And why is today a weed day? Alexander inquired. Because you know, the gorilla just reached 420th. We should all celebrate. It is happy 420th, Hats explained. Ah, yeah, I had forgotten about that. I had forgotten we had hired that banana lover to write about my adventures. Dobby exclaimed. Haha, if that's the case, I will later invite Olivia too. I remember we used to smoke when we were young and wild. Alexander reminisced. Beep beep. Ah, Yalo, why are you still pressing the horn? Aren't you tried with it? Alexander confusedly asked. Vroom vroom, Yalo voiced unintelligibly. Oh, try saying, Dad? He hopefully asked. But Yalo was only focused on the horn right now, so he couldn't get him to focus on calling him Dad. Oh look, what is that tower? Iroh pointed out. They all looked at it. It was beyond a few sand dunes and still looked big. When they reached the place, they saw a crowd of people trying to capture Appa while Toph was holding the tower. Alexander stopped the car and got out and ran to the tower. Others were still inside the car and figuring out how to take the seatbelts off. He waved his hand and all the thieves got pinned to the ground. Then he walked to the tower that Toph was holding. How are you, little one? He said. Hurry. They are inside, Toph murmured. Alexander walked to the tower and put his hand on it. It instantly stopped going into the ground and started to resurface. Soon the big owl came out. Greetings, spirit god. Hello, Wan Shi Tong, can you let them out? Alexander asked. Fine, but they are not welcome anymore. I will not allow my knowledge to be used for waging wars. Tong barked. Don't worry, and in fact, they want to stop a war using your knowledge. They will be saving millions because of your help. Alexander explained, buttering the old spirit a bit. Soon everyone came out of the tower. Komei first gave him a hug, then to his brothers. I thought you all would have reached the capital by now, Alexander said. Aang came to him running. We found a way to defeat the Fire Nation, Grandpa. The total solar eclipse makes the firebenders lose their power. Oh, I already knew that. Alexander nonchalantly replied. What? I've been alive for a long time. I have seen it happen, Alexander revealed. Yes, it is true. I have only experienced it once in my lifetime. The feeling was dreadful. Iroh came forward with Zuko by his side. Zuko had grown hair by now. Aang, Katara, and Sokka took a fighting pose seeing him. Zuko also got ready to fight. Okay, no fighting in front of me. Zuko, go and greet your sister. She's been getting treated by me. What's the progress, Komei? Alexander asked. Ji-chan, she's getting better. I only had to give one tickle treatment since yesterday, Komei reported. Iroh then went forwards and patted Azula's shoulder. I am happy that you joined the Avatar and my friend's side. You will learn so many new things. Unknown to poor Iroh that Azula was not with them because she wanted to. Haha, good. Everyone, we'll be camping here tonight. Wan Shi Tong, you are invited to stay. Maybe you will learn something new. He invited. Wait, who are these people? Sokka asked, pointing at the thieves. Toph quickly answered, they tried to steal Appa while I was holding the tower. Thanks to the old man, he arrived in time and stopped them. Aang looked at them angrily. Don't be angry, Aang. Anger only clouds judgment. If you want to punish them, do it not because they tried to take Appa, but because they did wrong. You will need to become impartial if you want people to take your judgment seriously. Alexander advised him. Aang nodded and went to the thieves. Why did you try to steal Appa? Nov. L. B /JNN. The thieves weren't confessing at first, but a small threat by Aang made them spill it. They were just desert dwellers, living in poverty. They saw an opportunity for quick money from Appa. Aang couldn't bring himself to punish them for this. But Alexander did because they tried to enslave an animal. He put a curse on them that for the next 24 hours they will trip every 10 steps they take. Though he made sure that it wouldn't be life-threatening. Okay, let's set up the camp. He cheerfully said and started setting up 5 different big camps in a circle with a big campfire in the middle. Dobby, I'm going to bring Olivia and Leo. See you later. He informed and jumped into Fahame. Oh, where did Alex go? Iroh asked Dobby. Nowhere. He'll be back soon. Dobby answered. Iroh still didn't know that Alexander was the spirit god. He just knew that Alexander was a firebender who was helped by spirits. Just as he entered, he was greeted by lots of different musical instruments playing, though they didn't sound perfect. He went to see where the noise was coming from and soon found his family sitting by the lake. Leonidas, Olivia, and Natasha were teaching the little beasts different musical instruments, from flutes, mouth organ to guitar, banjo, and trumpets. Haha, this way they will end up becoming the Bija band, he thought. Hey, my little potatoes. He greeted. Ji-chan. They all stopped and ran to him. Haha, let's go out today. We will have a small campfire party. You should come too, Olivia. He invited. Ah, take me too. Deadpool came running. Alexander just remembered that he was still with them. It's just that he was turned into ash by Ragnarok and was recovering all this time. You can but just keep yourself in check. If you get turned into ash again, then it's not on me, he warned. Got it, Chief. Deadpool saluted. Alexander then took out his anywhere door to facilitate them. The moment he crossed it, he was not able to differentiate if he was in the right place. The whole camp was now crowded with lots of people. Many of them were from fiction. There was a yellow man drinking beer. Then there was a fat man in green pants and a white shirt who was smoking weed. There were Scooby and Shaggy, Powerpuff Girls taking a puff from the pot. Mickey Mouse was already passed out. Winnie the Pooh was mixing alcohol and honey together. Douglas was too high and strip dancing on the table. There was also another old man who was probably Gandalf. He was smoking weed and laughing with Ragnarok and Iroh. It was all a mess. Wubba lubba dub dub, haha, yeah, this is the best weed in the multiverse, Morty. Try it, take it. Do it, Morty. Geez Rick, I don't think I'm old enough for this. What the FCK are you saying, Morty? Don't be a PUSY. Do it or I will turn Jessica into a horny male python. Rick threatened. Why you can do that? No, I don't wanna know, I'll do it. I'll do it, Rick. Alexander was looking at the whole scene in shock and disbelief. That damned cat, happy 420th everyone. Let's fuck this planet's atmosphere with smoking weed, Deadpool shouted and ran to everyone and distributed joints. Alexander looked at Olivia. Let's just sit with little beasts and children to eat dinner. Yes, I don't want to be around them. They are like animals, she scornfully said. For now they are. I'm sure the moment the stuff hits their brains they all will start having discussions about the universe like some saint. Alexander predicted. Alexander let everyone to smoke while he spent time with non-smokers. It was the team Avatar, the Beasts, and surprisingly Zuko. Iroh had also joined Ragnarok and Gandalf. I thought you would join your uncle, Alexander amusingly stated. I don't drink. It clouds my mind, Zuko stiffly replied. Well, sometimes it also gives you much needed silence. Life will always be filled with bad experiences, you just need to grab every opportunity to be happy. Here, drink this. Alexander quoted and gave him a can of cold beer. Tip-tap. Alexander saw the joys of his life coming towards him. They all had different musical instruments on them. Ji-chan, we want to sing a song for you. We learned these instruments from brother Leo and beautiful sister Natasha. Can we? They all asked and showed their cute puppy eyes. My sweethearts, no need to ask. Fire it up. He cheerfully allowed them. Alexander waved his hand and a stage appeared with many colorful lights. Son Goku started playing his guitar slowly. Then the flutes came and soon all of them were playing their instruments masterfully. Alexander had taken out his camera to record them and click pictures. Look Olivia, they look so cute. I just want to go and hug them. Alexander doted over enthusiastically. Sit down Alex, don't disturb them. You will ruin their focus. Olivia pulled him back to his seat. After their music started, they started singing in unison. It's a cool desert night. Under the beautiful moonlight. Grandma on our left and Ji-chan on my right. Fire ignites, with a lot of food surprise. Many things are planned till the sunrise. And I want this night to last for the rest of my life. It is crowded out here. So many people are here, drinking some beer, smoking some grass with a smell I can't bear. But I like it like this. Because this is the party you never wanna miss. Now we will go to Grandma and Ji-chan for a compulsory kiss. La 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 la. They all ran up to them and got kisses from Alexander and Olivia one after another. They kept on playing their instrument all along while humming. We may look small but we are very big. Hugging is easy so we stay like this. Leo is here who gives his missus lots of kisses. Amy is also here and she makes us squish. Uncle Dragon is here and finding Auntie Dragon is his only wish. Uncle Dobby came too, he's the world's best dude. He never gets rude, although he looks like a brute. Big Bro Barry is flying with his son, who is his partner in crime. They always go together to mess the toys of mine. Uncle Douglas always whines and sleeps all the time. But he is also good as he likes cakes made of lime. Lots of people here, but we don't know them. But they're enjoying as they're dancing to our rhythm. Fire ignites, with a lot of food surprise. Many things are planned till sunrise. And I want this night to last for the rest of my life. Because this is the party you never wanna miss. Now we will go to Grandma and Ji-chan for a compulsory kiss. They all stood in a line and bowed lightly. Alexander was the loudest in his clapping. It was nearly making a sonic boom every time he clapped. Yes, my little rock stars, Alexander shouted. Why, this is the beast stuff. Morty, why you lousy piece of sh*t, why can't you sing like this Why? Rick shouted and pulled out his gun. Morty scaredly looked at his grandpa. Geez Rick, my voice is bad. No Rick, don't shoot, why you are drunk. Songs are the best invention of humankind. They transcend species and touch the heart, a high Iroh quoted not far from the weird grandpa and grandson duo. Ragnarok beside him nodded. Agreed, music unites the world. Fuck species, fuck war, we all should get together and just sing a song and smoke a joint. Douglas nodded. Yes, let's sing for my father. I haven't done it in a long time. Ho-a-a-a. Sounds of the Halo games theme started coming out of his mouth. Ignoring Douglas, Red-Eyed Hat spoke. I have a confession. I may be the god of chaos, but I have started enjoying peace. I am afraid of myself now. Puff. Iroh nodded and smoked. My friend, fear is sometimes necessary. It keeps you from becoming arrogant. There was a time I was a feared general, but then my call came, and I learned to be thankful for just being alive. Gandalf nodded and added, yes, humans are beings driven by motives. Most people just think about becoming rich or famous, but a few dreams of ruling the world. Those are the ones who do the most damage. They need to take a puff and chill. Absolutely right, look at that girl. Crying because she feels she was not loved by her mother. Who knows for how long she had been keeping those emotions locked. Ragnarok said and pointed at Angela. They all nodded their heads. A distance from them, Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin were beating each other and also making out alternatively. Both of them were too weird, so except Deadpool, no one talked to them. Scooby and Shaggy were smoking with the Powerpuff Girls. I'm gonna forgive Mojo Jojo. We have beaten him so much that I now think his only motive to do bad is to get beaten by us. Blossoms gloomily said. Shaggy and Scooby were too high and vibing without even speaking. They were constantly laughing while thinking of the jokes they wanted to tell each other but never reaching the point of speaking. A distance from them, Deadpool was trying to make a foot-long joint and smoke it in one go. What is this? I didn't sign up for this. Sokka complained, looking around. By now he had been made fun of by everyone there. They are just having fun. Many in Southern Air Temple used to do this too, Aang said. You monks were crazy, Sokka interjected. Alexander had made sure that no one was inconvenienced by the night. He had also provided a different tent to the man and his pregnant wife who were traveling with him. Apparently, the man was called Then and his wife was called Ying. Alexander didn't want them to be uncomfortable, so he put a soundproofing charm on their tent so they could sleep calmly. Back to Alexander's side. All the tailed beasts were snuggling in his arms and just chatting. Even Zuko was caressing the head of Karema. Both really had the same attitudes. Prideful yet soft from the inside. Ji-chan, what's in the metal can? Saiken asked cutely. It is called beer, child, Alexander replied. The tailed beasts only knew the name beer but didn't know what it truly was. They had heard about sake though. Can I drink too? Just taste it once, Saiken pleaded. Saiken was a big glutton and wanted to try eating everything. But Alexander knew that all the tailed beasts were suckers for tasty food and they wouldn't like it. So he let all of them try. Sure, you all can try, he allowed. Soon, all of them were coughing and making a twisted face. Why do people drink this? This is not sweet. Yuck. Saiken cleaned his face. Ha ha ha, only old people like me and humans like it. You drink this, your favorite ice cream milkshake. He offered. You spoil them too much, Olivia told him. They deserve it. Alexander proudly justified. Beep beep. Alexander took out a watch-like thing from his pocket. Whoa, I never thought Saitama would need my help. I got a god, Oli, I will be back in a few minutes. Talk to Aang and Zuko till then. The moment Alexander left, the tailed beasts moved and sat beside Olivia and ate their meal. She looked at Zuko and asked, why do you look so worried, child? Zuko was going to scoff at her, but when he looked at her kind and loving face he couldn't bring himself to do it. Her face resembled his mother so much. I am wondering what happened to my mother. And what is happening to me, Zuko said in self-loathing. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What do you do for a living? She asked. Zuko had nothing to say. I was after the Avatar for 3 years. Now I don't know. Who told you to go after him? She asked further. My father, he banished me after defeating me in Agni Kai. He gave me this mark and told me to only return if I catch the Avatar. But now he declared me and my uncle an enemy. I don't know why, Zuko confusedly said. I can heal your wounds, child. Back to your normal face. But, do you really want that? Think about it in a different way. A child fought the Fire Lord and came out with just a scratch. All your life, you have been told what to do. For the first time, you are free. Maybe you should do what you want to do. Ask your father what happened to your mother. Question things around you, child. That is what makes us different from animals, she advised. Zuko stayed silent there and kept on thinking. Saitama had defeated Thanos. He suddenly turned into the hero of the universe. He had no idea what was happening, but all he knew was that he could buy all kinds of food for free around the whole universe. His face was too famous now no matter where he went. People even asked for his autograph. He had never faced this kind of popularity in his original world. He was a hero just for fun after all. In fact, he had received hate in his original world. This was the first time he was being appreciated and he couldn't deny that he felt nice and proud of himself. This seaweed is awesome. The best of the best, he muttered, while sitting in his apartment given to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. He was also amazed to find so many new video games and just spent his time playing them. It had been a month since Thanos attacked and he had finished 2 out of 200 games. He was really bad at it. Boom. My friend, come to Asgard, father wants to honor you. You not only saved the universe but also Asgard by killing Surtur. Because of this the Ragnarok never came. You even beat my sister. Father has been rambling about you being the greatest being in the universe. Thor brashly shouted. But Saitama was only looking at the hole in his apartment's roof that Thor had made. He was going to get angry but then remembered it was not his apartment. I guess this is fine then. Saitama accepted the invitation and went with Thor. He soon appeared in Asgard. Thor was still losing his weight and hated exercising/walking. So they took a flying carriage to the castle. He was soon greeted by a crowded hall full of people and food. Bam bam. Odin bumped his spear on the floor to make them silent. He stood up in his majestic suit. My beloved people. The hero has arrived. Saitama the unbeatable, savior of the universe and of course, Asgard. I offer him the highest respect and an offer to join us in this feast. To Saitama. Everyone picked their glasses and drank it. The party went wild and crazy. Everyone drank and ate. Soon people started challenging Saitama for an arm wrestling match. He happily accepted them and defeated everyone. Now, only Odin was left. The two stood on 2 sides of the tables. Let's see who got the heavier arm. The two looked into each other's eyes. What is this? Thor exclaimed. Saitama looked at him and noticed a clock-like thing in his hand. He quickly checked his pocket. What is this button? Thor asked and pressed it. Nuuyu? Saitama tried to take it away but was too late. Crack. He was able to snatch it but he broke it in his fist. He used too much strength. He will come now, he muttered. Who will be coming? Odin interestingly asked. An old man, who is also the strongest being I've ever met, Saitama plainly said. This intrigued Odin as Saitama was already the strongest and whoever was stronger than him would be a nightmare for all. Just as he said that a golden light fell from the sky directly into the castle hall. It was like Bifrost but still very different. When the golden light vanished, a figure of an old man appeared, in a white robe with a cloud pattern, a staff in the hand, and a bamboo hat on the head. Alexander had changed a lot since he left the Marvel world. He had grown much more powerful than the peak being of the Marvel universe. So, his arrival didn't just jolt up the beings of Asgard but the whole universe. Nov. L.B//JNN. All the strong beings hid themselves and waited for this anomaly to go away. It was much worse for everyone in the hall. Alexander's power was so big that it radiated from his body. He needed to control his power whenever he would jump to different worlds, so it took a few seconds, but those few seconds were enough for people to feel it. Every Asgardian around him kneeled to the ground and couldn't stand up, like they were pushed down, including Odin. Alexander looked around and recognized he was in Asgard. I thought you were in some kind of danger, Alexander said. Saitama scratched his head. Thor mistakenly pressed the button, boss. Still the same old Thor. So, you wanna come with me or stay here? Alexander asked. I'm done here, I have already defeated everyone, Saitama informed. Alexander proudly patted his shoulder. Good, I'm proud of you. I can feel that you grew a bit stronger. Wait. Alexander looked at Odin, who stopped him. What is it, Odin? Odin looked at him in surprise. You know me. Not you in particular, but one of the iterations of you in the multiverse, Alexander explained. Alexander didn't stay there much and just grabbed Saitama. Let's go, a big party is going on back in my place. Again a golden light came and both of them vanished. At the same moment, the oppressive aura disappeared and Odin was able to stand up with all other Asgardians. Who was that, father? Thor asked. A being way above our league, son. Be happy that he meant no harm. Odin muttered. Similar things were happening across the universe. Entities like Death, who was already scared because of Saitama, had started shivering due to Alexander. Now, she came out of her cave. Who was that? She scaredly wondered. Just like many other beings, Alexander returned to his campsite. It had just been a few minutes since he went away. Saitama, you already know most of them. That kid is Avatar and his friends. You can talk to him. He introduced. Saitama went to take a seat with a beer and bowl of hot pot. This is awesome. I can just relax here. Aang then came to him. Hey, are you from the air nomad tribe? Saitama shook his head. No, I am just a hero for fun. Then how did you become bald? Aang asked. The two talked a lot and became very good friends. In the end, Aang started drawing arrows on Saitama's head. Zuko, you spoiled brat, you were so much loved by mother and yet came out a weakling. Drunk Azula cursed at Zuko from a distance. Zuko was completely sober but he didn't take offense. He now understands why Azula was always so on edge. She was jealous of him. You had everything and yet I am the one who is stronger. That is why father wants me to inherit after him, not you. You were always a weakling in his eyes. A weakling he was going to kill if not for mother, she blurted. Zuko was now paying attention. He always thought that his sister used to say that his father was going to kill him just to annoy him. But this time it sounded too real. Why would he want to kill me? Zuko asked. That day when father suggested grandfather that he should become the Fire Lord. You ran away but I stayed. I saw what his punishment was. Because father wanted to take the rightful position of the uncle, who had just lost his son, grandfather ordered that father kill his son too. That is you. And guess what? You didn't die. However, grandfather died and at the same time, mother disappeared. You've got to be extremely dumb to not say the truth. Father killed grandfather and mother had something to do with it. I just don't know what. You took mother away. She angrily shouted, but at that moment her anger looked more like sorrow. Zuko was silence struck. His mind went blank and quickly picked a beer can and drank it. Everything was making sense now. Everything. Alexander saw that most of the camp had become high now and all of them were now just sitting and talking. So it was the best time for some slow music and fireworks. He pointed his finger at the sky and quickly lots of fireworks started. Alexander stood beside Olivia as she rested her head on his shoulder. A distance from them, Leonidas and Natasha were doing the same. In Alexander's lap and on the shoulder, tailed beasts were sitting and looking at the sky. Alexander then noticed that Natasha's face didn't look good. Child, is everything okay? I don't know, Dad, I'm not feeling good, she answered. He quickly did a diagnostic check with magic. The next moment he started howling in laughter. Wahaha, this is the best day. Oli, we are going to have another grandson soon. Olivia looked at his face and then Natasha. This is great news. Leonidas, what are you doing? Take Natasha home and get her to sleep. She needs rest. Leonidas scratched his head and just picked Natasha in a princess carry and disappeared. Alexander then looked at Olivia. Maybe we should go to sleep too, my beautiful wife. Alexander didn't let her answer and picked her up in his arms. Oh, my Oli, why are you so beautiful? I nearly skipped a heartbeat. Shameless, she replied. Haha, thanks for the compliment. With that, they disappeared. They were just going to sleep and not do adult stuff. So, the tailed beasts also followed them. Soon, Olivia and Alexander were holding each other on the bed and the tailed beasts were sleeping around them. Alex, when will this world-hopping thing end? Olivia asked. I don't know, Oli. Currently, I am not strong enough to face the mighty beings of heaven. I need to at least get as strong as my father to truly be able to do that. Alexander explained. I can understand. I wonder how Rena and Golly are doing. Also Edward and Hermione. They haven't contacted us yet. Olivia was worried. Well, I left the One Piece world in perfect shape, so Rena and Golly should be just having fun. I have no idea about Edward and Hermione. I should go and check up on them someday. He decided. Yes, you should. Now, sleep. I haven't seen you rest in so long, Olivia said and slowly caressed his hair while humming. Alexander completely relaxed his body and finally, after thousands of years, went to sleep. You are awake, father. A muffled voice reached his ears. Alexander found himself unable to move and saw two figures standing beside his bed. Everything felt too familiar to him. We are sorry, father, but you didn't leave us any other choice. So many times we proposed that we increase the price of our products, but every time you denied it. We stayed silent all this time, but not anymore. Do you have any idea how much money we could make with this new cancer drug? We could be trillionaires, but you still want to sell it like candies. Rest in peace, father. We have asked the doctor to make sure that it's painless. Alexander tried to move and get up, but soon the doctor came and injected something into the IV bottle. Alex, wake up. Ji-chan. Boom. Alexander's eyes shot open under his glasses that he had still not taken off. He took a very long breath and noticed the sweat all over his body. His breathing was uneven too. He looked around. Olivia was worryingly holding his hand and the little beasts were also up, looking at him worriedly. God damn it, I knew this would happen. He cursed at himself. Was it a nightmare? What happened, Alex? You were talking in your sleep about some injection. What is going on? Tell me truthfully, Alex, or I will never be at peace. Olivia asked, her eyes looking extremely anxious and troubled. Sigh. I've been having nightmares about the time when I died. I was killed. He answered. Just then Olivia realized something. She had died when their twins were just 5. So she had not spent as much time with them as Alexander. Alexander had single-handedly taken care of them and spent the most time. He was very close to them on an emotional level. He brought them up with love and care his whole life. And then those two went ahead and killed him. She couldn't imagine the mental strain it would put on him. No matter if you are a god or not. She felt even worse because she never tried to talk it out with him. She simply focused on her new family. Now they had a perfect son, daughters, granddaughter, and friends. She lifted her hand and touched his face. Then she proceeded to take his glasses off. But then her head went blank and her hands shivered. She was horrified seeing his eyes. They looked dark, sunken, and depressed as if he had not slept for years, which really was the case. See image in paragraph comment. Alexander tried not to look at Olivia as his brows furrowed. He didn't want her to see this. But he always looked so happy. All the while he was masking his pain under his glasses, she thought sadly. Alex, did you not sleep all these years because of these nightmares? Since when did these nightmares start? She worriedly asked. Alexander didn't look at her face. He knew she was sad, since day one. Don't worry, Oli, they will go away soon. I have been fine all this time. My beautiful children are my happiness. He tried to assure her. But Olivia knew he was trying to derail the conversation. She quickly moved and hugged his head tightly while caressing his hair. Seeing that, all the worrying tailed beasts came and hugged them too. Let's talk about this, Alex, she whispered. There is nothing to talk about, Oli. It isn't physically harming me. I'm not sick or anything. Sometimes bad trauma can persist for a very long time. I'm not sad or anything. It's just that whenever I sleep I see this nightmare. He explained quickly. But she was not at peace. Physical harm is not the only damage possible, and you know it. Your mental health is just as important. Why don't we ask father? Maybe he will have a solution. We need to deal with this problem while we can. Running away won't solve it. Well, I guess there is no harm in this, Alexander agreed. He didn't even have to look up and speak. God's voice came on its own. Ah, my son, I was aware of talking to you in the future, so I took an initiative in the past. I see what your problem is, child. I should have helped you earlier. Hello, Olivia, my sweet child. Hello, father. Please help Alex. I can't look into his eyes. They are too depressing. She pleaded. Well, nobody can easily handle betrayal from your loved ones. I was depressed too when Lucifer betrayed me. But I came out of it later because I understood the order of things. One thing must happen for the other to occur. It is all interrelated. Just so you know, if you had not been killed by your sons, then you would have been killed by the president. He had also ordered a hit on you, but it never reached the finalization stage. Also, everything that happened to you led to this exact moment. Look around you, son. Look into their eyes, see their love for you. You are not alone this time. And if it is about your nightmares, normal medicine might not help you, as you are certainly way beyond an ordinary human. You are already 42% equal to me. So, here you go. Take these tablets before sleeping. These induce calm, happy memories in your mind. Instantly a big jar of candies appeared beside him. I take them like candies. You won't believe the things I see all the beings doing. Murder, crimes, and other horrible things. I also need some peace sometimes. Also, son, I have sent Michael a combined report from heaven. He will help you train to eventually become a big god. I can't wait to pass all this, birdie. I mean, great responsibility on you and finally have some peace. God cheerfully said, making Alexander chuckle. Haha, thanks, old man. I will look into it. Now, stop peeking into your son's bedroom. Alexander jokingly got angry. Ha ha ha, it's not my fault. I see and know everything. God shrugged and stopped their connection. Alexander looked out of the window. It was already morning in Fahim. Sigh, well, it is already morning. I might as well just get to work. Alexander then noticed that all the tailed beasts who were hugging him had gone to sleep while still holding him and Olivia. Alexander put his glasses back on and moved. My potatoes, time to wake up. Let's eat breakfast and get to work. He softly woke them up. One by one, they all woke up, some rubbing their eyes. Ah, Ji-chan, why were we hugging you? Kokuo cutely asked. Because you all love me so much that you sleepwalked into my arms, Alexander said and again hugged them all with a warm heart. All of them nodded and accepted it with laughs. They really loved their Ji-chan and there was no denying it. After eating breakfast, he left all the beasts except Komei who accompanied him as the doctor of Azula. Outside, he took a sigh of relief seeing everything normal. All the weird people had left. Has everyone been sent back? He asked Dobby. Yes, boss. All of them. We all just ate breakfast. Dobby answered. What about Deadpool? He asked. Dobby silently pointed to a pile of ash. That's what's left of him after he tried to make a move on Ragnarok n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Throw it inside a box and leave it in Fahim. He instructed and walked to Aang and the other kids. Well, we had enough rest. Let's head to the capital now. We need to stop the Fire Lord, he declared, which cheered them all up. Iroh was also there. Ah, yes, my brother needs to be stopped. His ambitions know no bounds. At this rate, he will end up burning everything. So you're going to fight, Iroh? Alexander asked. Ha ha ha, no, my fighting days are gone. Now I'm just a tea admirer. My dreams only include opening my own tea shop now. Iroh laughed it off. Alexander then looked at Zuko who had a firm face. What about you? I will fight my father and find out what happened to my mother. Until then, I won't calm down. Zuko firmly said. Well, good thing. I guess I will need to train you too. Aang, you too. You have been slacking a lot lately. Ah, what did you do to Saitama? You two look like brothers now. Alexander exclaimed. Hehe, brother Saitama is very cool. He's not even a bender and can still airbend. Aang said. Saitama scratched his bald head. Ah, no, that was just my normal punch. At the moment Aang and Saitama were wearing the same kind of clothes and both had arrows on their heads. Alexander and the whole group were sitting on Appa's back. Iroh was enjoying the scenery around him. It was his first time sitting on the back of a flying bison. It was Toph who was speaking to everyone. If we want to be taken seriously, then we need to enter the Earth Kingdom from the official channel. If we barge into the royal palace, then they will most likely see us as the enemy. Little Toph is right, Iroh spoke. Remember how I told you that in Ba Sing Se, the real ruler is not the king but the Daily, and its leader enjoys a very high level of freedom. He will most likely try to do something stupid, he added. Alexander had to agree. Iroh also knew these local things better. After all, it was he who had laid a siege to Ba Sing Se, years ago. Then the only place still letting people go to the capital is Full Moon Bay. It is a secluded cove in the East Lake, located just south of Ba Sing Se. It is a hidden ferry station that refugees from all over the southern portion of the Earth Kingdom come to on their way to Ba Sing Se, Alexander suggested. But what about passports? Katara asked. Haha, I will solve that problem. No need to worry. Alexander laughed. Ragnarok patted Katara's head. Child, these small problems are not something that can stop us anymore. Hey, where is Amy? Sokka asked, seeing that everyone was being nice. But then suddenly the atmosphere turned serious. Ragnarok patted Sokka's shoulder. She didn't come back because a certain creep was creeping her out. Pat pat. Ragnarok patted too hard and Sokka ended up falling on the furry back of Appa, face first. While still down, he blinked his eyes multiple times and looked at Alexander. Why are you flying when Appa is flying? Oh, that. Well, kid, I am more than 5,000 kilos heavy. If I put my weight on Appa, he will probably get injured. He explained, though except Sokka not many heard them due to the air around them. Yes, Ji-chan is big and thick, Komei said innocently. It made Alexander laugh. Haha, let's not add thick, Komei. They crossed the desert and finally came to the Full Moon Bay. It was heavily crowded and there were lines everywhere. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. They all also stood in one and waited for their turn. No matter if you are a god or the Avatar, you don't jump lines. How are we going to take Appa? Aang asked. Oh, he will just fly along with us. For now, he will have to wait, Alexander said. Soon their turn came and Aang was the one to talk to the passport attendant. 7 tickets for the ferry to Ba Sing Se, please. Passports? The woman irritably asked. Sorry, we don't have passports, Aang replied. No passport, no ticket. Next she hushed him. Don't you see, this is the Avatar, Sokka said, showing Aang's face like an exhibition art. Ah, I see 50 avatars a day. By the way, not a very impressive costume and you have another avatar in your group, she said and pointed at multiple Avatar cosplayers at the side. This lady is mean, Komei exclaimed. Also, no animals allowed? she added. Hey, I'm not an animal. I am Lucky 7 Kome, Kome refuted her. Alexander had enough and walked forward. Tell me, what kind of people do these fairies help? Refugees, the woman answered. Then, what if a refugee lost his house in a fire caused by an attack by Fire Nation, and they lost everything along with all their belongings? Then how will he show you a passport? Alexander asked. That is not my problem, no passport, no ticket, she repeated. Sigh. Alexander took out his cloud seal. You lack empathy for the job you are meant to do. Instead of helping the troubled people, you are putting their lives in danger by not allowing them to reach safety. You are fired and fined 100 gold coins. The woman saw the golden cloud seal and straightened her back. Oh, I didn't know it was Lord Universe. Please forgive my manners, I will immediately give you the tickets. No, you are still fired. Alexander persisted. Just then a huge ship entered the full moon bay. That is my ship and I will be helping the refugees from now on. No need for you here. Alexander then looked at a saddened man on the side. You can bring your cabbages too. So, after that, Alexander set up some of his men to help the refugees. They would also keep an eye on Fire Nation spies and not let them enter. Let's go, our ship is here, he said. Everyone got on the ship, along with lots of genuine refugees. Alexander's huge battleship easily sailed to the port of Basing Se. A few Fire Nation ships saw their big ship but they were dealt with modern artillery. They came to the port from where a man-powered train was connected into the city. They all got on it and smoothly entered the city. The city was by far the largest in the world he had seen, essentially being more of a small country than a mere city. Basing Se meant impenetrable city. It was so named for its world-famous walls, the gates of which had no hinges or other hardware and were opened by the use of earthbending. Within the outer wall lay a large expanse of farmland and several mountains. The inner wall enclosed the city itself. Basing Se was divided into several major districts, with inhabitants sorted in various walled rings based on economic and social class. These ranged from the lower ring, a place of ghettos inhabited by refugees and the poor, to the upper ring, home of the kingdom's ruling classes, and the rich. During Qin the Conqueror's largely successful campaign to unite the Earth Kingdom under his control, Basing Se was the only territory to remain unconquered besides the peninsula where Avatar Kyoshi lived. Apparently, Qin would rather face the Avatar herself than try his luck at the Great Walls of Basing Se. The city was also involved in many problems over the years. There were many secretive wars going on. There was also a peasant uprising. But by far the most destructive was the Daili, which was now out of control and acted like moral police rather than protectors of the king and city. The last time he was in the city was when Kyoshi was alive and it had not changed much. Instead, it had gotten worse. No one even asked them anything, which Alexander found suspicious and predicted that they already knew they were coming. Then, as expected, a woman appeared in the station inside the second wall. Hello, I am Judy. It is a great honor to show the great Avatar around the city of Basing Se. And you must be Sokka, Katara, and Toph. Welcome to our wonderful city. Shall we get started? She asked. Girl, no need, I am with them. Alexander voiced and showed her his identification. Her smile changed to a frown for a second and she deeply bowed. I did not know Lord Universe was with them. It has been a long time since someone from your family came here. I am sure the king will be very happy to hear this. Good, I will guide Avatar, you can go, Alexander said and shooed her. He didn't feel she was simply there to guide them but instead to keep an eye on them. But, I was ordered to take the Avatar to his residence in the inner city. I am sure you will go there too, to your house. She said. Yes, I will, but no need for your guidance. I know the way and the Avatar will be staying in my home. Thank you, Alexander uninterestingly responded and started walking away. This time the woman didn't disturb them. Ah, what a creepy woman, Ragnarok commented. My friend, I would like to go on my own way now. I need to find a job and make a new life here. Thank you for letting me accompany you on this great journey, Iroh said, stopping them all. Are you sure, Iroh? Alexander asked. He had grown fond of his new friend. Yes, maybe I will try to open my own tea shop, Iroh thought loudly. Alexander took out a money pouch. Then consider this my investment in your shop. Iroh saw the gold coins in the pouch. Ah, thank you, my friend. You won a lifetime's free supply of tea, haha. Zuko, are you coming with me? Iroh asked. Zuko didn't hesitate and followed Iroh. He knew who his real family was now and who he should give more importance to. Alexander took everyone to his home in the inner wall and let them rest for the night. It was the first day of their stay in the country-sized city. For the next day, Alexander had given money to all and told them to just have fun while he investigated the city. They all happily went out, reminding him they were still children after all. So, he went out to see what was going around the place. Ragnarok and Dobby had also gone to their ways. Dobby was going to Iroh's shop where he worked and also help him to find a new shop to buy. Ragnarok went with Kome and Angela. Alexander, while roaming around, noticed that he was being continuously followed. So, he changed his attire and face. Now he looked like an Eastern martial artist monk. His looks really went well with the area he was in. He now did a reverse and instead started following the Daili around, to see what they usually did. And he did not like it. He soon found out that they had their own hidden headquarters where they did lots of brainwashing on people, telling them that everything is okay, there is no war happening outside. My instincts say that the king doesn't know about the war. Huh, what a worthless king, but again, all decision-making people in this world have disappointed me till now, he thought, and kept on looking. He then found out that people were not allowed to talk about the war in public or else they would simply vanish, most likely arrested by the Daily. Part 2, Kome's Secret to Happiness. Middle Ring of Ba Sing Se. The Middle Ring of Ba Sing Se contains the city's middle-class populace. Inside this ring are a vast assortment of shops and restaurants, as well as the financial district and town hall. Mostly middle-class people lived and roamed this place. Kome, Azula, and Ragnarok had come to the market to look around. He was still treating Azula, although he didn't need to tickle her much now. Whoa, this place is so big. How did they cramp all the people in here? Kome wondered. Ragnarok chuckled. Kome had not seen any modern world city yet, so he was like this, as curious as a little child. This city is apparently more than 5,000 years old. But this is really not as magnificent as I imagined it to be, Azula haughtily said. But Kome ignored her and simply entered a shop. Whoa, look at those shining glasses. Hey, no dirty pets allowed, leave them outside. The shop owner suddenly shouted. Kome just turned around and left. Ragnarok huffed at the shopkeeper. Foolish man, you probably lost the wealthiest customer of your life. Ragnarok went out to Kome. Why didn't you talk back, kid? He was rude. Kome replied in his cheerful voice, well, I am not human looking, so I can imagine why he talked to me like that. Besides, I know I am not the best looking of my brothers. I look weird with my beetle head and butterfly wings. I am ugly and I know it. Humans have always been afraid of me due to this. Many even thought I was poisonous. But I couldn't let such things ruin my mood. So I decided to never get sad. Then I found out that if you stay happy then nothing bad happens. Since then, I became lucky 7 Kome. Hehe. Ragnarok warmly patted his head. Who says you are ugly? You are one of the best looking and behaving of all your siblings. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And if someone bullies you, you just tell Uncle Raggy here, I will deep fry them. Hehe, okay. Kome chuckled. Yes, you are not ugly. Your wings are one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen, Azula added. Kome and Ragnarok were shocked. How did the foul-mouthed girl say something so nice? But Kome happily started flying around her. Hooray, hooray, my treatment worked. Azula is good now. Puchi? Kome squeezed Azula's cheeks with his head. Hehe, didn't I tell you, I am the best nurse in the world. Azula rolled her out and looked on the other side. Part 3, Art of Tea. Pao Family Tea House, Lower Ring of Ba Sing Se. The lower ring was home to the poor classes of Ba Sing Se's society and the majority of its population. During the ongoing 100-year war, these consisted of newcomers to the city, including its multitude of refugees. Most of the lower ring residents work with their hands as artisans, laborers, and craftsmen, while the rest were merchants and food vendors. Due to the impoverished state of the citizens of the lower ring, as well as the influx of refugees, the crime rate is significantly higher. The lower ring was also the most densely populated area of Ba Sing Se. My friend, tea is like human emotions. Drinking cold can taste bad and ruin your day, while drinking hot can make your day. Iroh quoted while drinking lemon ginger tea with Dobby. And just like humans, tea comes in many different flavors, some amazing and some not so, Dobby added. Ha ha ha, perfectly said, my friend. Okay, I am done working on my shift here. I am supposed to look around a few shops here. Would you like to join me, my friend? Iroh asked. Sure, where is Zuko? Dobby asked. Ah, he must be around somewhere contemplating something. The kid has been going through a lot these days. Haha, I just imagine the face of my brother these days. Both his only children are now away from him, and from what it looked like, Azula hasn't contacted her home either. Iroh laughed. Yes, she hasn't. Anyway, this war will soon be ending. Sigh, the world could have gotten so much better, but it ended up getting worse due to this war. Seriously, humans are humans' enemies. Dobby muttered. Absolutely correct, my friend. I was once a foolish, ambitious man too. But when I ventured into the spirit realm to look for my son, I changed. I didn't find my son, but I found my peace. Iroh said. Oh, look, this shop looks nice. It even has some nice decorations outside. It looks clean too, and also empty. Dobby stopped on the tracks. But this looks expensive. Iroh contemplated. Most good things are usually expensive. But it won't help if we don't ask. Let's go in. Dobby encouraged. They met the shop owner. Dobby used his magic to make the shop cost just as much money as Iroh had. Ah, this is exactly how much I had. I guess it's my lucky day today. Iroh happily gave the money. But Dobby also secretly gave the owner the real amount to not be unreasonable to him. Dobby just felt like helping Iroh, so he did, with no extra strings attached. Well, I guess I will go out to shop for some things for this shop. Do you want to join me? Iroh asked. Dobby felt that Iroh also had something else in mind, so he declined. No, I will go and look for what kids are doing. Iroh then closed his new shop and went to buy a basket and some incense burners. Part 4, Dr. Aang? Saitama and Aang were looking around the whole Ba Sing Se together. They would just jump from one place to another to travel. Ha ha ha, brother Saitama, this is so fun. I feel just like when I was in the air temple. Aang cheered. Saitama was also wearing a suit similar to Aang. Yes, looking around the city is indeed fun. We have already caught 30 thieves. Yes, that too. Let's race to that building now. Whoever loses has to buy lunch for the other. Aang suggested. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Saitama's face turned competitively serious. Fine by me. 1, 2, 3, go. Boom. Aang was left behind dumbfounded, standing at the start line. He had not even taken his first step yet. He didn't have hair on his head but still felt like he lost some. Woa, he is so fast. Aang then reached Saitama. I think you overdid it a little. Saitama scratched his bald head. Yeah, I think I did. Well, at least I didn't break the ground and the buildings. Oh my god, it's the Avatar? Thank goodness we found you. Please help us. A man came out of nowhere. Aang was always serious about helping others, so he immediately agreed. What happened? He asked. My wife is pregnant. But her water broke and now the baby is stuck. They both will die if nothing gets done. Please help us. You are the Avatar, you can do anything. The man pleaded. Aang was confused now. He had no idea what to do. He looked at Saitama. Don't look at me. I am clueless in this matter. Saitama said. Cough. Dabi came to them. Maybe I can help. Oh, Uncle Dabi. We can surely save her if it is you. Please believe him, sir. There is no better man for this than him. Aang told the man. The man believed Aang and took them to the small hospital. It was a poor area, so the healthcare wasn't the best there. Come with me, Aang. It's time you realize the ways waterbending can be used. Dabi invited him. He went to where the woman was lying unconscious. It was very dangerous for her health already. You don't always need to see water in order to bend it. You can also sense it. There is still water in her womb, but it's not enough to smoothly take the baby out in normal ways. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. So, you can use your water bending differently to smoothly and slowly spread that water to make it act like a lubricant and let the baby out. As Dabi taught him, he also did his work. Although what he used was magic, it was still not much different from water bending. He eventually got the baby out, healthy and alive. He then checked the lady and she was fine too. Aang happily soaked in all the knowledge like a sponge. Now, let's return home. I am sure boss will be there to take us to meet the king. Dabi decided. Part 5, An Old Man's Tears. Iroh still misses his son a lot. The death of Lu Ten was a big hit to his mind. Today he went to the small hilltop in the inner walls of the city. The place had a tree on the top of it and it resembled his son's grave back in Fire Nation a lot. He went down on his knees near the tree and set up 2 stones. Then put a photo of Lu Ten. He suddenly felt emotions encompassing his mind as images of him playing with his son came. He remembered that evening. That memory perfectly. Memory. A young Iroh ran out of the palace followed by a small boy, mocking a firebending move by thrusting his hands outward. Lu Ten laughed. I got you, Dad. Iroh feigned a blow from the imaginary fire blast and fell onto the grass. Lu Ten smiled and jumped on his father's belly as the two laughed in happiness. Lu Ten chuckled. When I grow up I want to be just like you, Dad. I want to fight. Iroh chuckled. Son, your future is many years away. I encourage you to live in the present and look toward the future. Lu Ten sighed and grinned wildly like a mad scientist about to make a discovery. Will you sing me the song, Dad? Iroh smiled. Of course, son. The firebender opened his mouth to sing as a leaf released itself from the branch's grip. Memory ends. Setting down his son's favorite food and lighting the essence sticks, Iroh's eyes started to tear up at the amazing adventures Lu Ten wanted to have. Now, he was gone, and Iroh was left alone. Sure, he had Zuko, but he knew that this would not last long. If only I could have helped you. Then just like he did at the shrine in Fire Nation, he started singing the song Lu Ten loved. Leaves from the vine. Around him, leaves started to unhinge themselves from their confinement, freeing themselves to join the wind. Falling so slow, like fragile tiny shells. The leaves were slowly pushed into a nearby gentle stream a distance away and started to slowly drift along the foamy water, leaving its tree, drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy. Iroh started to cry as the stream turned into a waterfall along the way. The leaves flew off the edge and twirled, transforming into a little Lu Ten playfully shooting his imaginary attack, pretending to fight his father. Iroh realized he was seeing things. Come marching home. Lu Ten smiled as he walked along a path alone, holding nothing but a picture of Iroh. He held it to his chest as he started to grow. Brave soldier boy. Sniff. Lu Ten grew into an adolescent and grew up until he became an adult, now wearing the Fire Nation military suit. But just then, before Iroh could continue, the imaginary figure of his son spoke. Father, please don't cry. Iroh's tear-filled eyes became fully open. The blurriness vanished and his vision became clear. Now, standing in front of him was a real-like figure of his son. Son. He blurted. His voice showing his longingness and fear of this not being real. Yes, it is me. Spirit God guided me to you, Lu Ten revealed. Iroh looked past his son and saw Alexander walking towards them slowly with the support of his wooden staff. I am surprised Zuko didn't tell you until now. Don't worry, he is the real Lu Ten's spirit, Alexander responded. Iroh's eyes widened. He looked back at his son. Tears again fell. I am sorry, son. Only if I was with you, I could have saved you. Lu Ten shook his head and walked to his father. No father, that was my destiny. No one could have changed it. Iroh suddenly tried to hug his son but found himself passing through the body, nearly colliding with Alexander. Alexander helped him and put one hand on his shoulder. Let's go to Spirit Realm, you can hug your son there. He took out his anywhere door and the three walked into it. They quickly found themselves in a beautiful forest with a river flowing nearby. There were also many beautiful spirits around them, playing and singing melodies. Just then, Lu Ten hugged his father. Iroha's face also became happy as he felt the physical contact. Alexander offered them to sit with him and gave them tea. I should have guessed that you were the spirit god. Why else would an old man travel with the avatar? Iroha said. The realization hit. Haha, I even gave you so many clues along the way but you were too busy with your philosophical mind, Alexander joked. Yes, father, I heard that you have become a thinker. I never thought I'd see a day when the mighty general becomes a poet, Lu Ten jabbered. Different experiences change people, son. But I am happy that you are fine in the spirit realm. I tried to find you once but couldn't, Iroha replied. The spirit realm is infinite, Iroha. It was an impossible task to find your son here on your own, Alexander revealed. Father, you should stop feeling bad. I will always be here and when you pass away in the physical world, we will be together again. But this is not your time. Don't linger on the past when you still have an unexplored future, Lu Ten said seriously. Iroha suddenly started laughing. Ha ha ha, my son also became a philosopher. Well, I understand, son. Thank you Spirit God, for giving me this chance. Spirit God is the name spirits gave me. I am still your friend. Now, let's go out. This is no place for a living person to stay. Don't worry, your son will be fine here, Alexander assured him. Iroha made peace with his emotions and followed Alexander out after a hug with his son. They came back to the shrine Iroha made. He was going to collect the things back. Alexander was standing behind him, but then suddenly something happened and he walked to the tree and sat beside Iroha. Alexander took out a childhood photo of his twin sons and put it along with the stone. See image in para comment. Iroha was shocked. Who are they? They resemble your face. Sigh. A long time ago, I had 2 sons. But then they committed a very horrible crime and were sentenced to death. I was never able to forgive them for it and give them a goodbye. But, as Lu Ten said, one shouldn't linger on the past. Alexander muttered. Alexander then burned some incense. What was that song you were singing? Iroha decided to completely sing it now. But he was calm and at peace now, not emotionally unstable like before. Leaves from the vine. Falling so slow. Like fragile, tiny shells. Drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy. Come marching home. Brave soldier boy. Come marching home. Alexander remembered the memories of his sons when they were children. When Olivia had passed away and it was just him who took care of them. He had refused to leave things to a nanny and tried to spend as much time with them as possible. Making school lunches for them, waking them up every day, getting them ready, and going on vacations. So many good memories resurfaced. He then continued the song by adding a few lines to it. Although it didn't fit with the lives of his sons as they were never soldiers, he still wanted to sing it. If not for just his sons then for all the sons who fought and died in wars they didn't make. He sang in his cracking voice. Ash in the snow, falling so slow, like fragile, broken hearts. With no place to go, little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy, come marching home. He thought he knew what he was fighting for, but the sight of blood made him question war. Poor soldier boy, cold and alone. Bombs fall like rain. He's all alone. They're all alone. Those leaves did grow, from branches overgrown, drifting slowly down, resting in the snow. Little soldier boy, taken from home, forced to fight a war that is not his own. Leaves from the vine, changing so slow, like empty, fallen souls, looking for a home. Little soldier boy, thought that he could soar. Brave soldier boy, died in their war. Iroha, sitting beside him, just felt the heartfelt words coming from Alexander's mouth and silently listened. He was able to see beyond just his son's death now. So many sons had died in this war. So many brave soldier boys couldn't come marching home. After Alexander was done, he looked at the photo and whispered, I forgive you, my sons. May your souls rest in peace. Sniff. He heard the noise and tried to look back. But suddenly 2 arms wrapped themselves around his shoulders. His head pressed with someone's chest. He lifted his head and saw Olivia's teary face. She had somehow felt Alexander's emotional distress and had come to him. You did good, Alex, you did good. She whispered and left a kiss on his forehead while hugging his neck tightly. Iroha was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Olivia. Ha, this is my wife, Iroha. Don't be so shocked, Alexander said. He was much better now. He felt like a dam was opened and the piled up weight was removed from his mind. Well, I heard before that you can see people's nature just from their faces and I can assure you, your wife looks like an angel, Iroha said. Alexander chuckled hearing that. Haha, yeah, she is. Well, let's get going now, my friend. You have a new shop to open. Wait, I just bought it before coming here. How did you know? Iroha asked interestingly. I know and see things normal people can't, my friend. Alexander cryptically said. Ha, all right, keep your secrets. Wah, I am feeling refreshed. Iroha yawned as he got up. Oli, thanks for coming. Alexander gratefully said to her. Oh, what would you be without me? You're a mess. She nagged and moved her hand through his hair. Ha, I am your mess, Alexander cheekily replied. Shamel, boom. She couldn't completely speak as a huge explosion-like sound came from beyond the walls of the city. I will go and check it out, Oli. See you later, he said. Olivia nodded and vanished into Fahim. Let's see what's going on, Iroha, he suggested. Then, Alexander took out his anywhere to the top of the wall. Iroh wasn't shocked by anything now, as in his mind, nothing should be impossible for the spirit god. Looking at what was happening, Iroh facepalmed himself. Ah, it's an attack from my country. Meanwhile, Alexander was genuinely surprised that the Fire Nation had such an amazing tunnel boring machine, and the only use they thought of it was in a war. Sigh, sometimes, I am confused about whether to laugh or cry at Fire Nation. He commented. What do you mean? Iroh asked. Nothing, you stay here, don't destroy the machine or let anyone else do it. I will bring the king here and show him what is going on. He most likely doesn't even know what happens outside his palace walls. Alexander instructed him. Iroh understood the task. You go ahead. These machines are very hard to break or stop. I will wait here. Alexander simply flew this time to the royal palace. He reached the big doors and showed his seal. Lord Universe, forgive us, but the king is busy right now. The guards at the gate tried to stop. You didn't even look inside and already know this? Have you been spying on the king? Alexander asked, putting the guards in an uncomfortable situation. The two gatekeepers started sweating. You don't know my true status. So, step aside, or I will have to force it and it will only hurt you. He warned. He released a bit of his aura and made them feel who was at the top of the food chain here. Please, you may enter. The two opened the door nervously. Now, he just walked to the royal hall where the throne was. As expected, he found the king there sitting on his throne while his pet bear had fun around. Just beside the king was a man, whispering something in the king's ears. Who are you and how did you enter without permission? Earth King, Ki asked. Alexander knew the history of the man. He ascended the throne at age 4 following his father's death. Ki became one of the youngest Earth Kings. However, due to his young age, it was deemed appropriate to appoint the minister Longfeng as regent, a position from which he quickly assumed total control over Ba Sing Se. As such, for much of his reign, the Earth King was a mere puppet of Longfeng, relying totally on his advice and unable to make simple decisions. Alexander didn't reply and took out a scroll. By the decree of the first Earth King, ruling from the Ba Sing Se, Spirit God is hereby the highest authority in the country, and if my future descendants are not able to work with same perseverance as me, the throne may be taken over by the Spirit God. Signed by, the first Earth King. He threw the scroll into Ki's lap. Now, do you understand what grave situation you are in? Alexander then saw the man beside him again whispering something in Ki's ears. In an instant, Ki's face turned angry. Guard, arrest this man. He wants to take my throne. He shouted. Alexander tiredly facepalmed himself. He started walking towards Ki slowly. I knew you were a fool who was being used by that man as a puppet, but I never knew the situation was this bad. It seems you didn't develop your brain after the age of 4, Alexander said in a scornful tone. You, stay there, don't come close to the king. The man beside the king spoke. Ah, you must be the famous Longfeng, the so-called regent. You have been ruling Ba Sing Se and indirectly the whole country. I visited your hidden base. You have been working really hard all this time. Sadly, this is the end for you. He stated emotionlessly. During the era of the first Earth King, they asked me to help them build this city, and I made them those mighty walls of Ba Sing Se. I am kind of like the patron of this whole kingdom. Now, pick that scroll and read. I am sure you will have ways to recognize old seals. He authoritatively ordered. Longfeng quickly picked up the scroll and looked into it. It was clearly a legitimate sealed document. The palace does not make you a king. It is the people. And right now, your people are in a very tough situation. Your subjects are being forced to leave their homes and farms and come to Ba Sing Se for refuge. But they still get bullied by the Daily and are forced to live in poverty and hunger due to the 100 Years' War, while you sit here. Alexander scolded him. Ki looked at his grand secretariat. Longfeng, is what he is saying true? What war is he talking about? Alexander had enough. So you are telling me that you don't even know what is going around and outside the boundaries of your castle? What kind of king are you? Get up. You neither deserve to be called a king nor deserve to rule over people you have forsaken. He waved his hand and the two were thrown away from the throne. Longfeng fell harder than Ki. Ki, you may have been just 4 when you were forced to take the throne, but that was years ago. Your recent actions won't be forgiven. You will be educated in the art of kingship. Even the king of Omashu is better than you. Along with amazing statesmanship, he is also a powerful earthbender. He scolded. Guards. Alexander shouted. This time the guards came in. Arrest Longfeng and put him in the tightest security prison. If he gets away, I will eat your jobs. So, do it properly. Ki, you follow me. I will open your eyes today. He ordered. Ki just nodded and walked behind him scaredly. First, he brought him to the underground base of Daili. This is where Longfeng did all the brainwashing of people and imprisoned anyone he didn't like. After that, they took a train to the outer wall. Look outside, the condition of the city. It has been dwindling all this time because all the money that was supposed to be used to repair it stayed in Daili's pocket. Little by little, the foolish Earth King's eyes were really opening up. Back on the wall, Team Avatar and Ragnarok had arrived due to the blast. Why can't we stop them? If they get through, then the people will be in danger. Aang voiced his concern. Haha, the walls of this city are not that weak, Aang. It will take them a lot of time. But you can rest assured, Spirit God told me to wait for him. He will be bringing the king here. Iroh explained. Oh, then it should all be fine, Aang eased up. Huh, if it was me, I just need to take my mighty form and blow air at it to destroy it. Koumei proudly claimed. Yes, I'm sure you can do it. You are a mighty spirit beast after all, Iroh said. He then looked at his niece. How are you, Azula? Fine, she gave a one-word answer. Well, at least you are replying. That is still progress. He joked and looked down at many earthbender soldiers trying to stop the machine. Alexander soon arrived at the wall with Ki. Look, that is the Fire Nation army. They are trying to enter the city and take over. This has been going on for the past 100 years and this is not even their first attempt this month. A war has been going on for 100 years? Long Feng lied for so long. Ki was shocked. I told you I will open your eyes. Now, step aside and let me do my work. Aang, let's go and stop that machine. He instructed. He and Aang jumped down from the wall and headed to the big boring machine. Let's try not to break this machine too much. I have a use for it later. They entered the machine and looked for people to beat. Soon, it looked like an earthworm was defecating. Soldiers from the Fire Nation started to come out of the end part of the machine with all the sand and water. After a few minutes of beating people like ragdolls, Aang and Alexander stopped. I think we are okay now. Let's look outside. When they came out, they saw Koumei in his full size, scaring away the Fire Nation soldiers. Although he was clearly just having some fun. On the other hand, there was just one person remaining that was still fighting and it was a young girl. Stop it, Ty Lee, Azula shouted. I have come to save you, Azula. The Fire Lord sent me words that you've been kidnapped. Ty Lee replied while jumping around. Sokka and Katara were already paralyzed on the ground. Ty Lee was a formidable hand-to-hand combatant, often utilizing chi blocking, a unique form of martial arts that targets pressure points located in the human body. Alexander walked up to the girl to stop her. She jumped at him and tried her chi blocking and pinched Alexander on his body. Then they waited for a few seconds. Hey, why aren't you stopping? She asked. Because I am not normal. Also, stop pinching me. He shruggingly answered, unaffected by her attacks at all. Ty Lee, I am not kidnapped. I am traveling with these people. Azula spoke again. This time her words penetrated Ty Lee's head. But, why would you travel with your enemies? Ty Lee was visibly confused. Arg, it's a long story. I will tell you later. Just stand down. Azula replied. Boom. Koumei landed beside Alexander. Ji-chan, I have rounded them all up. Look. Alexander looked behind him and Koumei had really rounded up all the soldiers as if they were sheep. He had even made a boundary wall with sand. Haha, good job, Koumei. Now shrink yourself or you'll end up terrifying the whole city. Alexander suggested. Oh oopsie, I forgot I was big. Koumei got smaller and jumped on his shoulder to sit. They ordered the soldiers to be arrested and put in cells until the war was not over. They would all be treated humanly and with respect. Ki, you will announce me as your regent until you learn everything about being a good king. Got it? He sternly ordered him. Ki nodded profusely. He was too scared to be the king at the moment. He had never even heard about the war and didn't know how he would win it if he was to fight. Good, Aang, your firebending training will start from tomorrow. Before the Sozin's comet appears you need to face the Fire Lord. I will also take care of this damn comet. It appears every 100 years and gives the Fire Nation a chance to mess again. He briefed. Find Zuko, I need to talk to him, Alexander told Iroh. Good, now you all may leave. I will check this machine here. He dismissed them. Dobby stayed behind with him. Let me guess, an underground transit system. Dobby asked. Haha, of course, just imagine the things we can do with this. And this is the original technology of this world so I am not disrupting the natural order. It's not just public transit, we can make city sewage and other waterways with this. I am now wondering what else the Fire Nation has been hiding. Alexander contemplated. So, what are we going to do next? Dobby asked. Well, for starters we need to slowly make the people lose their hate or prejudice against people of other nations. This is going to be very hard as they have been like this for more than 1,000 years. Start by giving food to people in the name of the Avatar. People have lost faith in him and it needs to be reignited. Make the lives of marginalized people better and they will not forget the kindness, he ordered. Okay boss, Dobby said and left for work. After that, he went to Faheim, the food production area to be precise. It ran all day every day and produced food and beverages with Hufflepuff Cup and Hufflepuff Pot. He found the seraph in charge of the place and asked, how many chakra fruits have you made? In total, we have been able to make 4,500. The last batch of 500 is still in production. They require a lot of magical power to make them, boss. Seraph replied. Good, give me one. Also, I want all 1,000 of you seraphs to eat one. Also, keep on producing them. I want 10,000 of them in storage. He instructed and left. Outside, he saw Douglas running around in circles. What are you doing? He amusingly asked. I'm trying to take the heat off. I have been seeing grass in my dreams every day. I can't take it anymore. I am going crazy. Douglas tiredly replied. His eyes looked reddened. Ah, well in that case, here, eat this and go to sleep. Father gave me this. He revealed and handed him a candy. Douglas quickly ate it and stopped running. Ah, I can already feel the change. Thanks, old man, I'm going to sleep now. Letting him go, Alexander walked to his castle. Along the way, he saw Noodles playing in the lake. EA Noodle spoke. Haha, yes it is fun. You want me to take a bath? Well, I already had mine, you enjoy it. Alexander declined the offer and went into the castle. There he saw Amy teaching all the little beasts to paint, and their model was the baby Alan, son of Barry the Phoenix. Haha, yes, keep working. Best of luck, my potatoes, he wished them. Ji-chan, please give the winner a reward, Kokuo cutely asked. Sure, what do you want in a reward? He inquired. They had not thought this through, it seems. But still, they asked for the same thing at the same time. Ramen. Alexander started laughing. Ha ha ha, don't you eat that every day? Okay, I will reward you all with my handmade special ramen. Yai. They cheered and got back to work. He went to the basement where he usually keeps his physical training equipment developed by himself for himself. But he came to find that Leonidas was also there. Oh, hey, son. Dad, Leonidas responded as he lifted a 1,000-ton dumbbell. What are you doing here? Where is Natasha? Alexander asked. Well, Nat is sleeping. It seems pregnancy has been putting her to sleep too much. Mom said everything is fine, so I came here to exercise and let her rest. Leonidas blurted. Good, take care of her or your mother will be angry. Okay, I got something for you, son. Here, this thing is called a chakra fruit and it is supposed to make you very strong. Here, eat it. He gave him one. Leonidas looked at it carefully. This looks like a peach. Are you sure this is special? Absolutely, just try it. It should give you some boost. He nudged him. Leonidas finally took a bite out of it. Suddenly, in an instant, his body started shining in blue light, and when it stopped he had a third eye with a weird blue sclera and golden iris. The iris also had some trigram-like shapes. Well, how do you feel? Alexander asked. Leonidas looked at his arms and tightened his fist. I feel powerful. It did give me a boost in strength and it is not small, I can tell. Yeah, it was supposed to happen. Well, try to explore your powers now. Especially your new eye, Alexander advised him. Leonidas looked confused. New eye? Ah, so you didn't feel it. Well, look at this. Alexander materialized a mirror and put it in front of his face. Leonidas looked at his face with a dropped jaw. He blinked a few times and saw the third eye also blinked creepily. What the F***ck? Zuko was feeling lost these past many days. He was not sure what he wanted to do in his life. So, he just roamed around the whole of Basing Se, without a decided destination. He unknowingly came to the poorest part of the city. For as far as he could see there was dirt and bad odor from all the piled up garbage. Along the street, he saw many kids sitting on the sides. Their eyes looked lifeless and bodies malnourished. He could see their bone structure as there was no muscle fat left. Then, to his surprise, he saw Alexander walking to each child and doing something which would make the kids healthy in every way possible. A child who had been on the verge of death just started to jump around in a matter of seconds. He knew that the man was spirit god and thought that maybe, following him can answer some of his questions. Ah, Zuko, come here and help me. Before Zuko could approach, Alexander called him. Come, help me care for these children. The food rations will take a little time to get distributed, so I am making sure no life is lost. Alexander said. Zuko and Alexander walked to the next kid and kneeled in front of him. This one too had lifeless and hopeless eyes. His stomach had deflated, making his ribcage appear in detail. His body was filthy as dirt was all over his ragged clothes and even skin. The smell of urine was all over him too. What is your name, child? Alexander asked while using magic to heal him. Tai Chin. What about your parents? He asked. And no parents, the kid replied. Alexander caressed his head. Well, you still have this grandpa. You don't need to worry about food and money now. I will take care of everything. The boy slowly smiled and fell asleep. His body may have been healed but he was still tired. Alexander just picked him up and started walking to the nearby shelter he had opened, which was being manned by his people. You look troubled, Zuko. What's on your mind? He asked. I don't know what to do now. I don't know where to start now. Zuko replied in self-doubt. Why must you have a plan or a goal? Don't be so worked out about the future that you stop looking at what is currently around you. Look at this kid. He must have had hopes and dreams too. Maybe he wanted to become a soldier or a merchant, but see where destiny brought him. You can never be prepared, Zuko, because life is too unpredictable. You can only be ready to face whatever life throws at you. Why not become the Fire Lord? Alexander gave honest advice. I can't even defeat Azula. How am I to defeat my father and take over? Zuko scoffed at the idea in self-loathing. Azula. Well, even she couldn't defeat her inner demons. Like how you are fighting yourself right now, she is too. And about Oze, well, he is Avatar's duty. Alexander said. We're here. He exclaimed. He handed the child to one of the seraphs. Send food out immediately. The situation is worse than I imagined. He ordered. Zuko looked around the huge hall they were in. For as far as he could see, there were children. Some smiling, some sad, and some crying. He tightened his fist seeing the scene. Alexander stood beside him and spoke. Children are the most vulnerable ones during crises like this war. They are too small and innocent to understand how cruel this world can be. They are too weak to protect themselves from exploitation. Look at those little girls. I saved them from an underground brothel. And to add to their misery, it was their parents who sold them. But I must say, they are very strong-willed. They still want to live a happy life. But all this shows you something. That this world is very unfair. Just because one was born in a certain family or nation with certain colored skin or facial features, it defines how their future life is going to be in this world. You were lucky enough to be born a prince and live your life lavishly, but what about them? This is the reality of the world we live in. It is also likely that many of these were born in rich or decent families and yet are here in this condition, because of the war. As the crown prince of the Fire Nation, it is your duty to stand up when another member of your family does something wrong. Don't let the name of Fire Nation be smothered anymore. Because it is not just people here who are suffering. There are many in the Fire Nation too. Kids, just like these, who deserved better but destiny didn't allow. Zuko took a long breath and straightened his back as he should. He was the crown prince of Fire Nation and it was his duty to ensure peace and prosperity in his country. Maybe, if I were the Fire Lord, I could truly help kids like these. But I need to get stronger. Don't worry. You will be joining me in for training tomorrow. You will train alongside the Avatar. Just like it was always meant to be. Alexander said, reading his thoughts. Zuko nodded quietly. Haha, good. Now, let's get to work. Your job is to distribute food packets to the people. No slacking. He instructed. Zuko quietly followed the orders. It was his first step to help others. Fire Nation capital. The current Fire Lord, Oze, was sitting alone behind the curtains of fire in the throne room. This was his favorite place to sit and plan as it made him feel how powerful he was and how much he could do. But he was angry and unstable right now, clearly depicted by the uncontrolled flames around him. Where did this spirit god come from? He shouted. His plans for Ba Sing Se failed. His daughter, his favorite candidate for the next Fire Lord position, was also taken hostage by the spirit god. For the first time since he became the Fire Lord, he felt powerless. His flames couldn't burn through this opposition. Arg, I should wait. I should be able to take them on when the Sozin's comet comes. I will be the strongest then. He talked to himself in a maddened state. But you will still not be able to defeat the spirit god. Oze looked left and right to see where the voice came from. Who is it? It is I, Vado, the spirit of darkness and chaos. The strongest, the most ancient spirit and the greatest enemy of the Rava, also known as the Avatar, a whispering voice said. Show yourself if you are so powerful. Sozin shouted. I cannot, I am locked in the spirit realm. But, I can help you to gain power even stronger than the Avatar. You just need to become my host, just like how the Avatar is of Rava. Vado whispered. Soze couldn't tell if he was really listening to the voice or it was a hallucination because it all felt like he was hearing the words in his mind directly. What is in it for you? Soze asked. The same as what you have. Death of Avatar. Vado said, not telling him his other goal of bringing 10,000 years of darkness. How do I become your vessel then? Oze asked, fully falling into the trap of Vado. He was just desperate for power at the moment and was ready to even sell his soul for it. Good, just follow my instructions and see. Vado started instructing. Achu. I think I caught a cold, Aang exclaimed, scratching his bald head. Don't worry. This practice session will make you sweat away any cold you have. So, today's first lesson is about mastering earthbending for you. Alexander started instructing. A distance away from them, everyone was sitting and watching. Sokka, seeing that Azula was not a crazy psycho anymore, tried to hit on her. Hey, I guess Aang has gotten very weak to catch a cold so easily. Strong men like me never get sick. He boasted. Oh, really? Azula exclaimed. Then your skin must be strong too? So if I were to roast you in my fire, you wouldn't burn, right? She said with no emotions, which was 10 times scarier. Sokka got goosebumps and ran away. Haha, that was funny, Azula. Since when did you start joking? Ty Lee laughed. But Azula looked at her with a plain face too. Ty Lee stopped laughing. Sorry. Got you, ha ha ha. Azula started laughing, but this time genuinely. A distance from the two, Kome floated beside Ragnarok. Kome nodded looking at Azula. I am proud of my work. Here, take this, Uncle Raggy. This is my card, call Dr. Kome anytime you need. I am busy now, gotta go n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Kome acted and left to do God knows what. Ragnarok looked at the piece of paper with the words Lucky 7 Kome written on it with crayons and a crude drawing of Kome and Alexander on it also made of crayons. Haha, what a cute kid. I will frame this, Ragnarok muttered and put it in his pocket. Aang showed a decent amount of control over his earthbending, but it was still far away from perfection. Good, you are learning fast, but you need to quicken the process or you won't be strong enough by the time you face Oze, Alexander told him. But if I master my avatar state then I can defeat him, Aang argued. You are wrong there. Aang, the avatar state is not meant to be used recklessly. If you were to die in the avatar state then the cycle of reincarnations would be broken, meaning no new avatar. The avatar state is like a safety mechanism of your body that is programmed to kick in whenever you are angry or in danger. Just take it as the previous experience of avatars combining into your body to save you. But at that time, your body is the most vulnerable. So, to become a true and powerful avatar, you need to master all the bending arts normally, he advised. Aang nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never knew that he was putting the whole avatar lineage in danger. Alexander patted his head and said, Don't worry. Toph has already taught you very well. Now, we just need to polish your skills. Then we will start the firebending training. You have 3 days to master earthbending, so work hard. Let him in, Alexander ordered. Soon the gate of the training grounds opened and a friendly huge badger mole entered. He came beside Alexander and silently sat down. Pat pat. This boy here will be your new training partner. They are natural-born earthbenders, so I think you can learn a great deal from them. Also, our dear Toph learned from badger mole too, he revealed. With that, the badger mole beside Alexander walked to Aang and nudged him to follow. Hee, okay, let's go. Aang sat on its back and left. Once he was gone, Azula came up to him, surprising them all. Old man, can you teach me too? What do you want to learn? He asked. My lightning is no good. People already consider me evil due to it. What about simple flames? She asked. Lightning is not evil. All that matters is who uses it. Because even though it is a very destructive force. He snapped his fingers and suddenly the whole area became pitch black as if it was a night with no light. It is still light. He added and started making lightning in his palm which illuminated the place. Even if it is destructive, it can still. He waved his hand and suddenly cold wind started to flow. It can still warm you up, he said, and in a controlled manner, used lightning to make the temperature higher. So, it all depends on you, whether you want people to perceive it as evil or good. A sword can be used to harm and defend both, after all. Alexander lectured. Yawn. It was a nice lesson but I got bored. I am going to rest now. She turned around and left. But Zuko came to him. Can you teach me how to do lightning bending? He asked. Sure, though it is very hard and takes time, Alexander warned him. I don't care. I will do it. I must do it. Zuko resolutely said. Well, get ready then. Follow my movement. Okay. From the sitting stands Iroh shouted, you got to feel the flow, Zuko. Zuko ignored Iroh's words and started following Alexander's steps. 1 step forward. 2 steps backward. Turn to your left, turn to your right. Stretch your arms out and say ha ha ha. Zuko had been following him till the laugh. What are we doing? This, my boy, is the daily exercise. It's pretty important to keep yourself fit. Alexander said, suppressing his laughter. Haha, smile, kid. Being serious won't take you far. The human mind is not made to always be stressed. Laugh and use its full potential. He advised. Okay, back to training. Generating lightning usually involves a circular motion with the arms. Mentally, it involves a complete absence of emotion and peace of mind, and physically, it requires separating the energies of yin and yang, also interpreted as positive and negative electric potential respectively. When the yin and yang collide together to become whole again, lightning is created, with the bender only guiding, rather than controlling, the lightning's direction. If one attempts to conjure lightning without the required emotional discipline, it can instead result in a huge explosion of fire. Do you understand? If you recklessly try it you will possibly lose a part of your body. So, do not try it without my presence or your uncle's, he advised after the long explanation. Okay, now follow my movements. I will show you how to prepare your body to harness lightning. He then instructed him seriously. So, for the next 3 days, he gave intense training to Zuko. But it was not just in fighting, but also how to think right when uncertain about things. He was basically preparing him to become the next Fire Lord without him even knowing. Meanwhile, Aang had gone with the badger mole to a cave. It turned out to be the home of it. There was also a mama and 2 small badger mole kids. Aang was astonished by how good they were at traveling even though they couldn't see anything. So, he decided to close his eyes for the next 3 days. He tied a piece of cloth over them. He had heard from Toph about how she sensed the vibrations and saw through them. He was trying to achieve the same level. The first whole day didn't result in much progress. But on the second day, he was able to sense the changes around him through the earth. But then he realized that he could also see things happening in midair as he was also an airbender and could create a very light airflow around him, and wherever it would get disrupted he would know. This way, he learned to see even when he didn't have eyes. He didn't need the object to have contact with the earth to sense it. He had truly developed a 360-degree vision. Also, his hearing power increased. Now, he had fully mastered earthbending and airbending. So, he got up and returned to Alexander after saying goodbye to the family of badger moles. Ha ha ha, very good. But don't think you have mastered earthbending. There are still the derived forms. Sandbending and metal bending are the next frontiers. But those are to be learned when we will have extra time. Now, you will start your firebending training. Okay, firebending is much different from other styles. Firebenders use their chi as a source for their bending. This facet of firebending is a sharp contrast to the other bending arts, which manipulate already present sources of their element. Meaning that, unlike other styles where there are resources made available that are manipulated, in firebending, you create fire from your body. I am sure you already know a bit about your chi now. Let's try things out first. Alexander looked at Zuko sitting in the stands. Zuko, come here. I want you to fight Aang. Help him understand what firebending is. Aang, fight Zuko and learn how he is doing things. Try to replicate it and make fire. Best of luck. But I don't know firebending, Aang argued. Baby steps, Aang, Alexander said and joined the rest of the audience. Ji-chan, quick, give me popcorn, Kome demanded. Haha, here you go. Share it with everyone. He handed him a bucket bigger than him. Back on the field, Zuko and Aang were having an intense staring contest. I won't go easy on you, Avatar, Zuko growled. I don't expect you to. And my name is Aang, you can call me that. Aang replied sternly. Hey, Zuko made the first attack and started bombarding fire. Aang just dodged and kept looking at what Zuko did to make fire. Fight back, Avatar, you can't run away forever. Zuko taunted. If that is what you want, that will be what you get, Aang said and started using earthbending to sandwich Zuko from both sides. But, Zuko had become much more agile and he escaped all traps every time. His intensity of fire had also increased. Woohoo! Yes Aang, kick his butt. Sokka shouted from the stands. Azula looked at him seductively. I thought mighty Sokka would be on my side. But I goose. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Sokka gulped saliva and looked at Aang. Sorry Aang, but can you lose this one? Bwahaha, youth, Ragnarok laughed. Desperate virgins, Hats appeared out of nowhere and added. My nephew has gotten better at firebending, Iroh commented while intently looking at the fight. Of course he has, I taught him morning dancing exercises for the past 3 days. Alexander jokingly said. Then you must teach me too. Even if I don't get better at bending, I might just lose some of my belly fat. Iroh replied in the same joking tone and patted his belly boom. Aang sent a big gust of wind at Zuko, reducing his flames to mere sparks. All this time he had been trying to copy the moments of Zuko and tried to make fire. But he was unsuccessful. It all looked like a weird dance to others. Zuko was showing anger and fought Aang in a way that looked more like a deathmatch than a spar. Aang meanwhile looked scared of fire and tried to avoid it rather than face it. It was clear that both had some kind of psychological problems. Aang then fully stopped trying to do firebending and only fought Zuko with 3 other bending styles. Both were in an intense stalemate due to this. Okay stop. Alexander shouted. Zuko, don't use your anger to fuel your power. And Aang, why are you not focused on firebending? Alexander asked the two. But this is how we were taught to firebend, Zuko said. I don't want to become angry. Aang also spoke. Sigh. Who said firebending was about anger and hate? The first firebender, the Sun Warriors, didn't have anything to hate. They only wanted to survive by gathering food. They cared about balance. The Fire Nation was also set up on this belief, but it was all changed when Sozin started planning for this war. He changed the training method of all firebenders to make them more fueled by rage because it made them easier to control and more destructive. He explained. You are making this up, aren't you? The Sun Warriors died out thousands of years ago, Zuko refuted. Well, you are wrong. They are very much alive and still practicing their ways. And we even have a man who met them firsthand. Alexander revealed and looked at Iroh. Zuko followed his face and exclaimed, Uncle. Well, think about it. Your uncle is one of the most peaceful men I have met and yet he can firebend. I refuse to believe that he based it on hatred. Alexander said. Iroh stroked his beard and walked up to them. I never wanted to tell anyone about this but because it is in the presence of the spirit god, I will. Zuko, I met the Sun Warriors on an island north of the Fire Nation mainland. There are ruins of an ancient city. Everyone thinks the island is uninhabited but it isn't. I met them and they put me through a test, to be judged by the mighty dragons, Ran and Shao. They saw me fit and showed me the true way of firebending. But dragons were extinct, Zuko refuted. Alexander scoffed, huh. It was Fire Lord Sozin who began the tradition throughout the Fire Nation of hunting dragons as the ultimate sport. Anyone who managed to slay a dragon earned the honorary title of dragon and their talents as firebenders would become legendary. If I had not intervened and saved them, they all would have died and Ragnarok would have probably destroyed this whole world in his anger. This Ran and Shao must be somewhere hidden when I saved others. Why you mean, all of the dragons are alive? Iroh asked. Yes, they live in my dimension. There are millions of them and they have a whole planet to themselves. Alexander replied. Iroh took a sigh of relief and said, that is a very good thing to hear. I am happy that they are living in peace now. It is better if they stay with you. People seem to find some kind of pride in hunting them even before what Sozin did. Even if Sozin had not done it they would have still gone extinct in a few hundred years. Okay, everyone, pack up. We are leaving to meet the Sun Warriors. Aang and Zuko will get to meet the 2 dragons there and learn from them firsthand. He announced. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yes? Finally, adventure, Sokka cheered. Dobby, you stay here and run things. Keep an eye on everyone here too. Kome, keep up the good work. He instructed. Everyone else jumped on the back of Appa and left. Alexander could have used anywhere door but he needed Zuko and Aang to become friends and that needed time. T, my friend. Iroh passed him. Haha, thank you. Do you also have a song for T? Alexander asked. Of course, I have songs for every situation. Iroh proudly said and started singing. He walked to each of them to give them a tea glass while singing. His words seemed to be hinting at them too. Life is like the tea. It always makes you free. Happiness is life's key. He walked to Sokka and gave him the glass while singing what made Sokka twitch. He thought it was a she, but she turned out to be a he. But still, life was like the tea. Every sip making me free. Hey, is that a personal attack? Anyone would have gotten confused. Sokka tried to save his pride but only received a laugh from Katara and Toph. Then he went to Aang and gave him the glass. Then he went to a depressed Zuko. Zuko denied the tea at first. Are you sad, my boy? Are you tense, my boy? Here, drink some tea. It will make your mind go free. Zuko felt like these lines were for him. So, he took to the glass. Iroh looked at Zuko kindly and spoke, no valid plans for the future can be made by those who have no capacity for living now. Relax a bit, son. I don't know, uncle. I feel lost. I want to become the Fire Lord and stop this war and start helping. But, I have done so many bad things in my life that I don't think I am the right person to be Fire Lord. Zuko said. Iroh sat beside him. Even I killed many when I was a general. But what has passed may never return, and what is yet to come may never be known. Stop anticipating everything and just believe in yourself. Besides, you are the best possible Fire Lord that can ever be. Do you know about your great-grandfather? Iroh asked. I remember what I learned in school. He was a friend of Avatar Roku. But no one knows about how he died, except that he was on his bed at that moment. Zuko answered. No, I was not talking about Sozin. I was talking about your great-grandfather from your mother's side. Zuko, the grandfather of your mother was Avatar Roku himself. In you lies the blood of the last Avatar too. Only you can bring the Fire Nation back on its intended path, Iroh revealed. Zuko was shocked. Why didn't you tell this to me before? Because you were so filled by your anger and goal to catch the Avatar that even if I had told you you would have dismissed it as a lie. You know it. Iroh said. Zuko calmed down and didn't raise his voice. Why didn't you become the Fire Lord? Why? You could have stopped all this. Iroh sighed and looked at the changing scenery around them. I never got the chance, Zuko. I did want to become the Fire Lord after Lu Ten's death. I wanted to immediately put an end to the war. It had not just killed my sons but countless other sons of countless parents like me. But, before I could even return home, I received the news that your father became the Fire Lord. I knew that he had plotted his way to that position. I was a single man at that time and if I fought him it would have caused more bloodshed. So, I left to travel the spirit realm and found my peace there. I have a grandson. Aang's voice came soon. It was clear he was joking. Ha ha ha, yeah, it seems that way, Aang. Alexander laughed. Well, I am more than 100 years old so I'm not surprised, Aang said jokingly. Zuko grunted hearing them laughing. But he didn't get angry. He was heeding his uncle's advice and let go of his arrogance and foolish pride. If this is the case, then Aang must have had hundreds of children, wives, and even husbands because many past avatars were women too. Zuko jabbed back. It made Aang's face fall when he thought about it. Ha ha ha. Aang is the real stud among us. Sokka started loudly laughing. At least I don't mistake a man for a woman, Aang replied back, making Sokka stop. Okay, let's call a truce. I didn't hear anything and you didn't see anything. No, Aang denied. They journeyed for 2 days. In between, the bond between Team Avatar and Zuko grew and they became friends. Countless Iroh's songs and other jokes had truly lightened their mood and it didn't seem like they were going on a serious mission but instead on a picnic. Okay, we are nearby now. Let's go, Alexander announced. They all looked down at the island. It was beautiful even though it was all destroyed. Whoa, where do all the people live? This is all destroyed. Sokka asked. Let's see for ourselves. Iroh, lead the way, Alexander said. Iroh happily guided them to a big building that looked like a temple in the middle of the whole ruined city. Soon they entered and saw what looked like a room of statues. Aang, Zuko, follow the poses of these statues and dance, Iroh instructed. After a little whining from Zuko, they did it. Then the first stone slid under their feet. They all understood that it was some kind of a mechanism. After a few more moves they ended it in front of the central statues. But still, nothing happened. Oh, it didn't come out. Iroh sadly muttered. What didn't come out? Katara asked. Sunstone. They say you can only get it on solstice but I just wanted to try. Iroh clarified. Then let's get it out, Alexander muttered and forcefully took his out by ripping the part of the floor apart. He picked up the golden egg-like thing. What's so special about this? This doesn't look magical. Sokka asked, glaring at it closely. Oh no, you weren't supposed to pick it, Iroh exclaimed. Boom. The doors to the chamber closed automatically and suddenly a dark green gooey slime started coming out of the vents on the ground. It started to spread everywhere and the fist to touch it was Sokka. I can't move, Sokka screamed like a little girl. Alexander quickly used his power to freeze to slimy stuff. Stop moving. And stop screaming like a girl. Alexander slammed his staff to the ground and the frozen slime broke into small pieces, releasing all of them from it. He looked at it carefully. It felt like some kind of superglue. It seems they set up a safety mechanism here. Well, let's put the stone back then. Alexander decided. Hey, thieves. A voice came from the light shaft on the roof. Haha, Hemgeo, it's me, Iroh. Iroh spoke, trying to defuse the situation. Iroh, what are you doing here? Why did you join the thieves? Did they kidnap you? The man asked. No, that is not the case. We mistakenly took the Sunstone. With me are Avatar and the Great Spirit God. Iroh introduced. Alexander looked at the man and just nodded his head while releasing some of his aura to make himself appear godly. After a few minutes, the gates opened and everyone walked out. A lot of Sun Warrior tribesmen were standing there. Forgive us for intruding in your place. How about as a concession, I repair this city? Alexander offered. You can do that. The man who appeared to be the chief of the tribe asked. Absolutely, barely an inconvenience, Alexander responded and waved his hand. The broken structures of the buildings started assembling themselves. Everyone was stunned by this magic and it also looked beautiful how the smallest of the pieces put themselves back in their intended places. Soon the ruins started looking like an empty ghost city. I think it looked better before, Alexander sighed. The Sun Warriors looked at him with reverence. Please come with us, Ran and Shaw would like to meet you, Spirit God. Yes, in fact, it is these two who need to meet them. Alexander pointed to Aang and Zuko. Then they will be judged. They will either pass or die, the chief replied. Ignoring the Sun Warriors' attempts to dramatize everything, they proceeded to the lair of the firebending masters. But Aang and Zuko were made to pass a test by scaling a mountain while maintaining flames in their hands. After a while, they entered the lair. There were many Sun Warriors gathered in a circle, beating drums and making music. It looked like some kind of summoning ceremony. The chief came to Aang and Zuko. He then started speaking to Zuko. Facing the judgment of firebending masters will be very dangerous for you. Your ancestors are directly responsible for the dragon's disappearance. The masters might not be so happy to see you, but once they find out I am the Avatar. Aang spoke. Have you forgotten that you vanished, allowing the Fire Nation to wreak havoc on the world? The decline of the dragons is your burden too. The chief scolded Aang. Oh come on, he was frozen in an iceberg. Also, dragons aren't even extinct. They were saved by Grandpa. Katara retorted, being protective of Aang. The chief looked at Alexander with even more reverence. You did. Alexander nodded. Yes, now, will you send them up, please? Chanters. The chief shouted. Immediately the Sun Warriors started beating drums and chanting words. Some of them made fire rings too. Zuko and Aang slowly climbed the stairs to the platform. Those who wish to meet the masters Ran and Shaw now may present the fire, a tribesman said in a horn-like instrument that made him sound louder. Aang and Zuko both faced different sides. On two ends were tunnels. The tribe chief ordered for the huge horn to be blown to signal the masters to come out. Boom. A loud noise came that made the whole mountain shake. Aang got spooked and lost his fire. Realizing he needed it, he started scuffling with Zuko to get some of his fire. From the ground, everyone was sighing seeing the scene. While they were making noise, the mountain started to shake. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then like a gust of wind, two Chinese dragons came out of the caves. One blue and one red. Do the dragon dance. Iroh shouted from below. So, the two started to do it in sync with the movement of the dragons. After the dance was complete, the two dragons landed near them and made a spiral of fire towards the sky with Zuko and Aang in the middle of it. The two looked at the fire from inside while it shined on their eyes. The myriad colors of fire had some kind of mystery in it. To their eyes, they were seeing the true form of firebending. It was not about anger, but it was about light and balance. That is how you truly firebend. I understand, Zuko muttered. Boom. Then as the fire came, it stopped. But, the dragons did not leave. They turned their huge heads and looked at Alexander first. After a slight bow, they looked at Ragnarok as if he was their mother or father. Bwahaha, all right, stop with your puppy eyes. Ragnarok loudly laughed and jumped near the heads of the dragons. Ran and Shaw happily enjoyed the boops on their noses from Ragnarok. Ragnarok also made himself a bit bigger to give their heads some hugs. He would have turned into his full form but that would have destroyed the whole planet. I will not leave you here to suffer, children. You two have suffered enough, Ragnarok said while caressing their faces. The dragons then made some noise that made Ragnarok and Alexander laugh as they understood them. Ragnarok nodded. Okay, take me to your nest then. Let me see your babies. Everyone was confused by this interaction but then Iroh realized, my god, how did I forget? Ragnarok is the dragon god. Of course, all dragons are like children to him. This made the Sun Warriors start chanting frenziedly again. But Ragnarok ignored them and accompanied the two dragons to their lair in the mountain. Basing Se. Kome was really happy these days. He was able to help his Ji-chan by treating the girl. He went to look for Azula in her room but didn't find her there. He spent a while looking for her but after countless attempts, he got anxious. He looked around the whole castle of the king but couldn't find her. He had thought that she was cured now and liked being around him. But he just realized he was wrong. Oh no, Ji-chan will be angry at me now, Kome sadly muttered. He quickly flew to Dobby. Uncle Dobby? That girl ran away. Breath Kome, breath, we will find her. Dobby tried to calm him down. Kome was always like this, easy to get anxious. But, Ji-chan will be angry now. I didn't keep an eye on her. Kome worriedly said. Dobby patted his head. He loves you far too much to ever get angry at you. Let's go together and find her. Sit on my shoulder. Kome compiled and quietly sat on his shoulder. I thought she had changed. Why would she run away now? Calm down, Kome, I'm sure she's around somewhere. Dobby comforted him and quickly used the point me charm. See, that white light is pointing that way which means she is not too far away, Dobby said. After walking a distance they eventually reached the new tea shop of Iroh which was named Four Seasons. Even though Iroh wasn't there, the shop still had staff to run it. In just a short span of time, it had become very famous and people from all walks of life used to come because of the taste and affordability. Kome entered and saw Azula and Ty Lee making tea behind the counter. Why, you're here? I thought you ran away. Why would I do that? Uncle Iroh told me that tea helps smarten your brain. I am just doing that. Azula responded. And it is so fun, I don't know what I am adding in the cup but it tastes good. Ty Lee chimed in. She was indeed putting random herbs in the tea. Kome nodded happily. Now he knew that Azula had changed. Although her personality was still somewhat the same, but now she didn't rage on about everything. This gave Komei a sigh of relief. Then I would like to have some lemon tea, Komei said tiredly and took a seat. Lemon tea for the great Lord Komei coming right away. Tai Li cheerfully went to brew it. Dobby just sighed at all the drama. No day was boring as long as a tailed beast was around them. They were always doing something or were curious about something. He could only think about what will happen when they go to the modern world, as it will be filled with strange gadgets and other things. A ginger tea for me, he also ordered. Back at the Sun Warrior Island. Bwahaha, such cute little children. Hey there, this is Grandpa Raggy. Ragnarok played with 3 baby dragons. Ran and Shaw proudly stayed beside him. Okay, let's go out. I will take you all to my own world. Millions of dragons live there in peace and harmony. Ragnarok suggested and picked the little dragon babies. He brought them out of the cave to Alexander. Alex, I'm taking them to Drachium with me. The little ones need a safe space to live and grow. Ragnarok informed him. Alexander nodded and let them go. When suddenly the dragons disappeared, the Sun Warriors started freaking out. Where did the great masters go? They asked. They went to the realm of dragons where millions like them live. You can still worship them but don't expect them to come and show themselves. Alexander told them. But who will guide us now? The tribe chief asked. Well, haven't the Sun Warriors been guided for thousands of years? You already have the teachings, now it is time to teach them to others. Once this war ends, you will need to teach true firebending to people. That will be your true duty. Alexander advised them. The people respectfully accepted the duty. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. I will make sure this city is preserved in its original state. You don't need to worry about people finding you anymore. Zuko assured them. We have been promised many things many times, Prince Zuko, only time will tell if you are good or just like your father and grandfather. The tribe's chief said. Okay, folks. It's time we leave. Aang here needs to practice his newly learned firebending now. I will be leaving food rations for you all in the old storage. They will last a whole year for you, but by then the war would be over and Zuko here would be the Fire Lord. Alexander declared. They all came out of the deep mountains and returned to Appa. So, where are we going now? Toph asked. We are now going to Boiling Rock. I am going to destroy that prison. At least the part that is holding innocents. Alexander announced. So, we are starting an official war with the Fire Nation. Aang asked. Haha, no. I am starting a war with the Fire Nation. You will just fight Oze. That is your destiny that you must complete. I am just there to enlighten the path and also save a few innocent souls. Ah, from this, I remembered something. We will go to the Western Air Temple after this. He revealed. Then what am I to do? Zuko asked confusedly. When Oze will be out, fighting Aang, you will be consolidating your power. Wars and fights are not always won with fists, sometimes politics can do a better job at less cost. He advised. It was not just for Zuko but for Aang too. The two needed to learn politics to truly understand what it meant administering the world. Zuko was never taught how to be a good Fire Lord. For most of his life, he just tried to impress his father and eventually got banished. He lacks the teachings and experience, but good for him. If his sister turns out good then she can help him as she has plenty of experience in politics and manipulation. Aang, on the other hand, didn't even get to leave the air temple to learn the other bendings before he got stuck in the iceberg. He may be more than 100 years old but he was still a child. He lacks experience on how to help people by ways not involving your fist. After flying for a while they came close to the Boiling Rock. The Boiling Rock was an extremely secure Fire Nation prison known for its history of unsuccessful escape attempts. The prison was situated on a volcanic island in the middle of a boiling lake, hence its name. The most dangerous criminals, both domestic and foreign alike, were sent here. These prisoners included thieves, traitors, and prisoners of war. Around the prison were many airships floating, keeping the surroundings secure and making sure no jailbreak happens. Well, this place looks heavily guarded. So, what's the plan? Sokka asked with his boomerang ready. It is simple. I go in, release prisoners, slap some firebenders, and return. Meanwhile, you drink tea with my friend Iroh. Alexander bluntly stated. You will go alone in there? Aang worriedly asked. Haha, kid, I have faced beings capable of destroying worlds with a mere flick and still won easily. This is nothing. You just wait here. Or, you can go to a nearby uninhabited island and practice. Iroh can oversee you. He suggested. They protested that they wanted to help but he denied. He could work more efficiently and faster if he went alone as he didn't need to worry about protecting himself. The team Avatar also needed a lot of training before they could fight efficiently. On the island was a lake with boiling water and its middle was the prison. The only way on and off from it was by using gondolas. After a few minutes, Alexander flew above the prison. All the guards on the ground were pointing fingers at him. Oh look, a weird bird. No, that doesn't look like a bird. F***CK, it's a man. God damn it, sound the alarms. The third guard shouted. Boom. Too late, Alexander came down with a very loud thud. Everyone around him fell down on their knees. He started pushing people around. All the big sinners who liked torturing their prisoners in ways unimaginable were simply thrown into the boiling water of the prison island's boiling lake. Nothing could be a bigger punishment than that for them. He kept on dealing with guards and made an inspection of the prison. It was clean but also not that good of a place. There was constant bullying by the Fire Nation guards, telling the prisoners that their homes had been captured or that their family was dead. This worked badly for their mental conditions. Also, the heat was unbearable for them. He saw people from various nations and tribes that were against the Fire Nation. This made it even worse for them. Still, if one laid low, they wouldn't find too much trouble. There were just a few guards who went overboard. Then finally he saw the warden of the prison. He looked at the man's sins and was surprised that it was so low. He looked at his past life and found out that the warden was extremely demanding and impatient, but he was still not inhumane. He didn't lack empathy as he deeply loved his family. He was just too professional. Another interesting thing he found out was that he was the brother of Michi, the Fire Nation governor sent to Omashu that Alexander caught. The man was still living in Omashu with his family under the eyes of King Bumi. Seeing this, Alexander decided to not kill this one. But he still continued dealing with other sinner guards. Who are you? The warden asked. I am Alex, but people usually call me the spirit god, Alexander announced. The warden's eyes widened. He was not going to believe it, but he did when he saw the man using various styles of bending, and he was sure that the avatar was supposed to be a bald kid, not an old man. I am taking over this prison. You can keep the job, but you will have to work for me, Alexander proposed. But I work for the Fire Lord, he argued. You still can, just not the same one, Alexander said and called for Zuko to come. He used his anywhere door this time. Meet Prince Zuko, the next Fire Lord. He has the support of me, General Iroh, and the Avatar. Can Oze win now? Alexander asked. Prince Zuko? But he's exiled. How can H? The warden was stopped from speaking more by Zuko. You are my uncle, that is why I will not get angry, but remember one thing, I will be the Fire Lord. I have strength and support. You can either join me or rot in prison, Zuko sternly said. It was obvious he was trying to solidify his image as a ruling figure. It also seems to work as the warden looked a bit scared. Then, he suddenly kneeled. I surrender to you, Prince Zuko. I will obey your command. Then release all the innocents jailed here, no matter which kingdom they're from, Alexander ordered. After a few hours, all the innocent political prisoners were released. Alexander did some health checks and let them go. They all were from other nations. Many people from the Water Tribe were imprisoned there too. Also, a Kyoshi warrior. Alexander just used his anywhere door to send them to their places. But the Kyoshi warrior wanted to come with them as she knew the Aang gang. Alexander returned with Zuko to a small nearby island where they were training. Oh, Sokka, how are you? The girl, Suki, ran to him and hugged him. Then she planted a kiss on his cheek. Everyone was looking at the interaction suspiciously. Sokka, didn't you promise you that you would come back to her and marry her? Alexander asked, alarming both Sokka and Suki. What? Suki shouted. After that, what happened was the torture of Sokka. Suki turned out to be a very talented warrior and punisher of bad deeds. Let's go to the Western Air Temple as planned, Alexander announced. They all got onto Appa's back and started their journey. Alexander had forgotten a big detail about what he had done in the past and he was going to rectify it. Why are we going to the temple? Shouldn't we be preparing for the war? Toph asked. No need to worry about that. Dobby has relayed the message to all other major powers who are oppressed by the Fire Nation. On the day of the Black Sun, they all will jointly attack the Fire Nation. I will be with Aang and Zuko to help complete their task. He explained the plan. And then I will happily retire to my beloved tea shop, Iroh commented. Haha, sure. In fact, why don't you start tea farming? It is surely a very profitable business, Alexander proposed. That I will leave to the young people. I am too old for farming and want some rest now, Iroh said. Sure, we can have our Sokka man the fields then. I'm sure he can't do anything else after losing his dignity so brutally. Toph japped. No, he is going to be my horse from now on. Suki huffed. She was still sitting on the back of a beaten Sokka. Amidst a few jokes and laughter, they eventually reached their destination. The Western Air Temple was one of the 4 original temples of the Air Nomads and one of the 2, the other being the Eastern Air Temple, that exclusively housed female airbenders. It was located in the mountains north of the Fire Nation. The temple was notable in that, unlike the other temples, it was situated underneath the edge of a cliff instead of atop a mountain. The spires gave the appearance of having been built upside down, and because of that, the temple was hidden to the passerby. Its design allowed the wind to flow into even the deepest chambers, which made the air nomads feel at home. Avatar Yang Chen was born and raised at the Western Air Temple. They all were mesmerized by the wonderful ruins that once used to be a peaceful temple with beautiful flying bisons roaming around. Sigh. This used to be an amazing place. But it was also the first to be attacked due to its close proximity to the Fire Nation. Iroh muttered. They all nodded at that. But Aang's face looked clearly sad. He thought about his old days when he used to play with so many of his friends. He may have never shown it, but he still remembered them all. To him, it was not 100 years as he had no memory recollection of that. To him, the moment he woke up from that iceberg, his whole world was shattered. Suddenly the whole world was at war and his people were gone. Alexander felt the emotional storm he was going through, so he patted his head. Don't be sad, child. I advise you to keep on looking forward, who knows what it may hold. Yaaaaaa. Suddenly the voice of a sky bison echoed around the place. They all looked back and saw Appa looking confused too. What was that noise? Aang wondered loudly. Then to their shock, a sky bison flew close by. Appa, seeing his people, flew up to meet them. The excitement and happiness were clear as a day on Appa's cute face. Whoa, there is still a sky bison, Aang exclaimed. Who said there was only one? Alexander said, gaining everyone's attention. Look there, he pointed to one side. Soon many more sky bison started to come to them. There were many little ones too. Haha, look at Appa, he looks so happy, Katara exclaimed. But what came next made them drop their jaws. Many more flying bison came and on their backs were people in air nomads' clothes. There were men and women alike. All of them were sporting an arrow on their heads. This showed that they were airbenders. Alexander started speaking to remove their doubts. When I came to this place during the attack of Fire Nation, I saw that they were not killing them but capturing them. They were all female airbenders and I knew how they would be treated. So, I saved them all. Not just them but many more monks from other temples. Sadly, most of them denied my help and wanted to hold their ground, saying that they won't be able to live with it if they did not even defend their homes. My people, I am not alone, Aang muttered. His heart was pounding very fast from all the excitement and happiness. Boaman/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Before anything could happen an explosion occurred, injuring a baby sky bison. Alexander immediately teleported and caught it. Its fluffy body was going cold fast so he quickly used his devil fruit power to bring his body back to the state it was a minute ago. The baby bison immediately got better and looked at Alexander's face. Then he licked it. Haha, go to your mother now, little one. Then he looked at who it was that attacked. It was a man with a tattoo of the third eye on his forehead. But Alexander didn't need to fight him as Bunpiko had come out. Bunpiko had become the spiritual guide of all the airbenders in the past few years. He taught them many things while living on a secluded planet in Alexander's solar system. Bunpiko stood in front of the attacker with an Amasti hand pose. He spoke in a calm yet chilling voice. Violence leads to corruption and corruption leads not to nirvana. Repent you can right now or he who exerts violence upon others, by violence shall he be taught. The man who attacked them was an assassin from Fire Nation. He had somehow developed an ability called combustion bending. Combustion bending was a form of telekinetic fire bending. It consists of the ability to channel chi through the forehead, often marked by an intricate third eye tattoo, superheating the surrounding air and producing a beam of explosive energy capable of immense damage, both in short and long range. Unlike conventional fire bending, which produces a flame from the body, the technique instead creates a powerful beam that explodes upon contact with a solid surface. Bunpiko simply and peacefully blocked his chi paths, leaving him unable to bend anymore. Just balding your head doesn't make you a saint. You also need to follow the lifestyle, Bunpiko said. Absolutely right, Alexander added and walked up to them. He looked at the firebender kneeling on the ground. His chi was blocked and he was continuously trying to use it which caused immense pain in his body. Alexander checked his sins first and then shook his head in disappointment. This man can never reach heaven even if he repented for the rest of his life. He has killed 98 children by now, all were assassinated for political reasons. Alexander grabbed him by his collar and lifted him in the air. He walked over to the edge of the floor, beyond which was a very deep ravine. The man finally started showing signs of fear but Alexander didn't show him mercy. Don't look at me like that. I bet all those kids looked at you for mercy too. He then released his grip. The man fell with loud screams. Alexander looked back and saw everyone was staring at him. Sometimes, showing mercy to a criminal is an injustice to those he has harmed. One holding a position of power can never be all-forgiving, he said. But, the monks at the air temple taught me to never kill and try to solve things using my mind and tactics. I should only use force to defend, Aang argued. Those are good morals, Aang. But look around you. This whole place was destroyed by people. If I had not come and saved everyone then things unimaginable would have happened to all the women living here. The idea of non-violence is good when the world knows restraint when kingdoms fear war and do not advocate it. Showing your other cheek when someone slaps is only good until they are slapping, but when they try to burn you or your loved ones, that is when non-violence ends and justice begins. Think about this, Aang, think about all the things you've seen till now. Try to create your own narrative instead of following others. Alexander replied. But what about all the things I have been taught until now? Aang asked with a conflicted look on his face. It seems he had started doubting Alexander now. The things he was taught were suddenly being told to be invalid. It was hard to accept. Alexander calmly looked at him. He understood what was going on in his mind. You are the Avatar, little one. You are supposed to enlighten others' path and bring peace. No one can make decisions for the Avatar, not even me. The dragons who taught you firebending, your teachers in Air Temple, we were all just advisors. The final decision always lies in you. Saying that, Alexander left Aang to talk with his fellow airbenders. Maybe that would give him some clue on what to do. In Iroha's tea shop in Basing Se, bells. It signifies that a new customer came in. Angela lifted her head to see who it was and it turned out to be her favorite customer. Kome and Dobby followed her gaze. You like him? Do you want to kissy him as brother Leo does with Nat? Kome innocently asked. Angela got flustered and it was the first time anyone had seen such an expression on her face. What are you saying? I am Princess Angela. I don't do that. Yup, you're definitely love-struck. But don't chase after him, he's too dense and is only interested in cabbage, dried seaweed, and games, Dobby advised her. But she ignored and happily went to talk to the bald guy. What can I get you? Saitama looked at her in disappointment. It's okay, I was leaving, you guys don't have French fries. French fries? What is that? Angela asked, noting down her crush's favorite food. It is potatoes cut into rectangular slices, dipped in flavorful batter, and then fried, Saitama explained and got up to leave. Nov. L. B // JNN. Wait. We sell it, just wait a minute, she claimed and ran into the kitchen. Saitama just sat back down and drank the tea for the time being. Dabi then asked Ty Lee near the counter, hey, why is she acting like this? Oh, well, something happened yesterday. Angela and I were just roaming around the city when we saw him. Initially, Angela was disgusted by him. She said he looks so plain and weak. She wondered why he was with the old man. So, she challenged him to a fight. Ty Lee recited the whole ordeal. Let me guess, she got defeated miserably, Dabi said. Oh, it was much more than that. Saitama didn't even move. He just extinguished her blue flames by blowing at them. Just his blow was strong enough to throw her a few feet away. You know what Angela is like. She got angry and started firing her lightning at Saitama, but he was still unfazed. After a while she was so tired that she fell down, her hair was a mess. Then Saitama walked to her and patted her shoulder and said, don't be sad that you are not stronger, be happy because you know you can get stronger. There's no limit. Saitama then punched towards the sky so hard that it sounded like the sky would fall at any moment. Then, to our shock, all the clouds in the sky disappeared due to the punch. Then I saw it. The look on her face was the same as Mai's when she sees Zuko. She was love-struck. Ty Lee ended her long narration. So it was he who made that loud sound yesterday, Dabi muttered. Then, does this mean she wants Kissy? Komei asked. Ty Lee nodded with a grin, yes, Kissy, and much more. Komei tilted his head in confusion, what's more than a kissy? 10 kissies. Dabi immediately agreed and said laughingly, yes, Komei, it is 10 kisses. Sai compared to his brothers, he is really too innocent, Dabi thought. Soon Angela came out of the kitchen with a plate full of real French fries. She took them to Saitama and waited for him to eat. Crunch. These are a bit different but tasty nonetheless, he exclaimed. Angela gleefully smiled and returned to the counter. How many potatoes did you waste for making them? Dabi asked. There are only 3 left, she replied. Ty Lee, who was drinking tea, spat it out. What? But there were 100 kilos of them. I am Fire Nation's princess, I will pay for it, Angela haughtily replied. It seems she was only kind when it came to Saitama. My patient wants Kissy, I will help you now, follow me, Komei suddenly spoke. He flew to Saitama who was happily eating. Tama brother, give Kissy? No, 10 kisses to my patient, he blurted. Cough. What? Saitama had question marks all over his face. Back at the Western Air Temple. In the real world, so much time had passed, but in Alexander's pocket dimension, only the time he spent physically passed. So, Aang still knew many of the airbenders because they had not aged much. Some of us were not even at the Air Temple at that time and yet we were hunted down by them. In fact, the Fire Nation created sanctuaries filled with air nomad artifacts to lure airbenders to them. Many did fall into this trap. But then Grandpa came and took us all away. One of the surviving airbender children told Aang, don't worry, I will end this war soon. I have already mastered the 4 elements, now we just need to wait for the day of the Black Sun which is in a week. Aang assured them. He had said it but he was not so sure himself. He was wondering what was he supposed to do to Oze when he catches him. Meanwhile, Alexander and Iroh were drinking tea with Bunpiko because he didn't drink alcohol. Haha, my friend, you are what I imagined a saint to be. So calm and peaceful, Iroh praised Bunpiko. All because of the guidance of Spirit God, Bunpiko replied. When did I give him guidance? Alexander confusedly asked himself. For the whole of last night, Alexander helped all the airbenders settle down. He helped restore the whole temple and also prepare for the upcoming war. He could deal with it alone, but he wanted the world to feel that they were all united against Fire Nation. This would create a bit of a sense of unity among the nations. Okay, listen everyone. The only job of airbenders will be to drop bombs from high in the sky, even higher than the airships. You all will have telescopes so make sure not to make friendly fire. Airbenders will be the air support, earthbenders will be the ground support and the waterbenders will be the naval support. He instructed all the adults. Spirit God, how long do you think this will last? A man asked. Don't worry. Probably an hour or 2. If anything too out of the ordinary happens I will intervene. Don't forget, this is your war for the future. A better future, he said, reminding them why they fought. All the airbenders then ran away to ready their sky bison and loaded all the explosives. He had called a seraph to come out to organize them so they don't make any mistakes. Just when Alexander was about to leave to meet Dabi, Zuko came up to him. Spirit God, can you tell me about my father? I want to know why he became like this. Why would he allow me, his own son, to be killed? Alexander looked at Iroh who looked a bit saddened for some reason. Tell him, my friend. He won't take my word for it. He still thinks he needs to talk to his father. Iroh said. A/N, remember, this is Zuko different from canon. Here, he never saw the dark side of his father personally or fought his sister seriously because of Alexander. He still doesn't know everything. Alexander told him to sit with him. Not just him, Iroh, Toph, Sokka, and Suki also came. Katara and Aang were nowhere to be seen. Alexander started speaking. When Fire Lord Sozin started all this, it wasn't just a war on the world but his own culture. Fire Nation that used to embrace the teachings of the dragons, the teachings of nature and balance changed and became firebenders fueled by anger. Why do you think dancing is banned in the Fire Nation? Remember the dragon dance of the Sun Warriors? Soze was twisted enough, but he didn't spare his own son Ajalin either. From an early age, he tried to mold him into a person like himself. But, Ajalin may have not stopped the war, he was still better than Soze or Oze. This can be seen by how he defended Iroh when Oze asked Ajalin to make him the next Fire Lord because Iroh lost his only son. Ajalin wanted his Iroh, who was known to be more of a philosopher and calm person than crazy like Soze or Oze to be the next Fire Lord. But conveniently, Ajalin died. Zuko's mother went missing and a few years later Zuko was sent away. Now, it is even confirmed that he was going to kill you, Zuko. Ajala said it herself and you know she was not lying back then. Do you still want to talk to your father? Zuko, I am speaking from experience. When a person becomes too greedy and narrow-minded, they stop caring about family or bonds. To them, everyone is a tool they can use or dispose of when not needed. Look at Ajala. If your father was really worried about her he would have left no stones unturned to get her back. But, nothing like that happened. The rest is up to you. On what you decide, I suggest you trust Iroh. He is more like a father to you than Oze. Zuko looked at his uncle. He really saw him as his father. The man had only thought about what was good for him and he knew that if it weren't for Iroh, maybe he would have been like Ajala before her medical treatment by Alexander. Thank you, Spirit God, my mind is clearer now. It was stupid of me to question myself like this. Zuko apologetically said. Alexander ruffled his hair. Haha, kid, questioning yourself is a good thing. That is what makes us humans. But, to not lose the way, you should also keep looking for answers. Zuko nodded and went to Iroh. I am sorry that I doubted you, uncle. Iroh suddenly hugged him. Come here you. I knew you were just confused. You had stumbled in your path but I knew you didn't lose it. Alexander then looked at Toph and Sokka. You two will train with me now. Toph, I will teach you metal bending and sand bending. Sokka, I will teach you how to be the best martial artist. We can't have you constantly beaten by your girl. That's what he will get for his debauchery, Suki shouted from a distance. Ha ha ha, well, I guess he does need a lesson. Anyway, what have you decided, Sokka? UWI. Sokka didn't let him finish and jumped to cover his mouth. Don't talk about her, old man. She will kill me, I am serious. Sokka scaredly said. Alexander shrugged. Well, I don't know the experience. I have been with a single woman all my life and I still love her. Ah, that's so sweet, Grandpa, Toph voiced. Kid, you're pathetic. Ragnarok appeared out of nowhere. Sokka slumped on the ground. Great, now you have destroyed my confidence and self-respect. Outside the temple, Aang and Katara were together, looking at the night sky. What happened, Aang? I know something is troubling you. Katara worriedly asked. I don't know. I don't know what to think. What should I do when I fight Oze? I can't kill him. I haven't killed anyone in my life. I'm even a vegetarian and Spirit God now says that killing someone doesn't make you bad, Aang started. I don't think he meant killing in as like killing whatever you want. Maybe he only meant that in rare cases like the Fire Lord, it is the best option to deal with them. Katara deduced. Who knows, he told me to find my way myself and I am confused, Aang muttered. Katara put her hands on his shoulder and looked him in his eyes. Aang, no matter what you decide, just remember, I will always support you. Always. Aang contently looked her in the eyes. He could see himself in them. Suddenly, his body moved and he kissed her. It startled Katara and she took a step back. He knew he liked her in a romantic way but what happened was sudden for him too. He just moved on impulse. I didn't mean to. Aang stuttered. Katara blushed and went inside quickly. Momo flew to Aang and sat down on his shoulder. His mind was in upheaval at the moment. Kiki. Yes, Momo. This was embarrassing. He muttered. Good, Toph. Feel the composition of the metal. It too came out of the earth. Alexander taught her. Alexander had put Toph in a metal box and he had told her to come out on her own. She had accepted the challenge at first but now he was sensing her breath getting uneven as if she was hyperventilating. When he felt that she could not take it anymore he released her. What's the matter, child? Why do I sense fear in you? He asked and gave her a glass of water. I am afraid of darkness. Since the day you gave me my eyes back, I feel terrified of again someday waking up and not getting to see all the shapes and colors. When I'm in the dark, I feel I won't be able to sense the light even when I am standing in it. She explained. Alexander caressed her hair. It is okay, Toph. It is okay to be scared. But what you have is not fear but nyctophobia and it can be cured. From now on, whenever you sleep, you light 10 candles in your room for light. Then every week you extinguish one. After 10 weeks, you will probably be able to sleep in darkness. Here, take these pills, they can calm you down too. Alexander had nearly forgotten that he was dealing with children. Aang, Toph, Katara, Sokka, and Zuko were all kids. They were not supposed to be perfect and he was really asking too much from them, particularly Aang, but he also knew that they needed this experience if they want to change the world someday. Now, let's do the same exercise but this time without the roof of the box. Okay, he asked. She meekly nodded and got back to work. Old man, look at my moves, Sokka shouted at him. Bam. Focus, why did you look away from me while sparing? Ragnarok asked. But Sokka was already on the ground. Haha, jokes aside, teach him some good stuff, Raggy. He needs it. Alexander commanded. Just then he noticed a flustered Katara came in running from outside and went to her tent. What the hell are these kids up to? Did they hit puberty or something? Alexander asked himself. Blue Fang, the world's goodest boy. He really loved his son, Haku. Haku was literally one of the kindest people, after Alexander. There was not even an ounce of selfishness or anything like that. All he wanted was to help people. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. In their travels, he was asked by Haku why this world was so bad. They constantly saw crimes, hunger, and death around the world. Haku still remembered his depressing days, so he was very sympathetic to poor people. So, to make his son happy, he asked Douglas to come and help him set up businesses around the world. With that, he set up universal construction, universal technology, universal healthcare, and universal entertainment. He hired people from all over the world to work for him. There were lots of earthbenders in the construction business, lots of firebenders in technology, and waterbenders in the healthcare business. In the entertainment also, all kinds of benders were hired to make movies and shows. Normal people were given importance too. The business started very slow, but with time, Blue Fang took out any troubles and cleared the way. In just a year, his companies had expanded to all around the world and provided jobs to more than 500,000 people. His products included cars, planes, ships, telegraphs, and many more technological items. It would have not been wrong to say that Blue Fang had done more for the world on a lower level than Alexander this time. Papa, where do we invest this month's money? Haku happily asked. Let's make another orphanage. This war has orphaned many. Blue Fang said. Yes, then this will be our 120th orphanage. Haku cheered and wrote it down in a ledger. Blue Fang had been spending all profits he made in his businesses on helping the people. He lived in Fihame, so he never needed the money. Douglas is also setting up a shop. But his obsession with small scissors is too much. He has opened the shop to sell scissors and the sales are zero because they are all so small that buying them is impractical. Blue Fang sighed. Hehe. I think Uncle Douglas does it just to have fun. Haku added. It is possible, my child. Blue Fang replied and looked at the world map covered in blue color marks. His presence was all over the world and he was probably the richest man in the world officially. Even richer than big kingdoms. I wonder how much money boss has he thought. He understood the amount of wealth helping people can generate, and Alexander had been doing it for so long, so Aang had no idea how he was going to face Katara now. Although she was acting normal around him, he could still feel a sense of distance. Whistle. Hey guys, we are going to watch a show tonight. I found this poster. And guess what? It is on all of us. It is called The Boy in the Iceberg, performed by the Ember Island players. They even have put Grandpa. Sokka excitedly said. Well, I guess we do need a distraction from all this. A great laugh often calms minds. Alexander announced. Something is really going on. Aang and Katara are ignoring each other for some reason, he talked to himself. This poster doesn't look that impressive though, Toph said. Come on, it's gonna be fun. I heard there will be lots of meat too, Sokka enticed her. Okay, we're going to have a blast, Toph immediately changed her statement. So, that evening they all went to the theater. Alexander helped Aang and Zuko hide their faces with his magic. I bet 100 gold coins that this show is going to be crap. Just look at the setup. Ragnarok huffed. Well, it's about having fun. We're not here just to watch but to relax, Alexander said. To his left sat Aang and to his further left were Zuko and Katara. Alexander sensed a bit of jealousy that Aang didn't get to sit with her. So it is love. Well, I can certainly give it a good push. Zuko, come here, sit beside me, I will tell you a plan for our upcoming attack. Alexander loudly said. It shocked and scared all of them. But then they noticed that no one responded to it and all the people seemed as if they didn't hear them. Haha, don't worry. No matter what we say, no one other than ourselves can hear, he assured them. Soon, Zuko exchanged his seat with Aang. Alexander secretly winked at him, making him blush, but he did have a smile on his face now. After waiting for a few minutes, the lights dimmed and the play started with a thick, chubby Katara and thin weird-looking Sokka appearing, rowing their boat in the southern waters. Oh, this Sokka is on the spot, the resemblance is uncanny. Ragnarok made fun of Sokka, making him angry. It started with just making fun of their characters and over-exaggerating Katara. Both Sokka and Katara were fuming about being made fun of. But Toph seemed to enjoy it. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Then an iceberg appeared and from it came out a feminine, childish Aang with pink cheeks and big eyelashes. It was Aang's turn to get angry. Is that a woman playing me? Then came Iroh and Zuko. Both of them were pretty accurate though. That is not how I speak, Zuko said. Ha ha ha, oh ho, son, you know the truth. There's no point in denying it. Iroh was continuously laughing. The rest of the things went normal until they reached the part where Alexander was supposed to appear in the Northern Water Tribe. They were hoping for a good laugh, instead what they saw was the exact copy of what happened. Even the actor playing Alexander's role looked pretty much like him. They showed how he punished Zhao and helped the injured moon spirit. Hey, not fair, why does Grandpa gets to have a perfect representation while my character is butchered, Sokka complained. Maybe because there are so many people who pray to him. Even in the Fire Nation, there are many temples to worship Spirit God. Even I sometimes pray to him. He is a religion around the world, Iroh guessed. They all nodded at that possibility. The show went on as normal as everyone started to feel bored. There was also a buffed 6-foot-tall Toph. Then came the kiss part. For some reason whoever wrote the play knew them closely. Aang tried to kiss Katara and she stepped back. The character Sokka came to her and asked if she did not like Aang. Oh ha ha ha, but Aang is like my little brother. I certainly don't see him in a romantic way, the Katara character said. It made real Aang feel bad. He just got up and went out to get some fresh air. The show ended in the second half just how they expected it to, but this time there was just Fire Lord alone as even Azula was not with him anymore. Well, that was fun, Iroh commented. And boring, Aang added. Haha, well, I have learned that if you keep your expectations low you will never get disappointed. Iroh gave his words of wisdom. Then what when the fate of the whole world is on your shoulder? Aang asked. Being an avatar does put you in that position. In this case, it is not you but the people who have expectations. But, you shouldn't let them control your mind. Iroh said. They soon came to a beach house and rested there. Alexander had gone to Ba Sing Se to check things up, leaving everyone else behind. Avatar and his team gathered around to discuss a strategy, but Aang had the same problem. He didn't want to kill someone. Getting fed up, he just went to sleep. At midnight, an island appeared in the nearby sea out of nowhere. In his sleep, Aang somehow walked all the way to that island. On an unknown island. Okay, my brothers. This is our annual meeting. What are we going to gift to Ji-chan? His birthday is coming. Kome asked. All the tailed beasts were in the expanded full form at the moment. Maybe we should give him another song. Shikaku said. No, that has already been done many times. We need something different now. What about kisses? Saiken suggested. No, we did it last year, Kurama vetoed. While they were discussing, they noticed a sound coming from behind a bush. Soon a bald kid came out. The boy looked at them with wide eyes. Oh, our secret got busted, capture him. Son Goku shouted. Aang turned around and ran as fast as he could. I didn't do anything, Aang shouted. He could hear loud thuds behind him. Stoop. Kome covered Aang and ordered everyone. I know this kid, he is Aang. Don't hurt him, he explained. Aang caught his breath. What is going on here? Oh, meet my siblings. My siblings, meet Aang. He is learning from Ji-chan. Kome gave the introductions. Oh, why didn't you say that earlier? Hey, kid. You got lucky or we would have smushed you. Why are you here though? This is our secret spot. Jaiki, 8 Tails, asked. I don't know. When I woke up I was already here. I was looking for some answers. Aang said. Oh, why don't you meditate? Ji-chan always says that meditation clears the mind. Kome advised him. Come, follow us. We know the perfect spot to meditate, Kokuo said and ran deeper into the jungle. Aang followed behind and they came to a weird ground in the shape of a hexagon. It wasn't made of the earth either. Try meditating here. Aang quietly sat down and closed his eyes. Maybe I should ask the previous avatars. They should know something. Soon, a figure of Avatar Roku appeared sitting in front of Aang. What, a ghost? I'm scared of ghosts, Saiken exclaimed. Shhhh. Kome shushed them all. You are right, Aang. All the past avatars, all their experiences and wisdom are available to you, if you look deep inside yourself. Roku advised him in his calm and old voice. So, where am I? What is this place, Roku? Aang asked. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Even Roku sounded confused. I don't know Aang. Oh, we know where we are. Shikaku jumped to answer. Roku looked at all the tailed beasts in deep respect. Greetings to the great spirit beasts. We are currently on the back of a giant lion turtle. He is a truly magnificent spirit. Even older than me and my siblings. Though less powerful, Kurama revealed. Aang and Roku both were shocked by this. You mean, the lion turtles from the ancient stories. Whoa, that is amazing. To think they still roam the world. But Aang, I see that you are lost in more ways than one right now, Roku said. Aang nodded. Even though Spirit God saved air nomads and they are back. Everyone expects me to take Fire Lord's life. But I don't know if I can just do that. In my life, I tried to be disciplined and show restraint. But it backfired when Fire Lord Sozin took advantage of my restraint and mercy. If I had been more decisive and acted sooner I could have stopped Sozin and the war before it started. I offer you this wisdom, Aang. You must be decisive. Roku gave his advice and disappeared. Aang then tried to speak with Avatar Kyoshi. Avatar Kyoshi, I need your wisdom. Soon, she appeared. When I was young, I hated the world. I blamed them for my hunger, poverty, and sadness-filled days. But then, Spirit God showed me the true meaning of compassion. Without him, I would have turned out cruel. But, I also know when I must show compassion and when firmness. When Qin the Conqueror threatened the balance of the world, I stopped him and the world ushered in an era of peace. But you didn't kill Qin. Technically he fell to his own doom because he was too stubborn to get out of the way, Aang argued. Personally, I don't see the difference. But I assure you, I would have done anything to stop Qin. I offer you this advice, Aang. Only justice will bring peace. With that, Kyoshi's image vanished. How many ghosts does he have? Saiken confusedly muttered in the background. Those are not ghosts, you fatty, they are the past incarnations of Avatar, Shikaku told him. Aang was not satisfied with this answer either. So, next, he called Avatar Kuruk. Aang, I would have lost my wife to KOH, the face stealer, if it was not for Spirit God. I lived my life having fun and did whatever I wanted to, ignoring the whole world. I could have done things I didn't. Aang, you must actively shape your own destiny and the destiny of the world, Kuruk said and disappeared. Aang held his head in even more confusion. So, Aang thought maybe an air nomad avatar would understand him, so he called for Avatar Yangchan. As soon as she appeared, Aang asked her, Avatar Yangchan, the monks always taught me that all life is sacred. Even the life of a tiny spider fly caught in its own web. Yangchan nodded, yes, all life is sacred. I know, I'm even a vegetarian. I always try to solve my problems by either being quick or clever. I only used violence as a necessary defense, and I've certainly never used it to take a life. Aang babbled. Yangchan quickly made him stop. Avatar Aang, I know that you are a gentle spirit, and the monks have taught you well. But this isn't about you, this is about the world. The monks only know how to train an airbender, not the avatar. But the monks taught me that I have to detach myself from the world so my spirit could be free, Aang interjected. This was the reason why I left my air temple at an early age and met Spirit God. He guided me to a path that eventually helped me establish an era of peace that lasted the life of Avatar even after me. Many nomads have detached themselves from the world and have achieved spiritual enlightenment. But the Avatar can never do it because your sole duty is to the world. Here is my wisdom for you. Selfless duty calls you to sacrifice your own spiritual needs and do whatever it takes to protect the world. With those words, the spirit of Yangchen disappeared. Aang sighed and talked to Momo. I guess I have no choice, Momo. I have to kill the Fire Lord. But why were all these avatars so heavily influenced by Spirit God? Cough. Aang turned around and saw the 9 spirit beasts. Kurama, being the eldest, stepped forwards in his majestic humongous size and spoke, you are not looking for answers. You are just trying to hear what you want to hear. You are looking to validate your next action so you don't feel guilty if it turns out to be the wrong choice in the future. Quite idiotic. Ha, those old farts are not you, kid. They lived at different times in different conditions. They cannot make a decision for you. Also, they are dead. Shikaku added. Komei then flew closer to him. Aang, you have probably misunderstood Ji-chan's words. He isn't ordering you to just kill him. He is telling you to choose your own path. Don't worry about consequences or possible regret, because no matter what you do, there will always be regret. Ji-chan himself gives people chances to correct themselves a lot of times. He is not heartless, but just practical because he has seen too many people like Oze in his life. I am sure no matter what you do, he will support you. Aang was shocked hearing such wise words from all the tailed beasts. He had met Komei the most times, and from his behavior, he thought they were like kids. Matatabi, the calmest of the bunch, read his thoughts. We may act like playful kids, but that is only because of our beloved Ji-chan. We are more than 1,000 years old, child. We have seen both the good and bad sides of humanity. And no matter what you do, kill him or not, there will always be sins and injustice in the world. You can't end it with just one person. So, do what your heart says. Go and talk to the lion turtle. He is one of the oldest beings in this world. He may have your direct answers. Aang respectfully bowed to all the tailed beasts. Thank you for your guidance. I will never forget this help. Aang was surprised that till now the best advice was given to him by beings who he considered naive and childish. This also opened his eyes to see that the world is not always what it appears to be. Aang then ran to find the head of the turtle. Haha, he's a good kid, Isabu said. Okay, back to the meeting. No slacking, Komei ordered. Aang ran up to the head of the lion turtle and stood on his hand. The big yellow eyes of the turtle were looking at him as if staring at his bare soul. Aang bowed to the turtle. Maybe you can help me. Everyone, Spirit God, even my own past lives are expecting me to end someone's life. I don't know if I can do it. Spirit God is a being much above the worldly matters of both physical and spiritual realm. It is not easy to understand him. A true mind can weather all lies and illusions without being lost. A true heart can tough the poison of hatred without being harmed. Since the beginning of time, darkness thrives in the void but always yields to purifying light. As he said that, the turtle brought his other hand and tapped his fingers on Aang's chest and forehead. A green light shined with it. Sleep on my back tonight, you have a long journey, the turtle advised him. Aang bowed and went back into the jungle and again spooked the beasts. After Aang was gone, Alexander appeared out of nowhere near the head of Lion Turtle. Thank you for helping him, respected Lion Turtle. Alexander thanked him. It was an honor to help you, Spirit God. Did you find my brothers and sisters? The turtle asked. Yes, I did. I will give you their locations in your mind, Alexander said, sending maps telepathically. Once you find everyone, contact me. I need to have a talk with you all, he asked him. The lion turtle nodded and stayed on course to his destination. Alexander, meanwhile, disappeared. He first checked what was happening in the forest. He saw all the tailed beasts telling various stories to Aang. Stories about bad and good things that happened in their lives. It was true that all the tailed beasts were very old and had much wisdom to share. They had seen both rough and good days, and that had made them a lot better than even the so-called monks. After dealing with Aang's problems, Alexander appeared in Ba Sing Se's royal palace. The moment he arrived, he saw a huge buffed guy roaming around with the Earth King's bear. He was wearing the normal Earth Kingdom's clothes, but the fact he was in the palace proved that he was someone important. But Alexander ignored that and went to Dobby. So, how is it going, Dobby? Alexander asked. Well, everything is going fine. I have called the White Lotus to prepare for an attack on the Fire Nation. I have also upgraded the king. Dobby said. Wait, upgraded? Don't tell me the guy outside was the king, Ki. Alexander asked in disbelief. Yes, I gave him some potions and good old military training. Initially, he was nearing his death due to exhaustion. He had not worked out a single day in his life, so he had developed asthma. But it was easily solved by our medicine. Then I made him go through training under Archangel Michael. He taught him everything about ruling a nation correctly. Dobby clarified. But how did a thin small guy turn into a mini Hulk? And does he even know how to use his strength? Alexander inquired. Yes, he can. I have been teaching him that for a while now. I think he will become a good king soon. Dobby assured him. Well, if that's the case, then you did a good job, I guess. By the way, I just checked the city outside. How the hell did it change so much in such a short time? There are so many cars and modern vehicles. Alexander asked. He saw everything outside. It didn't feel like basing SE at all now. All the foul smell in the outer rings had gone away. There were many modern transportations too. Oh, it was Blue Fang's doing. He is the richest man in the world right now. He started various companies around the world and gave jobs to anyone. He and Haku have done a splendid job, Dobby explained. Alexander's chest rose in pride. Yes, I am proud of him. I am happy he's spending quality time with his son Hole, teaching him good moral values. Okay, prepare to launch the assault now. Our time is coming soon. Where is Saitama? Dobby scratched his head. Boss. Angela has gotten love-struck and she is after Saitama. The poor guy is running and hiding around the city. But Angela still finds him. Haha, well, at least she is not making trouble. Does she know what we are about to do? Alexander asked. Yes, and she said she doesn't care about the Fire Nation or any other nation now. She is fed up with the life she has led so far and wants freedom, Dobby narrated her words. Well, that's good. She has changed a lot for the good. See you tomorrow now. Take care. Alexander said goodbye and returned to Team Avatar. Once he returned, he saw all of them sitting together with worried faces and anxiety apparent in the air around them. Don't worry. Aang is safe. He will return tomorrow. Zuko, I've told you the plan. Be prepared for it now. Toph, you will accompany Zuko with Katara. Sokka and Suki, you will be outer support, distracting everyone from Zuko's presence. Alexander decided. Wait, outer? What exactly are we planning? Sokka asked. Just then Alexander unrolled a sheet with plan data made on it. It was the tunnel boring machine of the Fire Nation. The machine was currently deep underground under the palace of the Fire Lord. For the past whole week, I had my people digging deep under the royal palace of Fire Lord. I know what you must be thinking. How did the machine reach the top of a dormant volcano? Magic, as simple as that. Now, we already have a passage ready to go directly inside the royal palace. Zuko, you just need to take over. You will most probably not face any hindrance this time, so your part will be pretty easy. He briefed. What about Aang? Who's going to be with him? Katara worriedly asked. Girl, do you like him or not? Alexander thought in his mind, seeing her worry so much sometimes. Well, I will be around him, so don't worry. As long as nothing out of the ordinary happens, the Fire Lord will be defeated. You all head to your positions. I will be keeping an eye on everything, so don't worry and be confident. Alexander assured them. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Iroh, where will you be going? Alexander asked. My brother has sowed the seeds of hatred in many people. I am going to take those seeds out. I am heading to the colonies and free them. Iroh sternly said. Okay, I will be waiting for your return. We will have special tea then. I just invented it a few days ago, Alexander suggested. Iroh happily nodded. Haha, my friend. After this war, I am just going to spend my time in my tea shop and play Pai Show all day. Yeah, we all want a holiday now. Okay then, march out, he ordered. In a minute, various sky bisons lifted off from the ground. The largest part went with Zuko, while Iroh took the lift to the Fire Nation colonies. The next day, it was the Day of the Black Sun, a recurring celestial event during which the sun was entirely blocked out by the moon, rendering all firebenders powerless. Aang was prepared for this day. The lion turtle brought him to the mainland and dropped him there. Though he didn't know where he was, Aang looked back at the tailed beast still on the lion turtle. Aren't you coming with me? Oh, we've got to go back to Ji-chan or he'll be worried. You go get him, champ. Komei motivated him. Thanks, Aang said and walked into the jungle behind him. He was feeling much more confident now as he learned energy bending from the lion turtle, and also the stories the tailed beasts told him motivated him to be like Alexander, but in his own way. He still didn't want to kill people, but he wanted to be as selfless and helpful as Alexander. When will the Fire Lord show up? Aang asked himself loudly and just jumped to the top of a tree to look where he was to look around and get a clue of where he was. What he saw shocked him. Wait, isn't this the... Slowly the sun had started to lose its shine. It was just a matter of a few more minutes for the sun to get fully covered and making all firebenders lose their power. Zuko, Katara, and Toph had entered the palace from the underground. They all rushed to the main chamber where Oze usually sat and gloated over his power. Zuko broke in by kicking the door. Father. He was expecting that he would at least face his father if he had not left to fight the Avatar. But again, fighting the Avatar that day would have been foolish, so he was expecting to meet him here. But the place was empty. The fire that usually stayed ignited behind the throne wasn't there and the throne was empty. Where did he go? Zuko asked himself. He loudly shouted for anyone to come and answer his questions. After a while, 5 men entered. They all were wearing fire priests' uniforms. Zuko recognized the eldest of them, Grand Sage. Prince Zuko, we have grave news to tell. Your father has deserted the palace. The army is unsupervised and there is no one ruling right now. You must take responsibility, the Grand Sage informed him. What? But why would he run away? He is no coward. Zuko refuted them. He knew his father far too well. But the Grand Sage shook his head. No, Prince Zuko. We are telling the truth. Something has gotten hold of your father. We sensed instability and darkness within him when we last saw him. We fear he has done something no one should do to gain power. Yes, that is something he would do. If he has deserted, then that means this foolish war is over. Relay my message. Tell all the troops to stop. Anyone who tells me where my father is hiding will be rewarded too, Zuko announced. He himself was very confused by the situation, but he did what he had to. I will be taking over as the Fire Lord, Great Sage. Start preparing for the ceremony, he ordered. The priests bowed and respectfully left. Well, that was easy, Toph spoke. Boom. Where are they? Tell me, I will beat the Fire Lord. Sokka entered while shouting. After entering, he was greeted by the plain faces of everyone else. What? Why do you guys look like the Fire Lord stole your food? The Fire Lord ran away, Katara told him. Aang was shocked to see the Fire Nation capital in the distance. He assumed he was supposed to fight Ozai here. So, he waited and waited. But then he got fed up as no one came. The solar eclipse had already started to pass as well. I hope they were successful, Aang muttered to himself. Hey, what are you doing here, Aang? Suddenly Alexander appeared. Oh, Grandpa, I was waiting for Ozai here, Aang said. Haha, he's not coming here, Aang. Come with me, Zuko has already taken over the Fire Nation. Ozai ran away somewhere. He told him. Aang quickly thought of a reason. He probably ran because of the solar eclipse. I bet he's going to come back during the Sozin's comet. Yes, most likely. But you've got nothing to fear now, Aang. You will have the support of the whole world when you fight him because no one's got anything better to do now, Alexander said, trying to make him feel less anxious. Just as they came to the Fire Lord's palace, Katara came running and hugged Aang. Aang, are you okay? Where were you? We were so worried about you, she cried. Aang genuinely felt a bit at ease, seeing that she was worried about him. Katara, you won't believe it, I met a lion turtle. He was as big as an island. I also met all the spirit beasts, all 9 of them. What? What were those potatoes doing there? Alexander wondered. Although he was faking it. He didn't want them to get sad that their surprise got revealed before they could present it. Hee, nothing, Ji-chan, we were just playing with Uncle Turtle. Komei clarified. Alexander didn't force him to speak. Okay, let's go in then. This was probably the easiest and most non-violent siege in the history of sieges. They entered the royal palace, which now didn't feel ominous as before. Iroh had also returned now with Azula. Ah, I didn't even have to do anything and justice was served. I guess the heavens didn't want any more bloodshed, Iroh muttered as he walked up to him. You know what your brother is planning. He won't give up that easily, Alexander reminded him. Yes, I know, being stubborn is in the blood. But I hope he doesn't do something too stupid, Iroh muttered. While they talked, Azula circled around Zuko as if checking his royal regal clothes and asked Zuko in a not-so-friendly tone. So, my good brother is going to be the Fire Lord, huh? How does it feel to have so much power? I bet it is amazing, Fire Lord Zuzu. Well, I feel burdened. So many people are looking up to me, watching me closely to know what kind of Fire Lord I will be. I really have too much work to do. All the damage that has been done to the world will take a lot of time to heal, Zuko said. Stop being such a crybaby, this was why father wanted me to be the Fire Lord, she scowled. Then, do you still want to? Zuko asked, looking her in the eyes. Hell no, I am happy and free now. I don't need to see the ugly mugs of all the soldiers every day now. I can see my sunshine every day whenever I want, Azula fanatically said. Alexander noticed Azula looking at the shining bald head of Saitama in the distance. This is getting weird, Alexander thought. Aang walked and patted Zuko's back, and you will have my support in repairing the world. Remember, it is the Avatar's duty to bring balance. Thanks, Aang, Zuko smiled at him. Hey, does anybody want some tea? I made it to drink in the war but the war didn't come, Iroh asked everyone there. Yes, I think I will. Uncle is the best. Everyone agreed. Iroh was everyone's favorite, it seemed. It was a good evening. The soldiers of the Fire Nation were also resting now because there was no war to fight now. My friend, do you know where my brother is hiding right now? Iroh asked. No I don't, but I can try to find him. Alexander tried to Oxyo Ozai to him, but it failed and nothing appeared. Well, it seems he's either dead or too far away, Alexander said, unsure of it himself. His Oxyo didn't help him this time even though it was supposed to work throughout the space. In the spirit realm. We wait for Sozin's comet now. When the time is right, I will help you kill the Avatar, Vado said, putting Ozai in even more rage. Now, don't get angry, you will get your nation back. I had to forcefully drag you here, otherwise, you would have gotten yourself killed. Vado explained. They eventually reached the tree of time where Vado was caged. We will try to control all the beings of the spirit realm now and unleash them on the physical world. Let's get to work, Oze. Vado was basically using the body of Oze as his servant now. When will we go back? When? Oze asked with a shout. It was obvious that he was losing control over his body and mind. Oh, soon. We will go soon. The comet is arriving in a few days and we will be unstoppable after that, Vado revealed. The days passed. Everyone was waiting for what was going to happen on the day of the arrival of Sozin's comet. Even most of the people in Oze's court had ignored Zuko until now. They were delaying their oath-taking for as much as possible because they didn't know if Oze would succeed in killing Avatar. They all agreed on one thing. That Avatar was the only thing standing between Zuko becoming a Fire Lord and Oze becoming the king of the world. But it seemed they all were forgetting a certain old man. Aang trained himself in the art of energy bending in the days. He was waiting for the inevitable. After more than 20 days, finally, the comet was in sight. The whole sky was turned red as if it was angry. Don't worry, Aang, I got your back, Zuko comforted him. Aang took a long breath. Thanks, this means a lot. They walked out of the palace to see where Oze will appear. The only one missing was Iroh. The man had said that there was no need for him now. He knew that Alexander was immensely powerful and whatever was to happen it would be for the good. Aang looked at Alexander before heading out. I am sorry for doubting you, Grandpa. Haha, it's all right, kid. You did nothing wrong. Everyone is entitled to their own thoughts. I am happy that you chose your own destiny. Alexander patted his head. Where is father? When will he come out of his rat hole? I never thought he'd be this of a coward, Angela hissed impatiently. Boom. Suddenly with a sonic boom, a figure appeared, flying in the air with the help of fire from under his feet. I never thought you'd have such a foul tongue, Angela. I will discipline you later. I need to order my men first. Soldiers, attack the Avatar. Don't let any of them escape, Oze shouted. The soldiers looked to their left and right and then stepped forward, but then a thundering roar came. If any of you take even a step forward you will lose your leg, Alexander warned. One or two brave hearts thought he was joking and moved forward, only to get their legs burned by the ground as it turned into lava. All the soldiers stopped. What are you doing? Attack them, Oze shouted from midair. You have lost your right to order them. Now, if you want to prove yourself then you must fight the Avatar. Alexander proposed. Fair enough, Oze accepted. The comet was still in the air and he was feeling invincible. Aang flew to Oze and attacked him. Oh, I can't believe I am now fighting a child, Oze ridiculed him. Says the man who burned the face of his teenage son, Aang replied back. Ha ha, amusing, you are standing in front of your death and yet can't understand the seriousness of the situation. Say goodbye to the world of the living. Hey. Oze suddenly shoots out fire from his fists. But it was not normal fire as everyone could feel the anger and violence in that punch. The scariest thing was that the fire looked black. The black fire headed directly to Aang. Aang decided to defend himself with earthbending and created a wall between him and the oncoming black fire. But, then he saw the fire passing through the wall like butter and a hot knife. Alexander had gone to catch the Sozin's comet in the sky and end this whole problem from the roots. But, when he was in the sky he saw what Oze did. He wondered if Oze really did make a deal with the devil. But he could not feel any sort of demonic presence over his body. How did he get the black fire? He asked himself confusedly and rushed to get Aang because the fire was still passing through the wall and Aang had no idea what was coming towards him. If he got touched by it it would destroy his body and he would die. The black fire just touched his chest when Alexander came to him quickly. Aang, jump! He shouted. He quickly landed just beside Aang and raised his hand towards Oze. The black fire got absorbed in his hand by using his eyes ability. The moment Alexander felt the power behind the black fire he knew what was happening. But, Aang was injured, and even if it was just a millimeter wound, it was still damaging. He stopped him from falling down. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Alexander got enraged, the sky's color changed from just red to gloomy dark red. Vado, you dare to come out and meddle with the physical world? It seems you have forgotten me. Alexander shouted coldly. Anyone who was experiencing this felt chills run down their spines. Aang is not alone, he announced. Suddenly, in a dramatic way, the images of all the previous avatars appeared in a line on Alexander's left and right. He stood in the middle with his hands resting Aang's shoulder, sending his energy into Aang's body, healing him. Aang is not alone. The muffled voice of all the previous avatars also came. The people of the Fire Nation's capital witnessed the scene firsthand. Many of them dropped to their knees and started praying to the spirit god, asking for forgiveness for whatever crime they committed in their life. Vado, 1 minute is all I give you to leave that man's body, or else, I will beat you out of him. He threatened him, unleashing his full aura that made the warriors and people of the whole world kneel on the ground. Even Vado was feeling the pressure and he was thinking that maybe it was not a nice plan to fight the spirit god. But, he knew that he wouldn't be killed by spirit god as he was a necessary force of nature. Without him, there can be no balance. Time over. All the images of the previous avatars combined into one and it entered into Aang's body, making him go into his avatar state but this time he was in control of it. But it would take him a few minutes to orient himself. Alexander meanwhile flew to Oze, Vado, to beat Vado out of the mortal body. Alexander grabbed Oze's face and slammed him onto the ground. It created a shockwave big enough to cover them in the dust. Leave the body of this mortal, Vado, Alexander ordered. But Vado ignored. Why would I? This is the perfect time to use this body. Fight him, Oze. You have my support. Vado said, encouraging his host. Even though he didn't have much confidence, Oze started spewing black flames from his mouth. Alexander had a plain face the whole time fire was touching him. What a weak fire, even Ragnarok's burp is stronger than this, Alexander mocked and punched Oze's face. Bam. Come out, Vado. If I kill this man, you will die too. Alexander threatened him. Huh, I know you won't kill me. I am the part of the balance that is keeping this world intact. Vado smugly claimed. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Yes, I won't kill you but I can certainly harm you. For example, I can change you into an insect with reduced power. It is your existence that is important, not your strength and attitude. Alexander threatened him. This time Vado didn't immediately reply. Alexander activated his eyes and put his hand on Oze's face. Now, come out like a good boy. He used his powers to take out the power inside Oze's body which was simply Vado. He was a spirit so his body was untangible in the physical realm which was the reason he came out so easily. Oze shrieked in pain the whole time. Alexander knew that the man was most probably having the biggest migraine to ever occur. Vado had housed himself in Oze's brain like some kind of fat lord in his castle to control his mind better. After a few seconds, he really pulled out a black kite-like thing from Oze's mouth. Vado, realizing that his plan failed and tried to flee, but Alexander caught him and took him to the sky with him. I will give you the beating of a lifetime now that you will remember forever. Bam. On a balcony of the royal palace, Ragnarok and Iroh sat and watched the whole fight going on outside. What a beautiful scenery. You don't get to see a fire show every day, Ragnarok joked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You have become really good at pie show, my friend. Iroh praised him. Well, I learned from the best, Ragnarok said. Oh, look, I guess it's time for me to involve myself, Iroh exclaimed and jumped from the balcony. Hey, what about our bet? Ragnarok asked loudly. Upon receiving no reply he just shamelessly bagged all the money. Well, he quit so I guess that makes me the winner. Haha. Oze quickly stood up when Vado left his body. He looked around and saw Aang. Then he looked at his hands, realizing that he was fooled by Vado as he had started to lose control over his mind and body just a while ago. He was enraged and unstable. He wanted to take out his anger at whatever he could. He could only see Aang there so he went ahead to do it. I will kill you and make the world kneel. He shouted and launched himself towards Aang. Moments before reaching Aang, Oze threw a fire punch. Still a bit injured and fearful of the black fire, Aang froze up and tried to counter with his air. But even his eyes were closed, not even realizing that now it was just a normal fire. Hey, open your eyes. A shout came. Aang looked up and saw Iroh, Zuko, Katara, Toph, and even Azula standing in front of him, protecting him. Oze amusingly looked at the scene. I shouldn't be surprised now. The most incompetent man in the family, Iroh. Surrender, Oze. You still have a chance, Iroh warned him. Oze scoffed and started speaking proudly. You dare to threaten me? I knew you would never be a good fire lord. You should be down kissing my feet for bringing the Fire Nation to such heights. Instead of sulking for your dead son and drinking tea, you even passed your foolishness to my son. Let me tell you a secret, Iroh, this should be a shocker to you. I got your son killed. It was me. Silence ensued around the whole place. Even the supersonic beating received by Vado in the sky felt like pure silence. Iroh suddenly lost balance and fell down on the ground. This was probably a big hit to his already hurt heart. He looked at Oze and asked with an expressionless face, why would you do this to your own family? Because you were father's favorite. You were the only great talented son in his eyes. You lacked ambition, Iroh. I knew it. I knew that as long as you were alive I would never become the Fire Lord. I had in fact sent assassins for you too. But sadly, you fought them off. But I still became the Fire Lord. The odorless and textureless poison that Ursa provided me to kill father right in his sleep was very efficient. Oze said, just confessing that he killed the last Fire Lord. Boom. Suddenly a fireball hit Oze's face. What did you do to mother? It was Azula who had attacked. Her face looked really angry at the moment. I never thought you loved your mother so much. Well, I guess we learn new things every day. I will have to straighten you out later, Oze said, seemingly forgetting that the fight going on in the sky would decide his fate and not this one. Unknown to him that his fate was already decided because what was happening in the sky was not a fight but a one-sided beating. Zuko looked at Iroh worriedly. He felt like Iroh suddenly aged a decade in a matter of seconds. His heart ached for the kind uncle who never gave up on him. Go Zuko, stop him. He has gone too far, Iroh seriously stated. Zuko nodded and joined his sister in the fight against Oze. Oh, here comes my biggest disappointment. Ugh, I should have killed you back then. Why did I even listen to Ursa? You being dead would have been more profitable for me, Oze mockingly said. Zuko's fire suddenly lost its intensity. Boom. Oze tried to punch Zuko in the face but Azula stopped it. She kicked Zuko on his ass to make him focus. Zuko, you fool, he is trying to manipulate you with words. He's playing mind games. He's been teaching this to me since I was small. Don't die on me now, I don't want to become the Fire Lord when I have found the light of my life. Somewhere inside the palace, a certain bald man scratched his shining bald head and sneezed at that moment. Am I allergic to seaweed now? Zuko came out of his stupor and calmly looked at the grinning face of Oze. You are disgusting. I am ashamed to have a father like you. Uncle Iroh is more of a father to me than you ever did. For some reason, this enraged Oze. That even his docile son was talking back now. He was not going to kill Zuko originally, but now his mind was clouded. What did you say? You ungrateful son. Oze started using his full power to fight them. It was honestly a lot. Both Azula and Zuko were good at firebending, but the amount of fire Oze was bending was too much. He could really burn the whole city if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, where are you running now? Oze shouted. He was clearly in a crazed state now. His eyes looked bloodshot red. Azula then appeared behind him and threw her blue flames at him. Where is mother? Tell me. Oze didn't even turn around. He gave a horse kick to Azula with a big amount of fire. She is dead. Dead. No. Zuko shouted in disbelief and jumped onto Oze's back and started punching his head furiously with his fiery fist. You are lying. He rejected Oze's words while punching. Bam. While Oze was taken aback by Zuko's attack, Azula punched him in the guts with blue flames and then proceeded to kick his nuts as hard as possible, also with flames. Katara's water bending was useless at the moment because the amount of fire Oze was making instantly turned water into steam. But Toph was free. She quickly imprisoned him in a block of stone. Only his face and hands were out, to make sure he didn't blast the stone. The rest of his body was inside the stone. Everyone took a sigh of relief at that moment. Now, tell me where mother is. Azula asked, bringing her flaming hand close to Oze's face. Ha, you don't have the guts to do it, girl. And your mother is dead, just accept it. Oze persisted. Bam. Azula did punch him hard. I will do it again, now tell me. Suddenly Oze smirked. You shouldn't have left my feet covered. Before anyone could understand what he meant, a loud explosion happened. It was big enough to throw everyone a few meters away. Oze got up and stretched his arms. You forgot I could do lightning bending. Well, anyway, let's start the main course now. Come, my children. He was not asking Zuko or others to come to him. Hundreds of angry demonic spirits from the spirit realm appeared around Oze. For agreeing with Vado, he gave me these as a price. I got rid of him and now I rule them. Guess what will happen now? Oze smirked and then waved his arm, telling all the angry spirits to attack. Everyone got busy fighting the spirits now as they constantly attacked them. Aang started using his energy bending to make the spirits good again. But there were too many to effectively stop them. Even with an increasing number of support coming from the White Lotus, Earth Nation Army, and airbenders dropping bombs from the sky, the number of spirits was still not decreasing. Just then Aang noticed Oze walking towards Iroh. Iroh sent a lightning bolt at Oze, but Oze used one of the spirits as a shield. He eventually closed in on Iroh and caught him by the neck. Let's start with killing the family's incompetent fool, Oze muttered. Zuko noticed the scene and ran to save Iroh. Uncle. Iroh meanwhile looked at Oze in the eyes. By the time all this will end, none of this will matter. You are nothing compared to my friend up there. You have been able to do all this till now because no life has been lost yet. The moment you try to kill someone, you will lose. Your short-sightedness will be the reason for your demise, Oze. Like always, the light will triumph over darkness. The heavens will judge you and punish you accordingly. Your mortal shell will not protect you then. Shut up, always rambling your wise talks. Oze shouted in his face. You have gone mad, Oze. Look at yourself in the mirror. You aren't even recognizable. Are you even a human? I would have offered tea normally, but you had crossed the point of no return long ago, Iroh plainly said. Shut the hell up. Oze raised his other fist and prepared to pierce Iroh's heart. Iroh shook his head and sighed. Ugh. I am not even angry at you, Oze. I am disappointed. On you, on father and grandfather. Fire Nation had lost its way generations ago. Then die. Oze fumed. Oze punched his hand with a smooth arched motion. His target was the heart. And he was not using fire, but lightning. Burp. What did I miss? I just went to pee for a minute, Ragnarok asked Iroh. One hand of Ragnarok had caught Oze's arm that was going to attack. It's a bad day, my friend. A very bad day, Iroh breathed. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Release my hand, Oze wriggled and tried to punch Ragnarok's face with his fire fist. Ragnarok caught his fist with his other hand. Stop this candlelight show of yours. If I were to show you true fire you'd wet your pants and call for your mama. No offense, Iroh. Crack. Ragnarok had held Oze's fist too tightly. So much so that it had started to break down. Aang? My boy, you deal with this guy. You've got some destiny stuff going on with him. I will deal with all the spirits. Ragnarok roared and went to deal with the spirits, which was not too hard. He even called all the tailed beasts out to catch them all. He then threw Oze a distance away like a rag doll. For the first time, Oze had felt this helpless. He looked at his fist that was nearly crushed. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get away from Ragnarok. He felt like a child getting manhandled. Is this the power of the gods? What if I had it? He wondered. But he came out of his thoughts as Aang had come to him to confront him. Aang went all out from the start and used all his powers to utterly destroy Oze. His body, mind, and spirit. All of them were scared by Aang's avatar state. He eventually punched him and locked his arms and legs. He was extremely angry at Oze for all he had done. He had also killed Iroha's son, a man Aang respected from the bottom of his heart. Aang spoke in a muffled voice in his avatar state. Fire Lord Oze, you and your forefathers have devastated the balance of this world and now, you shall pay the ultimate price. In his avatar state, he went for the kill. He was being influenced by the thoughts of all the previous avatars. But just when he was about to kill Oze, an image appeared in his mind. Choose your own paths, Aang. If someone else is doing it, then are you even alive? Aang slowly came out of his avatar state. Killing you is not my decision to make. I am not going to end it like this. Aang mumbled. Oze was on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked at Aang in disgust. Even with all the power in the world, you are still weak. He leapt towards Aang in a quick movement. Aang sensed it using the same method of seeing that the badger moles use. He again pinned Oze down, both his hands tied behind him as he kneeled. Then finally Aang used his energy bending. Aang put one hand's finger on Oze's forehead and the other hands on his chest. He remembered what the lion turtle had said, that before the avatars, they used to bend the energy and not the elements. He also remembered Alexander's answer when he had asked about how he could do so much different stuff, how he could bend anything. To this Alexander had told him that everything in the universe is energy. The 4 elements are the most refined, that is why bending them is common. But, one can learn to bend anything. Then suddenly, blue light started to come from Aang's eyes and mouth. Up in the air, Alexander and Vado were shocked to see that. Bam. Oh come on, that was a 1000th punch. I've had it enough. Cut me some slack now. I won't do it again, Vado complained. No, you even thought about doing this and it was wrong. Alexander refused to let him go. Go duh, oh, look, that kid is doing energy bending. Vado pointed. Alexander looked down and saw Aang. He worriedly grabbed Vado and came down. Just then, Oze's eyes and mouth started shining in orange light. Their lights illuminated the red clouds in the sky. Then, Aang's whole body started turning blue. He is trying to suppress Oze's bending completely, Alexander muttered. Alexander was prepared to intervene if Aang was unable to do so and it backfired. But that point never came as Aang was successful. Abruptly the lights vanished and the body of Oze slumped back down. Oze tried to get up tiredly and tried to do fire bending but he wasn't able to. What did you do to me? Oze fearfully asked. I took away your fire bending. Now you will never be able to hurt or threaten anyone else ever again, Aang revealed. Oze vengefully looked at Aang but stayed quiet. He was the weakling now. Clap clap. Alexander came to Aang and hugged him. You did good, son. You did very good. Taking away his firebending is a very harsh punishment for a power-hungry person like him. Whoa, Aang took his firebending away? Well, I guess he's the loser lord now, Sokka exclaimed. But he received an elbow from Suki. She pointed to Zuko who was standing with them. Zuko saw this exchange and sighed. No, I am not angry. He really is a loser. Both, as a lord and as a father. How dare you? I am the Phoenix King. Oze growled at everyone. Ragnarok went forward and slapped him in the face. No, you aren't even worth chicken's shit, let alone a being like Barry. Language, Raggy, there are kids around us, Alexander reminded him. So, is the war over? The end of the line. Toph asked jokingly. No, I still got a comet to catch. Who wants to come with me? He asked. Me, take me. They all enthusiastically raised their hands. Haha, well, let's go then. He waved his hand and everyone started to hover in the air. Okay, do not feel scared now. Before they could ask anything, suddenly they all accelerated and left the planet's atmosphere. The Sozin comet was just going away from the planet. Alexander brought all of them close to the comet. So this is the Sozin's comet. I can feel it acting as a catalyst for my firebending. Ajala commented. Hey, why is this shaped like a gorilla's head? Sokka asked jokingly. Yes Sokka, this looks just like your head. Toph jabbed at him. Ha, very funny. Sokka rolled his eyes at being made fun of. Anyway, what are you going to do with it? Sokka asked. Maybe I'll eat it, Alexander muttered. He went close to it and gave it a traditional lick. Yuck, it tastes like hot mud, he exclaimed. Then he pointed his arm at the comet and activated his eyes. Soon the distancing comet started getting attracted towards his arm. After a few minutes, it instantly disappeared as if it got sucked inside Alexander's arm. Alexander instantly felt the power surge in his body. In fact, he started burning too. Haha, Alex, are you turning into a dragon too? Ragnarok asked. I don't know, Raggy, but we will have to run tests later. Well, anyway, our job here is done. Kids, you have become your world's first people to go into outer space. Now, let's go back. He announced and started dropping down. Ay. Sokka screamed like a girl and jumped onto Alexander like a monkey. Kid, stop embarrassing yourself in front of your girl, Alexander told him. Life is more important, Sokka argued. Suki's displeasure got noted soon. Kid, you'll get beaten tonight as well, Ragnarok told him, deduced by the looks of Suki. Okay, touchdown, Alexander said and released them from his magic that was keeping them alive until now. As soon as they came, Dobby appeared. Boss, job well done. We have finished our assignment. Good, now it is time to celebrate and announce the end of this stupid war. Alexander looked at Vado. He had not forgotten about this ancient spirit of darkness. It was not an evil spirit but it was just the way its nature was programmed to be. He currently stood inside the spirit realm in front of the Tree of Time, the supposed place where Vado stayed locked. Welcome to my humble abode. It's not much but it's home, Vado said sarcastically. Alexander was honestly surprised by this weird spirit. It didn't act the way a normal villain would. Okay, here's the deal. You stay inside for the rest of the time and I will not hurt you. I will also leave behind entertainment for you so you won't get bored. He proposed. Oh, what kind of entertainment are you talking about? I have lived longer than I can remember so not many things surprise me. Vado said. Alexander just expanded the space inside the Tree of Time and set up a supercomputer. The computer was good enough to constantly create new games for Vado and also emulate full natural, multiplayer experience. He also left countless movies and shows in there. They can also be created according to what Vado wanted. Look at this game is called Doom Eternal. You kill monsters in it and this is Ghost of Tsushima. This one is PUBG. There is also entertainment. This series is called Game of Thrones and this is called Friends. This movie is a part of Marvel series. Alexander introduced him to everything. The ancient spirit then sat down and tried playing Doom. Vado knew that he could never win against Alexander, not even in his dreams, so he went with the flow. But after playing for half an hour he really liked the whole violent aspect of it. Oh, this is amazing, this is so good, ahahaha, so much chaos, die, unlimited power. Well, Vado, you should enjoy your time here. I hope I won't have to see you in the physical again. And if I do catch you, you know the punishment. He warned Vado before leaving. From there Alexander went back to the Fire Lord's palace. The war may have ended but a happy ending was still very much due for Zuko and his sister. Iroh, on the other hand, made peace with the fact that his own brother killed his son. He asked to talk to his son for once, which he did let him do. Luten was surprised but not too shocked by the plot behind his death. I am already dead was his reply. As soon as Alexander entered the fire palace he was greeted by the loudest cheer possible. Voices chanting his name echoed throughout the hall. All the different military generals and other high-level officials had bent their knees to Zuko now and had recognized him as the new Fire Lord. So, there was quite a big crowd. Alexander looked at Iroh sitting beside Zuko who sat on the Fire Lord's throne. What is all this for? Well, Zuko here wanted to honor you as the immortal guide of Fire Nation. This makes it so that in the future if another person like Oze comes then you can simply take over legally. Iroh explained. So, Alexander waited for this prize ceremony of theirs to end. Then finally he talked to them privately, let's go and meet Oze. Let's find out where Zuko's mother is. Zuko instantly agreed. They then came to the cell Oze was being kept inside. Came to laugh at me, now. Oze mocked. So you do accept that you and your whole life is a joke. Alexander shut him up. Then he went forward and made him drink his homebrewed truth spitter potion. Cough cough. What did you make me drink? Is this how you will kill me? With poisons? Oze asked. Iroh shook his head in disappointment. You are not even half the man you showed yourself to be. Calm down and start meditating now, brother. Your time for judgment will come soon. What you drank was a liquid that makes people speak the truth. Now, tell us everything that happened to Zuko's mother. Alexander asked him. Oze tried to fight but soon gave in. Father wanted me to kill Zuko for suggesting that I become the Fire Lord and not Iroh. I was ready to kill Zuko but then Ursa approached me and said that she will provide an untraceable potion and in return, I had to let Zuko live. I agreed to her condition and killed father. Then I sent her away from the fire capital as I didn't want any backlash in the future. I don't know what happened to her after that. I had her followed for a few months but then she suddenly vanished. Ragnarok scoffed and shamed him. You miserably failed at being a good Fire Lord, a father, and now a husband. You are a cluster of disappointments. It's a miracle that someone hasn't killed you with poison yet. Ha, I just continued the ambitions of my father and grandfather. Oze retorted. Alexander sighed. Ugh. Avatar may have forgiven you because he doesn't like to kill. But in the end, I will be the one judging your soul. I will make sure it never rests in peace. Alexander then checked his sins. Fire Lord Oze, Category 4. Genocide, 100,000 air nomads, 60,000 water tribesmen. Murder, 1,546. Indirect murder, 369,456. Enslaved, 689,785. Forced labor, 400,000. Forced starvation, 3,456,789. Causing animal extinction, 4,564,875. X trafficking, 1,025,789. Patricide, 1, Fire Lord Azulin. Nepoticide, 1, Luten. Attempted prolicide, 1, Zuko. Attempted fratricide, 1, Iroh. Spirit killing, 20. Inherited crimes, 200,156. Sin percentage, 90%. Alexander's eyes twitched seeing the stats. You are beyond redemption. Alexander didn't say anything and just left. Zuko, Iroh, and Azula followed him behind to the personal office of Fire Lord. Although it was Zuko who was Fire Lord, no one had the guts to tell Alexander to not go somewhere. Can you find my mother, Spirit God? Zuko asked. His emotions clear in his eyes. He was worried and scared about what might have happened to her. Well, it shouldn't be that hard, but you must start calling me Grandpa first. Point me? Ursa, he used the point me charm. It wasn't anything special but just gives the general direction where one could go to. Pack your bags, we will be going east, Alexander announced. Just a day had gone by since the end of the war. Alexander had told Dobby to set up a global administration organization. The propagation of data was slow in this world and it caused mismanagement of nations. Just like the case in Ba Sing Se and the whole Earth country. So, Dobby had gone to do that. This global administration organization wasn't going to rule but help govern and provide social welfare to people. For example, Alexander had called for a world feast. Food was being prepared for it by his organization. Other than this, a big task of Gao was to catch war criminals. There were many soldiers in all armies who had committed heinous deeds, harassed and harmed civilians, and more things like that. These people did not return to their countries and instead became traveling criminals. So, Gao was catching them. Dobby, I will be going to find Zuko's mother. You are in charge. Alexander told him. I am always in charge, boss, Dobby replied. Alexander embarrassingly scratched his beard. Okay, you join me. I will put a seraph to work. No need, I will work here till then. Blue Fang came. Haha, Blue Fang, you did a lot of good here. Hey there Haku, how have your days been going? He asked. I am having fun, Grandpa, I help Papa every day. Haku cheerfully said. Alexander ruffled his hair. Good boy, this deserves some chocolates. Here you go. Haku took it and bowed a little. Thank you. Alexander looked at Blue Fang. He is so well-mannered. Yes, he's been like this from the beginning. Instead, it is I who has to make him have fun here and there. Otherwise, he stays uptight, Blue Fang revealed. Sigh. Demons of the past can keep on hunting you in the present. He just needs love, I'm sure. Alexander muttered. After that, Alexander, Dobby, Ragnarok, and the whole Aang gang went away. Tailed beasts were busy in Fahame so they didn't come along. Iroh and Azula were also coming obviously. They got on Appa's back and headed off. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok were always very heavy so they had to use magic to not kill the poor sky bison under their weight. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Little girl, what will you ask your mother when you see her? Ragnarok asked Azula brashly. Azula knew that the old man was not normal and she could not win an argument with him, known from past experience, so she answered, I will ask her why didn't she love me as she did with Zuko. Well, answers can only be heard when you ask for them. I won't stop you. But I must say child, what you did yesterday, I am proud of you. You stood up for the right thing. Alexander praised her. Azula didn't show on her face but she was happy in her heart. Even her father never praised her like this. Not once did he say he was proud of her. But now, she was directly recognized by the strongest and wisest being in the world. It was like a badge to her now. Zuko, why do you look so sad? What happened? Iroh asked when he noticed him not focusing on their conversation. Zuko looked around at them first. Then he finally took out a letter. I found this in my father's office. This was a letter written by mother and according to this, my father was not Lord Ozai. Everyone's eyes widened hearing that. This was some new family drama starting up. What? Burn this letter. I don't care if you are legitimate or not. I am not going to sit on the throne the man who tormented me sat, Azula voiced. Iroh took the letter and read it. He was shocked too. He didn't know anything about this matter. Uncle, do you know about this man named Ikem? Zuko asked. Iroh took a long breath and started speaking. Zuko, Azula, your mother wasn't originally someone from the capital or anywhere nearby. Before the marriage, she had never even met Ozai. Some sage had prophesized that if Ozai was to marry a descendant of Avatar Roku then it would bless them with powerful firebenders as children in the future. Father, Azlan, believed it. He and Ozai then went to a village named Hirae. By that time, your mother had her own peaceful life. Since her young days, she knew this boy named Ikem. Eventually, they fell in love as they grew up. I had even heard that Ikem had proposed to her and she had accepted to marry him, though it only lasted for a day before her life turned upside down. When they met her first, father complimented her beauty before mentioning a prophecy made by the fire sages that ensured a powerful lineage of rulers to come forth from a marital union between a descendant of Avatar Roku and his own bloodline. Ozai subsequently proposed to Ursa, and she, without a choice in the matter, agreed. She mostly stayed sad as she couldn't find herself to forcefully love Ozai, which I can't blame her for as he was really not that good when it came to interacting with other people like a normal human. He treated her like his property and she was not allowed to even think about her family or past life. This was up until you two came. Then you two became the joy of her life. It was not love that brought your parents together but just a marriage for the gain of the royal family. Your mother didn't have a choice. I had not heard anything about Ikem after that and I didn't try to find out either. Later when your mother disappeared I sent men to find Ikem but the man was nowhere to be seen. In fact, no one had seen him since the day your mother came here. I imagined that Ozai must have ordered his assassination. Your mother was a very kind lady and really loved you too with all her heart. But that cannot be said about Ozai as for some reason he had particular hate for Zuko. Zuko looked at the letter in his hand. Because he knew I was not his son. Iroh patted his shoulder. I wouldn't be sure about that. Ozai did many weird things in his life. I wouldn't be surprised if you found a letter calling me illegitimate too. Don't assume the answer before asking the question. True words, my friend. Remember kids, a man is defined by his deed, not his name because what's in the name? For example, see me. I never knew who my parents were. I was an orphan once. And now look at me, so strong and old. Alexander said, bringing everyone's attention away from the depressing topic. This was new information for everyone and it intrigued them. Then how did you become a god? Zuko asked. Lots of good deeds and being kind. I think that's it. Alexander answered. Wait, I don't think you ever told us your name. Toph pointed out. Oh, yes. Well, my real name is Alexander Maxim Universe, he answered. Haha, even your name has the universe in it. But it is indeed a unique name. Zuko, you should name your child like this. You too, Aang. Maybe the name will influence them to be good. Iroh jokingly said, embarrassing multiple people at the same time. It seems that ability comes with age. Sokka, where is Suki? Alexander asked, striking up a conversation on the boring trip. She went back to Kyoshi Island. She wanted to help her people there. Sokka said, hiding his gaze from everyone. Well, you are in a mess, kid. Let's see who kills you first, Suki or you. Dobby joked. Look, a village. Aang shouted from his driver's seat. This is it. The village. Iroh confirmed. Alexander again used Point Me Charm and it took them to a modest house. From the looks of it, whoever lived in it was neither poor nor rich. This brought Zuko slight relief thinking that she didn't spend her life in poverty. Okay, let's knock, Alexander said and moved to the door. Wait, what if it's not her? Zuko nervously asked. Come on, Zuko, even I am less of a girl than you? Azula taunted him. Easy now, kids. You don't have to jump and shout who you are. Relax and once it is confirmed we will talk. He assured them. Knock knock. Alexander looked back and just realized what an awkward situation he was in. There were a total of 10 people, visiting the home of a person they don't know. Just then, like it was God's message, light reflected on Aang's bald head. So he decided to use that bald head. The door opened with a murmur and a middle-aged woman looked at the crowd in confusion. Yes, she asked. Alexander looked back at Aang and then back at the woman. Hello, there, we were traveling and hoping to find lodging. Can you tell us where we can stay? You see, that bald child over there with a blue arrow on his head. That is the avatar. Sokka cleaned Aang's bald head with a cloth and motioned his hand as if showing expensive merchandise. The woman looked at Aang, then everyone else. There was also Appa behind them so she was already sold on Aang's identity. She again looked at Alexander but her expressions had changed. Then, that means, you are the spirit god. She quickly kneeled and started praying, thank you for bringing your enlightened self to my humble home. Please, come in. Please. Well, I can't say no when you are shouting for me to enter your home, he thought. Don't do that, child, don't kneel. No human should ever kneel. If you respect someone then keep it in your heart and show it through kind actions. Get up, he said. With the remaining people, they entered the house and also looked around. What is your name, child? Oh, forgive my manners. My name is Noriko. My daughter should be around too. I will bring you tea, please sit. She rushed to her kitchen. After a while, a little girl came into the room running. She was shocked to see so many people but her cheerful demeanor didn't allow her to be shy. Who are you all? She asked. We are with the Avatar, see that bald kid there, he's the Avatar, Alexander introduced. Whoa, I heard he is the enemy of Fire Nation but Mama and Papa say he is good, the girl chirped. Haha, yes, he is very good. Tell me your name, little one, Ragnarok asked as he sat closest to her. Oh, my name is Kiai, it's a pleasure to see you. She lightly bowed. Kiwi? Well, kiwis are tasty, Dobby spoke. No, not kiwi, it's kiwi, she corrected Dobby. Oh, okay, it is kiwi then. Dobby persisted. She pouted, wrong. Ha ha ha, what is that in your hand? Alexander asked. She came to Alexander happily. Oh, this is my friend Kiai. Ha, you named her after yourself? Well, you have a very good name. Alexander praised. Little Kiai has a very interesting haircut, Zuko chimed in. Hehe. I tried to make her prettier, but accidentally cut too much of its hair off. It didn't turn out very good, she cutely said. My sister used to do this too, Zuko added with a frown. Azula quickly denied. Hey, I never played with it. I practiced beheading with those dolls. Like that makes it better, Ragnarok scoffed. Bad manners, Azula, don't be rude to children. Alexander reprimanded her and focused on the Kiai. Want to see magic, Kiai? Alexander asked. She excitedly nodded her head. Okay, close your eyes and count to 10, he instructed. Kiai closed her eyes and started counting honestly. Alexander hovered his hand over the doll still in her hand. It started to grow beautiful hair and the face also became better. 10. She opened her eyes and looked at Alexander confusedly. Where is the magic, Grandpa? Alexander felt butterflies in his stomach when she called him Grandpa without even asking. Haha, look in your hand. Kiai looked down and loudly gasped. Whoa, this is so pretty. Thank you, Grandpa. She quickly jumped at him for a hug. He was really surprised by her ability to get so close to him in such a short time. Children really have a pure heart. But Alexander ran a magical diagnostic on her too. It was a habit of his through which he helps anyone he can by curing their body problems. What he found out was surprising. Her DNA matched 25% with Zuko and Azula. Ghost, run a facial scanner on Kiai, Azula, and Zuko, he asked his sentient AI. In a matter of seconds, the answer came, sir, their facial features match 49 and 50%. They are very likely related. So, Noriko is actually Ursa and Kiai is possibly the half-sister of Zuko. But it needs to be known if she is a stepsister or real sister, born after she left the capital. I guess I'll wait for the man of the house, he thought. After a few minutes of chatting and lots of quotes and jokes from Iroh, the man of the house arrived. He was shocked seeing so many people inside, but the moment he saw Zuko his face fell. The reaction didn't go unnoticed by Alexander and Iroh. Dear, look. The spirit god has come to our home. This is such a wonderful occasion. Noriko excitedly told him everything. Just one look at the man's face proved to Alexander what he wanted to know. Hello there, young man. Come, drink some tea with us old boys. Alexander invited him. Thank you, spirit god. I am Norin, I run the Hirae acting troupe. Norin introduced himself. Oh, an actor. Well, it's a nice profession. Entertaining people is hard. Not everyone is born a joker like our boy Sokka here. Alexander joked. Hey, that was a personal attack. I will remember it, old man. I will strike when you least expect it. Sokka warned him. Heh, what can you even do? You can't even bend, boomer boy, Toph scoffed at him. Whoa, that is discrimination, Toph. Bad girl, Sokka complained. Hey, Toph, you have given everyone names except the old man and his two old friends. Why such difference? Sokka asked, trying to get back at Alexander. Toph huffed, I don't want to anger the gods. You are welcome to try. Alexander laughed hearing that. It's all right, child, call me whatever you want. Like I have nicknamed them. Raggy is Heat Man and Dobby is Pretty Boy. Oh, then I will call you Twinkle Star, Toph exclaimed. Why is that? Alexander asked. Nov, L, B /JNN. Because you always look perfect, shiny with your white beard and always in clean clothes. Also, your whole aura screams I am a god. Mortals. Toph made fun of him. Alexander heartily laughed. Well, if this is what my name is going to be, then I have no problem. Okay, let's get back to the main topic. Come, Norin, this is my special drink called fire whiskey. Ah, thank you. Norin took the cup and drank it. His heart was racing in nervousness. Do you have something to tell us, Norin? Alexander asked. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Aang inquired. Does she not know? Alexander asked Norin. Of course he would know everything. He's a god, Norin thought and nodded. She doesn't remember anything, Norin answered. Noriko confusedly looked at her husband. What are you talking about, dear? What do I not remember? Noriko, your real name is Ursa. You are the mother of Fire Lord Zuko, Norin announced, looking at Zuko. Zuko was shocked. Noriko's face didn't match his mother's at all. But how? She doesn't look like her at all. Norin then started telling everything. It was the mother of faces. After Ursa was taken away, I thought life couldn't get any worse than that. But I was wrong. In days to come I was attacked by assassins multiple times. I knew they were hired by Prince Ozai of that time. Deciding that there was no point in living in the village anymore, in despair, I moved to the Forgetful Valley. I lived there for a while and eventually, I encountered the Mother of Faces, who granted me a new face and I returned to Hirae under the name Norin. Back here, I again joined the acting troupe to make a living. I had no idea about what had happened with Ursa at that time. But one day, she came back to the village. I found her sitting alone outside the theater, crying. I was shocked to see her there. I quickly talked to her but she didn't recognize me. Then I remembered that I looked different. Eventually, I offered Ursa a chance to make up for our lost time as lovers, to have Ursa have her face be changed as well to continue our love. So we went to the Forgetful Valley and waited for the next season to come to meet the Mother of Faces. The Mother of Faces did arrive but was puzzled by Ursa's decision to change her face because she was already very beautiful. To test her sincerity, Mother of Faces offered her a new, much plainer face, which Ursa accepted without hesitation. Sensing Ursa's pain, the Mother of Faces also asked her if she would want a new mind that did not remember her old life. After much deliberation, she agreed to forget her past life, even though it meant for her to forget the children she left back in the palace. With a new face and identity, Ursa, now Noriko, married me and we had our lovely child, Kiai. Goddamn, so much damage that man has caused. Not just to the world but every single person around him. Ragnarok cursed at Ozai, but Noriko was still shocked. Then, are these two my children? Norin nodded, yes. Noriko looked at the conflicted faces of Zuko and Azula. She teared up. She dashed to them and hugged both of them at the same time. I am sorry, for being so selfish. I was not a good mother to you, she cried. Although she didn't remember anything, she still felt bad. Maybe it was just a mother's unconscious love. Zuko's tough face melted away and a silent drop of tear fell down from his eyes. No, it wasn't your fault, mother. Ozai is the cause. He was cruel to every single person around. Indeed, he was kind of an asshole, Azula agreed. She wasn't angry at her mother anymore after finding all this. Azula, language, Dobby was quick to point out. She rolled her eyes and tightly hugged her mother. After a few minutes Noriko looked back at Alexander. Great Spirit God, is there a way to get my memories back? Sure, that is very easy. However, when it comes to your face, we will need to tell Mother of Faces to give it back as she literally took it. I can make you another one but would you really want that? Because then there will be two faces resembling you in the world. Alexander said. Thank you. We will go to Mother of Faces to ask her then. Noriko bowed. Haha, no need, let's go to the spirit realm instead. I know the Mother of Faces. I once taught a good lesson to her kid, KOH. Alexander remembered. Oh, I know KOH. I met him once, Aang spoke up. Yes, let me guess, he tried to jump scare you. He used to do that a lot before, but he stopped after I taught him a good lesson when he stole Avatar Kuruk's wife's face. Alexander revealed. He took out his anywhere door and entered it. They had already reached a pond. Mother of Faces resided there. Sensing Alexander, she came out on her own. Spirit God, have you decided to take my offer? Alexander looked at the spirit and shook his head. For the last time, lady, I am happily married. I won't impregnate you. We are here for another reason instead. Ah, this human. I remember you. So, you have come back to get your face back. Mother of Faces voiced. Noriko nodded profusely. She was a bit scared by the huge spirit though. You can have it. When you requested me the last time for a new face, I already knew that this day would come. The spirit said and did her magic. In a few seconds, Noriko's face changed and she became just like she used to be. From Noriko to back to Ursa. Do you want your memories too? The spirit asked. Alexander quickly intervened. No need for that. I got this. Your mental manipulation methods are at a very low level. It's just a simple memory block. Alexander did his own magic by putting his hand on her head. He used his mind arts and removed the memory block. She suddenly lost balance as memories rushed into her mind. Zuko was quick to jump and catch. Mother, are you okay? He asked. But there were only tears in her eyes. Tears and regret of leaving him behind, because if she had taken him with her then he wouldn't have received the burn mark. I am sorry, Zuko, she cried while caressing his burnt face. She then quickly called for Azula. Come here, Azula, my beautiful daughter. Mom, why didn't you take us with you? Azula finally asked. I wanted to, my children. But Ozai threatened that he would kill us all if I did that, and I was sure he would have really done it. Ursa reveled, making Azula find a new reason to hate Ozai. Alexander let them have their moment. In the background, the Mother of Faces was trying to seduce Alexander when he refused continuously. What about him? This dragon god. Alexander put Ragnarok forward. Damn it, Alex, don't burn me in your fire. Save your ass on your own. Ragnarok complained and jumped away. Alexander then looked at Dobby. But Dobby was quick to speak. Don't even think about it, boss. Or else I will give your Momwaro Island photos to Olivia. What? This is blackmail. You hurt my feelings, Dobby. Alexander made a sad face. Little Ki, what do you think? Isn't Uncle Dobby perfect for her? Alexander asked. Ki looked at all of them first and then at Alexander. No, Grandpa is the best. Alexander facepalmed himself. Spirit God, my offer still sta. Mother of Faces tried to speak. Nope, the answer is still no. Alexander confidently denied. After giving Ursa her face back, they all used the same door and returned to the village. There, Zuko asked something to her that was pestering him. Mother, I found this letter in Ozai's office. Is this true? He asked nervously. She immediately recognized the letter. Sigh. No, this is not real. I wrote this letter to catch Ozai. Since the day I left my home and went to the palace to live, I tried to stay in touch with my family by writing letters. But, I never received a reply. I had my doubts that Ozai was blocking my letters. That is why I wrote this, and as expected, he read it and confronted me. Forgive me, Zuko. But since that day, to punish me, Ozai decided that he would really treat you as if you were my illegitimate son. He saw you as a way to torment me. He most likely burned your face because he thought that no matter where I was, I would cry hearing about you. He wanted to see me sad and frustrated. He was a monster. Azula, this was the reason why I cared for him a little more. Because he was under constant harassment from Ozai, and if I didn't support him then he would have gone mad. But sadly, I overlooked you. But know this, my daughter. I love you as much as I love Zuko. You both are equally my children. Now, there is your sister Ki too. Please don't be harsh on her. She is very young. Don't worry, mother. She is my sister. She is Fire Nation's princess. Zuko firmly said. I should teach her fire bending, Azula muttered. But this raised red flags in everyone's mind and they decided to never let her train Ki. Mother, please come with me and live in the palace. You belong there and you deserve all the respect that was taken away from you there. Bring Ki too. Show her the palace. Zuko said, nearly pleading. Ursa looked at Norin. He nodded at her. Okay, we will come with you. Alexander was genuinely happy that Norin was such an understanding man. He couldn't imagine how harsh his life must have been. Losing the love of his life to an arrogant prince his lover didn't even know. Then being constantly hunted for loving her. Alexander had to give it to him. Lovers like these were very rare nowadays. Good, then pack your bags. We will return with my magic door. It's going to be a big party soon. He announced. Yai. Ki cheered. Alexander went out of the house to give them space to pack their stuff up. Grandpa, what are your thoughts on the current situation of the world? I mean, how it is governed, Aang asked thoughtfully. Well, it sure is messed up, Alexander said. Yes, young Avatar. Right now, one nation doesn't care about people of other nations and this leads to racism which leads to conflicts. Iroh spoke. Then how should I fix it? I am but one person. Aang sounded confused and lost. Who said you are alone? Aang, look around you. You have your friends, me, and even the Fire Lord as your friend. Also, because the air nomads are back in business, you are their de facto leader and ruler. This gives you a higher say in the direction of progress this world should take. Alexander lectured him. Then I should call for a meeting between all the kings. Aang decided. Yes, but I will give you a book later on how to set up a governance system that does not require a king. Because you've seen it, Aang. There is never a guarantee that the next king or queen will be as good or as bad as the last one. This world can't go through another Oze for the next 200 years or else humanity will face too many problems. He advised. Aang nodded continuously. I understand. This means we need to unite the people instead of just nations. Yes, I recommend you go to Udeo. It is the first ever Fire Nation's colony. Together with the Earth Kingdom civilians already living in the area, the Fire Nation settlers created a thriving metalworking industry that evolved into one of the best in the world. The tiny village grew into a thriving, cosmopolitan city. Through the unique blending of the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation culture, Udeo became one of the wealthiest cities in the world. They are said to make the finest metal in the world. In Udeo, you will see firebenders marrying an earthbender and producing babies who don't belong to any nation but can still earthbend or firebend. The case of Udeo proves that living together is not impossible. Remember, Aang, the only way to make sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, and join the dance. Aang nodded and firmly answered, Thank you, Grandpa, I will go there after finishing my business here. Ha ha ha, yes, you should have some fun while traveling. I am sure Katara will enjoy your company, Alexander added, teasing him. Aang had started to realize that maybe Katara also has feelings for him, so he was much more susceptible to blushing now. Just then Sokka came shouting, Hey, why are you looking like a tomato, Aang? Also, what are you guys talking about? Come, we're getting late for the party. I can't wait to eat all the delicious food. See, happiness is not always about big things. Little things can create wonders too, Iroh commented, seeing Sokka's behavior. Well, I'd say he's more of a brain-damaged person than just happy, Ragnarok added. So they turned around and left. Spirit God, we all have assembled. Suddenly a voice spoke to Alexander. Only Aang was able to hear it. Don't worry. It was the lion turtle. You all leave, I have some important work to do. He told them and flew away. He was all alone this time. Alexander appeared near the Whale Tail Island. There he saw about 15 different small islands. He knew that they were lion turtles. Greetings, ancient spirits, Alexander said while standing on the water. All of the lion turtles poked their heads out of the water. Greetings, Spirit God. As you said, we have all gathered here. What important thing do you want to tell us? One of them asked. Yes, thousands of years ago, you all were the protectors of human civilizations until the coming of Avatar. But, this world is changing so fast that soon even the Avatar won't be able to handle the load. So, I want you all to change your role from protector to observer. I will set up magic on this planet that once activated will take away bending from each human on this planet. You are to watch over humanity, and if someday you feel that bending has become a danger to human civilization, I want you to start my magic. This way, the world will be made truly equal as no one will be able to bend. The Avatar cycle will continue but inside the spirit realm mostly. There was silence for a few seconds. We accept this responsibility, Spirit God, but we have a condition. We want you to make a safe sanctuary for us where humans can't enter and destroy our lives. They asked. I accept. I will make a safe haven for you all, just a little away from the borders of the Southern Air Temple, he announced. Soon, they all turned around to travel to his designated place. Alexander also flew faster to start working. He wasn't giving them the ability to take away the world's bending without any safety features. There was also an intent-based aspect to the magic. This way, if the turtles or anyone tried to activate it with an ulterior motive, then the person will forget everything, including their whole life since their birth. He wasn't foolish enough to not add a safety feature because he knew that if something can be used for doing good then it can absolutely be used for bad too. He worked hard to make the place for them. First, he made a large landmass, enough for all of them to live on it. Then he created many meat trees on the big island and also the ocean floor. It was illogical, but magic in itself was illogical. After being done with the island and talking to the turtles, he left for Fire Nation capital. Beep beep beep. While leaving, Alexander's alarm watch started sounding. The alarm was meant for trouble in Fahame. He threw everything away and rushed inside Fahame. Upon reaching the place, he was shocked to see the worried faces of everyone present. What happened? Fahame. What happened? Alexander nervously asked. Alex, it's Natasha, she. Olivia was just speaking, but Alexander was too anxious. What? Tell me quickly, Oli, he asked. She's in labor, Olivia said. Alexander stopped for a second, then hugged her tightly. Wahaha, what a wonderful news, Oli. Really, I am blessed. My new grandson. I wonder what he's going to be like. Alexander thought dreamily. Boom. They all looked at the door of the delivery room. It suddenly shot open and the body of Alfred, the A.I-turned biological cyborg from Courage the Cowardly Dog, came out flying. Alexander was surprised to see that. Alfred was extremely powerful and it was hard to beat him. Also, why would anyone beat him? What happened, Alfred? Alexander asked. Alfred stood up and looked at his hand that was now creating sparks due to being broken. What the hell is wrong with your family, Alex? Why the hell was a newborn baby able to throw me so hard? Straight face. What? Everyone exclaimed. Bam. The door of the room opened and a naked baby too small to be moving came out crawling. He had a mix of red and white hair. Gaagaa. Alexander looked at the baby with warm and happy eyes. Look Oli, my grandson has already started crawling and also speaking baby tongue. Save me, Alex, Alfred shouted. Why is he so angry at you? Alexander asked Alfred. I just patted on his butt to make him cry after he came out. But then he punched me. Alfred answered and hid behind Alexander. Until now, Olivia was in shock. But now she came out of it and shouted, what are you doing, Alex? Go pick him up. Alexander quickly walked to the baby while maintaining eye contact as if he was taming a beast. Easy now, I'm your grandpa, little one. Look at my face, it's just like your father and yours. Alexander melted when the baby's eyes started shining. Baby voiced. Okay, I will take that as permission to pick you up. He muttered and scooped the baby up in his arms. The little baby smiled happily and rested his head on Alexander's chest. He tried to tickle him with his fingers but the baby caught it in his tiny hand. Whoa, I'm warning everyone, anyone who's weaker than Leonidas shouldn't try to play with this one. His grip on my finger is enough to turn a normal person's finger into flesh and bone paste. He announced. Hey. The baby proudly looked at Alexander's face as if he was being praised. He is absolutely not normal. I can already see signs of higher intelligence in him and let's not talk about his strength. Leonidas, have you thought of a name for him? Alexander asked. Leonidas scratched his hair. Well, we didn't. He actually came out a month earlier. What? But he looks nothing like a prematurely born baby. In fact, he looks like he's been late. Now I know why Natasha had gotten so weaker. This little rascal had been hogging all the nutrition. Alexander guessed. You name him, Dad. You gave me a pretty cool name. Do it again. Leonidas let Alexander do it. He knew how much joy it would bring him. Alexander intently looked at the naked baby in his arms. The baby also looked at his face. Then suddenly he grabbed his beard and started hanging on it. Ha. You're a playful one aren't ya? He muttered, not worried about his beard getting ripped as his hair was stronger than vibranium at this point. What should we name you? You are going to be wise, I know it. You are already braver and stronger than most beings here in Fahame. Yes, Ajax. That will be your name, he announced. Yay. The baby happily cheered and climbed up to Alexander's head and sat there. He was the king of the world now. Haha, yes, Grandpa Alex and grandson Ajax will have lots of adventures now. He laughed. Dad. Alexander looked down. There was Yalo, hugging his leg. Alexander's eyes teared up. He picked Yalo in his arms and hugged him. This is the best day ever. My Yalo called me dad and my grandson also just peed on my head. Drip. Ajax's pee started falling down from his head onto his beard and shoulder. Ahahaha. Ajax started laughing in his childish voice. It was meant to be an innocent laugh but it was too timed. Oli, hold these two. I gotta take a bath. We are going to a party after that, he said and ran to his room. Olivia looked at Yalo and Ajax lovingly. Good job, Ajax. Yalo, good job calling his name. She planted kisses on their heads. In an instant, the two fell asleep in her warm arms. Leo, go and take care of Natasha. Tell her that Ajax is sleeping and I will bring him to her after cleaning him. She ordered him. Natasha was very weak at the moment because of giving birth to such a strong baby. Ajax was also bigger and already more developed than most other babies so she could imagine the pain and exhaustion. Natasha had also passed out after giving birth which is why they didn't hear a scream when Ajax suddenly punched Alfred and started crawling. Leonidas was going to be staying with her and taking care of her. Alexander meanwhile bathed and returned to his grandkids. Ajax was now dressed up and made to wear diapers. See paragraph comment for the image of Ajax. Look at him. Isn't he the cutest child in the world? Of course, along with Yalo. He fawned over them continuously. Ajax seemed to be really connected to Alexander and always tried to get his attention by hook or by crook. Because Alexander had organized a feast for the whole world. It had turned into a global event. The most important thing was that everyone knew who was providing the food. So, they all named the day as Spirit Day. From the water tribes of the North and South Poles, 4 recently repopulated air temples to the whole of Earth Kingdom, everywhere people were given free food. Alexander had also tasked his people to form a population register and also to sort out all the economically vulnerable people who are not able to make a living or buy food. This way, Alexander would know who he needed to help in order to bring the world purity from 79% to 90%. Not just this, Fang Industries, the parent company of many other universe companies, owned by Blue Fang was going to expand crazily and provide work to lower sections of the society. Blue Fang's company was already the most respected and after this announcement it became the most loved company. Blue Fang had also given a new style of work idea for housewives. It was working from home. The work included delicate embroidery and other sewing tasks. Everyone could make money as long as they had a skill. And those who had no skill could go to Alexander's free skill learning institute. Fire Lord Palace, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hey Zuko, where did Grandpa go? Aang asked his friends who was going to be coronate today. I don't know. He said he had something to do and left. Although he said he'd be back. Zuko informed him. Oh, I was going to Udeo, but I guess I will wait now, Aang said. Hey, What are you doing? There is so much tasty food here and I had never seen these dishes. Sokka came with multiple plates stacked on one another. Grandpa brought this food, though I don't know from where. All these are new dishes, Zuko pointed out. Really? Then I will ask him to write a book. This stuff is amazing. Sokka ate chocolate and replied as it melted in his mouth. In the busy hall, suddenly a pink door appeared out of nowhere. It opened and people started coming out. Whoa, what magic is that? A man standing with Iroh and drinking tea asked. Haha, it is the spirit god, he has arrived, Iroh stated. The man gasped and kept on looking. Soon, the people came out and the door vanished. It was Alexander with Ajax and Yalo in his arms, Olivia, Amy, Douglas, Hats, Barry with his son, and all the tailed beasts. Amy! Toph shouted from a distance and jumped into Amy's arms. Amy was like a big sister to Toph, even though they had polar opposite personalities. Amy was calm and caring while Toph was brash and easygoing. Amy caressed Toph's hair. How have you been, Toph? Awesome, what about you? I was just thinking about you and you came, Toph excitedly said. Hehe, I've been fine. Look, I got a new brother. His name is Ajax. Amy took Ajax in her arms and showed him to Toph. He's so cute. Hey there, little Ajax, Toph fawned over him. She went on to touch his cheeks but was stopped. No, don't. He will break your finger otherwise, Amy warned her. What? You are joking, right? Toph asked. Amy looked around and saw her favorite person in the current world. Uncle Iroh, can you pass me that spoon? Sure, child. He quickly picked the spoon from the table and gave it to her. Okay, Ajax, show me your power, Amy muttered and handed the spoon to him. Then right in front of their eyes, Ajax grabbed it and under his fist, the spoon got bent. Then he tried to eat it even though he didn't have any teeth. But still, the spoon got disfigured beyond recognition. Amy took the spoon away fearing that he would eat it and put a milk bottle in his mouth. Even the bottle was made by Alexander because normal ones would get destroyed. Ajax made noises and laughed. His big blue eyes looking at people around, melting the hearts of everyone. I used to hate babies but if they are like this, I want them, Toph firmly decided. Well, let's go and find a match for you, Toph. I can't let my sister not have a date, Amy said. Haha, yes, go on. Alexander chuckled and took Ajax back. Amy dragged Toph away to have fun. Iroh, my friend. What are you doing? Alexander asked. Nothing, just drinking tea, Iroh replied heartily. And who is this? Alexander asked, thinking that the man sharing tea with Iroh must be important. I don't know. He's a stranger. But, my friend, sharing tea with a fascinating stranger is one of life's true delights. Iroh quoted. Oh, if that is the case. Young man, what do you do for a living? Alexander asked the man who was drinking his tea nervously. I don't do much. I just sing in a dancing troupe. The man answered. Oh, that is a wonderful profession. Do you know any romantic songs? Alexander asked. Yes, spirit god, I do know a few. He answered. Good, then there is going to be a dancing event today. I want you to sing for all of us. Of course, you will be paid handsomely for it. He proposed. And so, the world's first mainstream singer was made. After all the guests had arrived, the coronation of Zuko was on the way. It was the start of a new era for the Fire Nation. Also for the words because the fire was finally going low. Soon Zuko and Aang came out in their newer dresses. All the people cheered seeing that. Zuko raised his hand. Today, this war is finally over. People cheered at that. Finally, their oppressors grew a conscience. I promised my uncle that I would restore the honor of the Fire Nation. And I will. The road ahead of us is challenging. 100 years of fighting has left the world scarred and divided, but with the Avatar's help, we can get it back on the right path and begin a new era of love and peace. And Iroh muttered beside Alexander, making him laugh. Zuko continued. And thankfully, Spirit God is with us to support us. He has done more for the world in just a year than anyone else. As I have my full trust in him, I am making him the eternal ruler of the Fire Nation. If I or my future generation again chooses the path of war and expansionism, then Spirit God can legally dethrone them and rule himself. People madly cheered at that. Also, my uncle, he believed in me when the world turned its back on me. Without him, I wouldn't even be alive. He taught me how to be a good human before being a good king. So, I am honored to announce that he will be my second in command and if something ever happened to me, he will become the Fire Lord. Don't worry, uncle, you can still have your tea shop, Zuko announced. Iroh teared up hearing that. Zuko was like a son to him and this was a big honor for him. He was really proud of Zuko. Then Zuko kneeled on the ground for the Grand Sage to continue the coronation and put the Fire Nation royal hairpin on his head. All hail, Fire Lord, Zuko, the Fire Sage shouted. With that, the ceremony came to an end and the great feast started. The whole palace and its grounds were lit up in lights, making it look very beautiful. Unlimited food for all was also a major attraction for some. Haha, Iroh, you lost to me again, Douglas laughed. They were playing Pai Sho. Dobby, who was walking by, saw the whole ordeal. Don't trust him, Iroh. He's using divination to predict your next move. In short, he is cheating. Douglas scratched his head. No, that is not cheating. I am using a biological part of my body. Oh, is that so? Then let me play with you too. Dobby joined them and used advanced observation haki to beat everyone. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. At a table across from there, Ragnarok sat with lots of Fire Nation children surrounding him because he was showing them fire tricks. Many airbenders, waterbenders, firebenders, and earthbenders were also there sharing tables and laughing together. This was a sight around the world. Even though differences and stereotypes were still there, people still got together. Grandpa, I will be going to Udeo next, Aang informed him. Fire Lord, his family, Avatar, and Alexander were sitting at a larger table. I will disband the colonies too, Zuko decided. No, you should not do that. That would do more harm than good. Don't forget that those colonies are older than you. Now, if you were able to become such a good friend of Aang in a year, imagine how inclusive the people will be in that city. There are firebenders married to waterbenders, earthbenders married to firebenders, so, you can't decide their nationality, Alexander suggested. Boo-baa. Ah, yes Ajax, milk is tasty, but this is yours. Drink it whole. Alexander got distracted as Ajax tried to make Alexander drink milk from his bottle. Then what should we do about all the colonies? I can't let them be colonies as they will continuously be a mark of shame to us. Zuko asked. Why not make it a neutral territory, where people from all nations can come together and live in peace? It will not be controlled by any nation but will be protected by all of them, Alexander suggested. Aang and Zuko looked at each other's faces and nodded. That is an amazing idea. This way we can improve the image of Fire Nation if we try to put funds in improving the city. Zuko said. Yes, hey, where is Azula? Haven't seen her in a while, Alexander asked. He searched the whole hall that was too big for a normal eye to scan, but he found her. Azula was sitting with Saitama. Saitama was just eating his food while she just stared at him, being love-struck. Spirit God, I was going to. Grandpa, Alexander corrected Zuko. Grandpa, I was going to see Oze. I was wondering if you'd come with me, Zuko asked. Yes, why not? That man has still not paid for his crimes. I will do that now. Ursa, you should come too, he advised. The mother and son looked at each other and nodded in an encouraging gaze. Good, now it is time to dance. Hit it. He loudly shouted and waved his hand. The tables moved on their own with people and made a huge space for everyone to dance. This was the first time a dance event like this was taking place in the world. Suddenly, Dobby started the music, acting as the DJ, and Barry flew around with his son, singing and making the mood amazing. He was quickly joined by everyone from Fihame. Sokka and Toph were not reserved and joined in. Iroh went to his nephew and dragged him too. Zuko also dragged Aang and Aang dragged Katara. Due to the chain reaction, everyone was on the dance floor, dancing to disco music from the 80s. These beats were new to everyone and they felt like they were made for people to dance to it. In the middle of the dance, Toph came up with a newfound camera given to her by Amy and clicked pictures of Team Avatar and all her favorite people. Alexander noticed that all the couples were slowly coming closer. Then, suddenly the music changed and now romantic beats started with slow disco lights. Alexander caught Olivia closer, but he also had Yellow on his back and Ajax in his arms, playing with Alexander and Olivia while being stuck between them. Zuko and Mai also followed the lead. Iroh grabbed a random stranger who looked familiar. Alexander thought of cabbages by seeing that man for some reason. Ragnarok and Douglas were dancing together. Dobby was dancing with little Ki. Amy was with Toph and Sokka was with Suki. Even in the air, Appa had a partner now. There was also a scream from a corner of the hall, but Alexander only laughed when he saw what happened there. This is so exciting. There are more than 1,000 people in this hall, Oli. Alexander muttered while dancing. Yes, this is mesmerizing. Olivia agreed. Oh, look, Aang. She pointed with her head. Alexander looked and saw Aang and Katara close to each other's faces, but still not kissing as both were hesitant about what the other might think. Barry, give her a little push to Aang and Katara, Alexander told his Phoenix son. Barry dutifully went closer and sang loudly his romance songs, affecting the mood of the place. Then, as if something struck their minds, both of them moved closer and kissed. It was romantic and innocent. Alexander couldn't be happier. I guess this marks the beginning of a new era. I will make sure to make this world the best, Alexander said and pointed his fingers at the sky. Soon, heart-shaped fireworks started to appear in the sky. Extra. Haha, hey Suki, want to dance? Sokka asked when the dance had just started. Oh yeah, why wouldn't I dance with my boyfriend who has promised to marry someone else? Suki sarcastically said. They started dancing soon after. Ay, don't step on my feet, Suki, Sokka cried in pain. Oh, sorry, I forgot you had feet, just like you forgot I existed. Suki apologized. Ay, why are you doing this? Sokka pleadingly asked. That wasn't on purpose, Sokka. I love you the most. Just like you said to me yesterday, Suki said with an emotionless face. F***ck. She's going to kill me, Sokka scaredly thought, looking into her calm eyes. No Sokka, I am going to skin you alive. This time Sokka screamed like a little girl. He was genuinely scared. He regretted cheating on this Kyoshi warrior. A distance from them, another couple were standing face to face, but they were not dancing. Azula kept on looking at Saitama's face. Come on, dance with me. Put your hand on my waist. Don't be shy, I will teach you if you don't know. Saitama scratched his head. He was 25 years old and Azula was 14. He knew about it and also understood that it wasn't love but infatuation because of what happened in Basing Se. He was not an idiot to not understand this. He also liked her but not as a romantic partner. Okay, little sister, he said, putting his hand on her waist and started dancing. But, now it was Angela who had a plain face. It was critical damage to her young, slightly psychotic heart. Oh, Azule, how are you, my patient? Kome appeared out of nowhere with a big cake in his hand. Angela looked at him with teary eyes. Come the 8th. She jumped and hugged him. You are the only one who truly cares for me. Hihi, I am your doctor, silly, I am supposed to take care of you and tickle-treat you, Kome said. But Angela failed to realize that in Kome's head, their relationship was strictly professional. It was just that he was good-natured to everyone. He patted Angela's back while eating his favorite orange-flavored cake with only one thought in mind. This cake is so good. But, Fatty Saiken ate the rest of it. I'll ask Ji-chan for more. The party was wild last night. Ragnarok even did a fire show after getting too drunk. Iroh now had a huge following of spiritualists who were inspired by his words. Alexander decided to set up a radio connection around the world, and with music and news, there will be a spiritual channel on which Iroh and the Avatar will share their words. It would mostly be Iroh though. He would be interviewing many people. So, the world's first podcast was made. Currently, they were headed to the prison where Oze was kept. With him were Iroh, Zuko, Angela, and Ursa. What will his punishment be, Alex? Iroh asked. Ugh. According to his crimes recorded by overseers from the spirit realm, his soul will forever be sealed within hell and tortured for eternity. He has killed and damaged millions of people around the world. Normally, a soul would get reincarnated and restart the cycle of life. Of course, it isn't like the Avatar. Normal souls don't remember their past lives. There is also a rare amount that goes to the spirit realm to live. Of course, there are other ways to go there too. It's a big system of things. He explained. It is so complex, Zuko exclaimed. That is why achieving peace of heart and soul is so hard, Alexander added. After a bit more traveling they reached the place. It was a heavily fortified prison on an island. The cell door opened and they entered. There he was, Oze sitting, facing them. He still had a smirk. Look how shameless he is. Still smiling. Alexander muttered. Welcome back, Ursa. Must have been tough hiding all this time, Oze said, trying to irritate Ursa. No, not really. I met the mother of faces and she removed my memories and gave me a new face. I lived all these years with Ikem. We even have a daughter together. It was you who was madly trying to create problems for me when I didn't even remember you, and what you have done didn't affect me in any way, Ursa sternly replied. The smile from Oze's face vanished. Ha, who's the fool now? Alexander taunted him. But I had Ikem get killed. Oze blurted. Sometimes things don't always go as you planned. I am ashamed of being your brother, Oze. You disgraced the Fire Nation. Iroh spoke plainly. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Father, you actively tried to punish me for something that wasn't real. Just to incite Mother. Then going as far as even burning my face. You are a sick man, Zuko emotionlessly said. Then Angela spoke. Yeah, I don't have a particular reason. I just don't like you. You tried to use me as your pawn and I hated that. I longed for your attention and acceptance but you always pushed me away. I don't care about you anymore. Then why have you all even come here? Oze questioned. Ursa gave him the answer. We came here to tell you that we are moving on now. For us, you don't exist. From now on none of us will come to meet you. You can die in this cell, thinking about us happily living as a family. With my children and husband. Her last words made him completely mad. How dare you say that? You are my property. I own you. Did you forget my words? I own you. Bam. Sit down and shut your mouth. The only one who's going to be someone's property will be you. For your crimes against humanity and spirits, you are sentenced to eternal hell. Enjoy, Alexander announced. But like many other villains, Oze didn't deserve a peaceful physical death. Oze was supposed to be extremely power-hungry and possessive. So, as his time torture, in his mind, he would see his wife Ursa truly cheating on him, and when he catches her, he gets killed by Ikem who then becomes the Fire Lord. This will go on for a while. In another situation, he would lose the Agni Kai to Zuko. Then in another one, he would never become the Fire Lord because Iroh takes over, and finally, he gets killed by Baby Aang again and again. There was also one in which he gets killed by the cabbage seller. It was true torture for him. Then, as he was raging, Alexander snapped his fingers, disintegrating him into nothingness. What was left was a translucent figure of Oze hovering. Alexander then sent the soul to hell. Doing this immediately increased world purity by a big 5%, making it 84% now. I hope you all won't hold a grudge against me for punishing him, Alexander said. No, why would we ever do that? What you did was the best case scenario, Iroh immediately clarified. They then went back to the palace and got busy in repairing the world. Before Alexander left for the Earth Kingdom, he met Zuko and just told him one thing. It's okay to fall down and lose a spark, you just need to make sure that when you get back up, you rise as the whole fire. Zuko, you are a whole fire now, so, never waver and always strive for good. You have the greatest teacher in the world to advise you. Though he would ask for some tea as payment but I think the Fire Lord can manage, haha. Alexander advised him and patted his shoulder. Zuko suddenly hugged him. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you. I never had a loving grandfather. I always wondered how it must be to have nice grandparents, as I heard from my friends. Now I know. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to me and this world. Alexander ruffled his hair. I think you would have managed. I always had that much trust in you, since day one on that ship. Zuko remembered when he had tried to imprison Alexander and Dobby. He smiled remembering those days. Year 153 AG. It has been 53 years since the end of the war. To make sure he doesn't miss the growing up of his beloved grandson due to work, he used the time control feature of his pocket dimension and made it so that every 20 years outside were just 1 year in Fihame. So, currently, Ajax was 2.5 years old. He had started speaking and walking. His strength had also increased many times, giving competition to even base-level Ragnarok. Though he still had the curiosity of a child. Thankfully, he was not as crazily smart as Leonidas was when he was this old. The world had entered an era of exponential growth and prosperity. Alexander indirectly ruled the world with a firm grip, not letting any bad elements rise up. For example, there was an attempt to dethrone Zuko in the Fire Kingdom. There was also an attempt by the Southern Water Tribe to eradicate any foreign presence there. But Alexander didn't always help the world directly. He had created a joint peace force with soldiers from all nations. Their job was to keep any unstable and extremist elements in check. They had a compulsory promotion, transfer, and retirement system so that no one can gain too much power in the organization. There were also auditors present from all 4 kingdoms keeping an eye on the force. It was a successful endeavor as all international problems were solved by them. A new 5th nation was established called the Republic City. It was, as the name suggested, a republic where anyone could live. It had an elected main leader and also 4 council members elected from respective nations. Alexander was again hailed as the grandpa of the world, and his statues were more common than air nomads, who rarely left their temples. Alexander had kept his contacts with the big team Avatar and all other people he knew. Now, Zuko had a very cute daughter who used to love dressing like the spirit god and acting like him. She eventually grew up to be a peace-loving and smart lady. She was all set to take the position of Fire Lord in a few years. Toph had met 2 random guys one after another and had 2 lovely daughters. But they separated soon after. He had to meddle in so their familial ties don't get strained. Even Amy spent years with Toph and her daughters, as Toph wasn't known to be very empathic. Now, they were a close family and owned their own city made of metal. Toph had taught a lot of earthbenders metal bending. Sokka was still going through his debauchery phase and had not settled down. He and Suki were still couples, but now they had a tacit understanding. Still, Sokka found some death threats every now and then. For breaking the promise to Princess Yu, he was banned from the Northern Water Tribe, whose leader was Yu. She was angry and had decided she would kill Sokka the moment she saw him. Alexander didn't save him this time. And finally, Aang and Katara had married each other when they were 24 and 26 respectively. They had 3 children over the years. The naughty and eldest Bumi, named after the late king of Omashu, Bumi. But unlike King Bumi, this Bumi was a non-bender. Then there was Kay, the second child, and daughter. She was a waterbender. Then finally the youngest, Tenzin. He was a serious-minded airbender. Alexander had to teach Aang how to be a father because he found out he wasn't treating his kids equally, as he favored Tenzin more unknowingly due to him being an airbender. The airbender population was thriving, but Aang wanted Tenzin to be the best and lead them. But in the end, he learned and spent amazing days with his 3 children. In one event Alexander had to intervene. It was when a bloodbender tried to kill Aang and others. So he cast a worldwide spell that anyone using bloodbending with wrong intentions would lose memories of bloodbending. Alexander considered this power even more dangerous than all the bending combined because safeguarding from it was impossible for others. Other than this, a few years ago, his new closest and best friend, Iroh, left his mortal body and ventured into the spirit realm. Although he made a promise before, Alexander was sad after that for a while, as he considered him as good of a friend as Dobby and Ragnarok. His hit podcast was a golden memory of the world, talked about in history books as the words of the wise spiritual master. But currently, Alexander had come to the Southern Air Temple in a hurry. There was an emergency. Avatar Aang, only 65 years old, looked like he was more than 100 years old. His muscles had withered and eyes had sunk in. He looked sicker than anyone. This went against common sense that the more powerful the bender the longer they would live. After checking his body, he found the reason. Sighing, because you were stuck in ice for 100 years. It did damage to your body. It didn't appear all this time because you were in your prime. But now it has started to show up and fastened your aging. Too fast? Alexander told the grave news. All his children, Katara, Zuko, Toph, Sokka, and a few others gasped in horror. Aang smiled from the bed and asked weakly, Grandpa, how long do I have? Not long. Maybe a month at most. Alexander answered. Alexander looked at Aang's face intently. He missed the cheerful face of Aang, the fun-loving goofy boy who deserved all the happiness in the world but still couldn't have an easy life. Everyone except the immediate friends and family, out. Quick, he ordered. Finally, when they were alone, he proposed his option. I may have a way to save you. I was not so sure about this when Kyoshi was alive. But since I consumed that comet, I have gained a higher understanding of what bending is and its deeper principle. I should be able to heal your body, but it would make you nearly immortal. But this is risky too, as the soul of Avatar will be stuck in you forever. So, to let the cycle continue and also have the next avatar, I can try to separate your soul and other avatars residing in you, then release their soul to occupy the body of the next avatar. Am I right, Rava? Alexander asked to thin air. Suddenly a white mark appeared on Aang's torso. Yes, spirit god. It is possible but very hard. You will need to separate the soul faster than the light, or else Aang's original soul will be damaged. Alexander nodded and looked at Aang. So, what's it gonna be? Everyone looked at each other's faces. What are you thinking so much about? It's simple. If Grandpa helps, he'll live, and if he doesn't, then Twinkle Toes dies in a month. Toph grumpily spoke. She was really getting old and it was showing in her attitude. Grandpa, how sure are you that you will be successful? Katara worriedly asked while holding Aang's thin hand. Haha, 100%. I can stop and reverse time, so chances of him dying are 0. Alexander said confidently. Then why the hell were you being so dramatic? Sokka asked. Because I wanted you to take this very seriously. Matters like these shouldn't be taken lightly. Because it is me, I can save him. If it wasn't me, then no one would have been able to save Aang, he said, making everyone go serious. Okay, step aside then. He shooed everyone. He went to the side of Aang and activated his eyes. It shocked many that in all these years this was the first time they had seen this power of his. He then started to take out the whole chunk of souls inside Aang. There were hundreds of souls. Not all avatars lived full lives. Before the 4 nations were formed, there were smaller warring states. Many avatars died in them even before their teenage years. The moment souls started coming out of Aang's body, he had to quickly point out Aang's individual soul and leave it intact in his body. He was only supposed to take out the other ones. The process wasn't long and he was successful. After he was done, a golden light shot up to the sky from Aang's body. It was the soul of the avatar. How do you feel, Aang? Alexander asked. I feel like a huge weight was lifted from my shoulders. I feel light in body and breathing, Aang said with relative ease now. Haha, of course, you'd feel lighter. There were more than 625 souls in your body, all belonging to previous avatars. Alexander revealed. This many. It shocked Aang. Okay, don't move now. The procedure is still not complete. For this, I want everyone to go out except Katara, he ordered. Once it was just 3 of them, he took out a peach-like fruit. Eat this, child. This will heal you, make you stronger in ways unimaginable, and give you an extremely long life. Although you can still die if you decide to. Aang took the chakra fruit in his hand and sensed the power coming from it. He didn't think twice and ate it. The next moment a bluish aura covered his body. In an instant, all his weakness disappeared and his body became normal. The muscles returned too. The power that Aang now had was even greater than that of the avatar. And this could be a problem if someday Aang decided not to be peaceful or something else happens that angered him. So, he had modified all chakra fruits. It didn't give the third eye and it gives its eater a very calm and level-headed mind. This way, Aang will always be a neutral man who doesn't care about anger. It did not control his mind but just gave him the ability to think better. Still, he didn't know if Aang would be able to do all 4 bendings after this. Aang got up from his bed quickly. He looked at himself in the mirror and exclaimed. Whoa, I look like I'm in my 30s again. This is amazing. I also feel so powerful. Yes, you are extremely powerful. Haha, people might start calling you Aang the Mighty. Try to use other bendings now, he suggested. Aang went on and tried but nothing came out. It's okay. Your work as the avatar is over now and the new avatar has already been born. Just a few seconds ago. Instead, Aang, you can learn all this with your new powers, Alexander said and gave him a booklet of beginner's ninjutsu. Alexander then looked at Katara, who looked much older than Aang. Age hadn't been kind to her. He simply reversed the time of her body to match Aang and made it so she would age slowly and with a good face. He couldn't let her be old while Aang stayed young. I hope now you will have a fun life together. No need to focus on the stupid world. You are above small conflicts and should only interfere if the world is threatened, Alexander reminded them. Aang and Katara immediately hugged each other. Hey, are you done? I'm Komi. Toph entered before even announcing. Whoa, how do they look so young? Some kind of fountain of youth, she asked. Nov, L, B /JNN. Soon everyone else joined in. Alexander laughed. Haha, well, I might as well just make the whole team younger. Hence, the Aang gang again reached their prime age and peak strength. All of them were now going to age slowly. No need to thank me. I just wanted you all to have fun now. You got black hair on your head again. Don't turn them white so soon now with all your stressful work. He joked. Haha, I can have more adventures now, Sokka cheerfully exclaimed. You mean to have more affairs and receive death threats? Toph scoffed. No, I won't let him do that now. He will settle down and have a family. Grandpa has given us a second chance, Katara firmly said, staring daggers at Sokka. Zuko meanwhile looked at his own body and felt the power of being young again. Somehow this made him appreciate this even more now. As he had grown he had started getting many problems such as back pain, joint pain, and other things. Now they were all gone. Well, I will just try to stay fit, he said. Somewhere in the southern water tribe, a cute little baby girl was born. Currently, she didn't look anything special but soon she would become the headache of her parents with her bending powers.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.